Welcome to the March 31st, 2026 meeting of the Oshkosh Common Council. City Clerk, if you could please take the roll.
Amos.
Here.
Spanbauer.
Here.
Flum.
Here.
Bulow.
Here.
Stevenson.
Here.
Nichols.
Here.
Mukro.
Here. The invocation this evening will be led by Councilmember Amos.
We ask for guidance tonight as we begin this meeting. May all those who participate in our discussions and our decisions reflect the values that we cherish in this great city.
Tonight, we're blessed to have some students from Oakwood Elementary here to help us with the pledge. I have Anna and Lily. If you two wouldn't mind coming right up front, join me and we'll handle the pledge here.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very nicely done, ladies. Again, we have students from Oakwood Elementary. If you wouldn't mind giving us your name. I've already said what school you're from. Maybe your teacher that you currently have, and if you have a favorite subject, that'd be great to hear.
Hi, my name's Anna. My favorite subject's probably math or science, and my teacher is Miss Tritt.
Hi, my name is Lily. My favorite subject is probably math, and my teacher is Miss Paternoster.
Again, thank you for coming to my parents. Thank you for bringing them. Thank you again. All right, to start us off, we have a presentation from GOEDC, Greater Oshkosh Economic Development Corporation, and their annual update. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. Let's get this. Hi, everyone. My name is Tricia Rathermel. I'm the president and CEO for Greater Oshkosh Economic Development Corporation. I'm so happy everyone's so excited about economic development tonight, because we sure are. So every year we come and give a short presentation just to the council to give a little bit of update on what we did. First of all, I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for your partnership and support of the organization. Part of the fundamentals of who we are is what we do with the public entities, and I'll get into that a little bit. But just wanted to spend a little bit of time tonight talking about what we accomplished in 2025, and then maybe just a few highlights in there about what we were already working on in 2026. So a reminder, especially for a lot of new people in the audience tonight, GOEDC is a public-private nonprofit. We were established, actually we celebrated our 10-year anniversary. That was one of our milestones last year. And we were established for the sole for the purpose of working to support strengthening our business and our economy through public-private partnerships, so like the one that we have here. The other thing that we really had, something that's unique, is because of that partnership piece, we really look not only for the success of our businesses, but also for the success of those public partners that we work with. So everything we do, we have that lens of what drives tax base, what creates jobs, what brings people to our community, and that's where we base a lot of our work in. So in addition to our 10-year anniversary last year was also year one of our 5-year strategic plan. I know I highlighted a little bit of this last year, but I'll relate some of what we've done in the last year to those different pieces. If you remember when I was here in 2024, I promised a plan that would be related to realignment with our stakeholder needs, a renewed focus on growth, and future-oriented, and that's really what we did put together. So to start off talking about that community need, we did in 2024, in preparation for this 5-year plan, we actually surveyed about 85 different public leaders and private sector leaders to say, what do you really feel like we need in terms of economic growth and stability here? And we heard some very loud and clear messaging. One of that is that we need workforce, our low unemployment rate, and the need for workforce to grow our actual businesses here. Another one that came right hand in hand with that was housing affordability and availability. And then, of course, declining birth rates and that impact on population. What do we look at, not just for what we need for today's, what we need today, but also what do we need in the next 10 years so we have business success and growth. And the last piece that was a very clear, theme that came through those conversations was the technology and how much technology is changing what we do in terms of the business world and advancing. So from that came our Future in Focus plan. So like I said, it was going to have a future focus, so we just called it Future in Focus. And it really is in more than one level about how we think about what we need to do to grow and how do we set that foundations for today, tomorrow, and beyond. So the three titles there, Thriving Economy, Community Built for Workforce, and the Culture of Innovation is really what our work is circled around. Thriving economy, that first point, is the direct efforts that we do to impact the success of businesses and development throughout our community. So all these initiatives are how we work as a facilitator between the public and private sector, and that how we lead that retention of existing businesses as well as recruitment of new businesses in the community. So a few highlights from 2025 to share with you. Our business retention and expansion program, we had 34 in-depth visits. We had 195 business touch points, and I always say that's conservative because sometimes we forget how many times we are out there talking to businesses and getting that information. We also saw almost 64 acres of real estate development that happened in 2025. It was a busy year. That includes Gerbau's redevelopment of warehouse space to manufacturing, Lycon's new build out in the Southwest Industrial Park, Millwork Distributors with an existing business expansion, and of course the Theta Care Medical Center that was completed earlier this year. Of course, economic development does take time. So many of these projects were years in the making, and projects that we're working on today will maybe come up years in the future. So we count those projects within the year that they were actually either shovels in the ground or ribbons were cut, and that's when we celebrate those accomplishments. I can tell you that already this year you've seen over almost 70 acres of industrial property be sold from the city to new expanding and relocating businesses here. So we're excited for what that holds for in the next 18 months here. Other things that we also look at and what we wanted to share was regional development efforts. In addition to working with our local public entities, we also work with our state public entities. And that's how we bring statewide incentives locally. So we had a big year in Oshkosh. We actually had almost $3.7 million of state funding come into business expansion and growth. That's an extraordinarily large year, but it was still a great year to see that. And that's between we had joint marketing that came into the community, international business market access, the CDI grants that we do through the city of Oshkosh, business development tax credits, and qualified new business ventures. The Community Built for Workforce initiative was, as we looked at that workforce being that main concern of our businesses, we knew that we need to have a focus on how community development can attract and retain our talent. And again, not just thinking about today's workforce, but the workforce that we need of tomorrow. So one of the big additions there was that housing development, which was a new direction for our team, but we've dove right in 2025, and I know that aligns very closely with a lot of the initiatives that we have at the city of Oshkosh. In 2025, we had two probably major community development projects that you guys have been discussing here. We also saw efforts going forward in workforce barrier solutions and childcare. The corridor and AdvoCap both stand to bring about, let me think, it's about 68 spots into that one alone. We also had one childcare initiative that was outside of the city with Little Foxes and Omro, and that went from 24 to 75 spots available. So really just trying to keep moving that needle in that workforce barrier that is childcare. Additionally, we had some major developments in housing. We had about $35 million worth of projects in construction that are, some of them are finishing in this year or the next few years with, hundreds of units coming online. And then also we did collaborate in 2025 on the infill housing study. I actually got to see a draft of that today. We partner with East Central Regional Planning Commission on that. And I'm very excited for being able to implement that and work towards how we can identify what are key sites for infill development. Infill development is such a strong way for us to add housing because we don't have to, we can use existing infrastructure. We're not burdening, the city on having to put a lot of investment in because typically that's already there. The Culture of Innovation, our final initiative, was really designed around how we want to push boundaries, not just for our startup businesses, but also for existing businesses. So this really looked to transform our business landscape, embrace technology, put programs in place that help businesses grow and kind of embrace that entrepreneurial spirit no matter where they are, if they're startup or existing or, wherever they are in that business process. So a couple of key initiatives that we run specifically on behalf of the city of Oshkosh. We actually run 4 different loan programs total, 2 of them on behalf of the city. Last year, in 2027, we dispersed about $500,000 in new loans, adding to our total of almost 2.7 million loans coming from those city programs. That new net investment, $12 million over the last 10 years to the end of 2025, is a significant impact on what we're doing here. And that's, of course, just part of the other loan programs that we also run throughout Winnebago County. Additionally, we do provide free business coaching to clients. 63 different businesses went through what we called our coaching or consulting efforts last year, and 34 of those were actually businesses that had addresses in Oshkosh. So they were already either attached to a location or planning to be in a location here. And then finally, we also had a very exciting effort to put into place to work on what we wanted to see is that how we helped existing businesses really embrace that innovation, that move forward if they wanted to, if they wanted to expand their business, if they wanted to add new product lines, different aspects. And so throughout the second half of last year, we worked very closely with UW Oshkosh to develop a program called Innovation Foundry. I'm very excited that also last year we were able to write a grant and secure funding from WEDC that was issued this year. And that is what will help us run that program. It kicked off. We had our first session last week. And so we are now actively running that program to help businesses expand and grow, existing businesses that want to utilize some of those resources. And it's a great connection with the school as well as the students that are there. So that's a quick highlight, quick overview of what was a very, very busy year. We felt like we had a very amazing 2025. 2026 is starting off to a great start. Our pipeline is full. Our network is expanding. And of course, we just can't be more grateful for the partnership that we have here with the City of Oshkosh.
Mr. Buelow.
And you guys can tag team this however you want, but I think one thing that a lot of people would like to know is how does business expansion help everyday residents and taxpayers?
Ooh, great question. So we can actually show how when we have business expansion here, not only does it help those businesses that are growing, if you're not growing, you're tending to go the opposite direction. So we want to make sure that we're maintaining our existing businesses and the jobs that they have. That business growth provides what is new residents, they have new expenditures, so every dollar that people are making ends up coming back into the greater economy through purchasing groceries, retail, eating at restaurants. So not only does it create the jobs in that business, but it also creates jobs throughout the rest of the community as well.
And I'll just piggyback on that. From a budgeting perspective, a lot of our ability for levy limit, increasing levy and maintaining and sustaining the high-quality services comes through the net new construction increases. So the economic development really drives that. So from both those components, it's really important for the city.
Rebecca stole my thunder. No, I was going to say, one of the things I really like to hit home with new development is new development does mean a stable tax base. It does mean that there's more people now paying into your pie. So it's good to have new growth. I'm really happy that you guys work with us, work with the community, and you have that also regional lens, understanding that it is an ecosystem we live in. And while we're very Oshkosh focused, we need to understand that it's part of the larger picture. And the work you do for Oshkosh is really great. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, so next up, we have a public hearing. Just for clarity's sake, we don't do these very often. This is a public hearing regarding a liquor license revocation. Purpose of this meeting is to conduct a license revocation hearing pursuant to Section 125.12 of the Wisconsin State Statutes regarding a combination Class B license, and Section 8-92 of the Oshkosh Municipal Code regarding mechanical entertainment device license. I'm pretty sure that Mr. Hughes and possibly council is here. If they're here, if they could come on up. Hello. Good evening. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. Appreciate it. Welcome. Purpose of the hearing is to consider the complaint that's been filed against the license holder, A Crossroads Chance LLC, whose agent position is currently vacant for the premises located at 800 Oregon Street, Oshkosh, Wisconsin. At the conclusion of this hearing, the Common Council will determine whether the evidence is sufficient to revoke the combination Class B liquor license and the mechanical entertainment device license that has been issued to A Crossroads Chance LLC. I'm going to ask for appearances first, and then I'm going to just kind of run down the explanation of the procedure for everybody involved. Again, this council doesn't go through these very often, so this is a little unique. Thankfully, we don't go through them very often, but I'll run through that to make sure everybody's kind of on the same page, and then we'll proceed with the hearing. If we could ask for appearances, I think we have Attorney Nicholas Serwin.
Yep, correct. Nick Serwin for the complainant, basically the police department in the city. Thank you.
Excellent. As well as in the respondent.
Cody Hughes for the respondent and defendant.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Explanation of the procedure. The complainant and the licensee will be each asked if there are any procedural issues that need to be addressed before we begin the official hearing. And we'll take those up and try to address those if there are any. City clerk will enter the public records pertaining to the hearing into the official record. The complainant and the licensee each will be given an opportunity to make brief opening statements. The complainant will call witnesses and offer evidence in support of their position. The licensee may cross-examine each witness and ask questions about the evidence provided by the complainant. Council members may ask questions. The licensee may testify and/or call witnesses and offer evidence in support of their position. The complainant may cross-examine each witness and ask questions about the evidence provided by the licensee. Council members may ask questions then as well, and I'm going to come back to that in just a second. The complainant and licensee may make closing statements. The council will consider a resolution regarding revocation, and if applicable, will consider going into closed session to deliberate. If we did go into closed session, it would be a very narrow parameters in terms of what can be discussed in that closed session. The council will return to open session if they went into closed session and vote on the action item and adopt a findings of fact and conclusions of law if the revocation is approved. And then the city clerk will provide any notices as necessary after the fact. In regards to council members asking questions, that is your job in this case. I prefer not to call us the judge and jury, but we are. But we do get to ask questions of those witnesses before us. What I would ask is every witness before us will be sworn in. They'll be testifying. It would be, in terms of procedurally, better if council can ask all their questions of that witness when they're in front of us. We can bring them back. It's a little clunky if we have to re-swear somebody in. We will never want a question to go unasked because of clunkiness, but if council can make sure that we attempt to do our best to ask all relevant questions of the witness in front of us, that would be best procedurally. Any questions so far from anybody up here? Excellent.
I have a question.
Absolutely.
I had notified him as well over the phone when we talked yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, that I would like a continuance for a few weeks to at least try to find a counsel and get my own witnesses, because I only found out about this hearing, I want to say Thursday.
So we'll go right into initial procedural issues, because that would be a procedural issue that we want to that you want to have us address. So that'll be the one first in front of us. The licensee is requesting a continuance. So stated for the case of being able to obtain legal counsel is the
and time to prepare to even have a defense, to bring my own witnesses and stuff like that, and have them have enough time to appear before the council.
Does council have any questions regarding the request for a continuance? Mr. Nichols.
What is the notice requirement?
By statute, it's, you have to have a hearing no fewer than 3 days and no more than 10 days after the licensee is served. So the statute envisions a very quick proceeding, but to answer your question, it's between 3 and 10 days is when this hearing is supposed to happen.
And we met that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We'll poll council on the request for a continuance by the applicant. Mr. Spanbauer, yes or no for a continuance for the applicant, for the licensee, excuse me?
No.
Mr. Flom?
No.
Mr. Bulow?
No.
Mr. Stevenson?
No.
Mr. Nichols?
No.
Mr. Amos?
No.
That request is denied.
I
you
have
have-
one
do you have
other
other-
issue. I do have one witness who has requested to appear remotely. I have other witnesses available in person. I can provide a justification for that, but I did file a brief request. Largely it is because this is a non-professional witness and because there are legal proceedings that kind of preclude direct contact or interactions with this individual. And so she's kind of concerned about instigating additional problems.
I'm just worried if your mic is big.
Yep, sorry, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I believe council has received that information previously. Council, if you don't think you have that, please indicate, but we were supplied with that information previously. Okay. In regards to, so the request for a witness to appear remotely is what's before us?
One witness, correct, thank you.
Okay. I'll just do a quick poll as well. Mr. Spammer, yes or no to a witness appearing remotely?
Yes.
Mr. Flom?
Yes.
Bulow?
Yes.
Yes, Stevenson. Sorry, Nichols?
Yes.
And Amos?
Yes.
Okay, so that'll be approved.
Thank you.
Are there any other initial procedural issues before we start the hearing from either side?
No, I don't believe so.
I see none. Okay. We'll accept the affidavit of the clerk into the hearing record. And opening statements. The complainant goes first, followed by the licensee.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here today. My job as, I guess, essentially the prosecutor is to prove the allegations in the complaint. To do that, you're going to be hearing from about 6 witnesses. There's 7 violations. Some people will have kind of very procedural roles of just moving in kind of exhibits and evidence. Others will have kind of just brief investigatory stories to tell. Most of these are technical violations that I'm going to be speaking of. They range from exceedingly basic requirements like having an alcohol licensing agent, meeting necessary qualifications to hold a license, paying your bills to your wholesalers, but they also include other issues that are, I guess, more, not that those aren't important, those are very important, but they're kind of low-hanging fruit that everybody has to hit. There's other ones that include refilling bottles unlawfully, obtaining alcohol through an unlicensed source, failing to clean and or get certifications for cooking areas and kind of the grease trap, creating a safety risk, and then honesty on the application, which is a requirement that the council has and the city has. So I'll be using those witnesses. I have exhibits here that we'll go through very briefly. I'll make sure the licensee gets a copy of them as well. And that's really how this is going to play out from my perspective. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hughes? Do you have an opening statement you'd like to make?
I was not prepared, so I guess my opening statement is I will just have to go as we go.
Okay, thank you. Testimony of the complainant. So and the clerk will swear in any and all witnesses, and then direct testimony by the complainant and cross-examination by the respondent licensee, and then questions from council will follow that.
Are we intending to have everybody sworn in individually? I know they're all kind of in the back of the room, or do you want them all at the same time?
In the past, we've done it individually.
Perfect.
So
That's how I preferred it.
as they come up, we will swear them in individually.
Deal. Would you like me to start then?
Yes.
All right. The
Please
first
proceed.
thing I'm going to do is call Mr. Cody Hughes, who is the licensee. So if we can swear in Mr. Hughes.
City clerk will swear in the
Mr.
licensee.
Hughes, will you stand and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Hughes, can you state and spell your name for the record?
First and last?
Yes, please.
Cody Hughes, C-O-D-Y-H-U-G-H-E-S.
I assume if I speak loudly, it's not going to even still pick up. Do I have to carry this?
Jake, if he speaks loud enough, the
Should carry it? All right, like I'm on. Karaoke singing.
I would say that as far as the hearing process goes, it's important that everyone is speaking into the microphone for various reasons, so.
I'm just going to pass out this first exhibit first, and then I'll start asking.
if you want to hand it to him, we can.
Yeah, and then just
we can
pass it
handle
down.
it.
Yep, do it this way.
We've been training for this.
All right. Mr. Hughes, I have handed you what I've previously marked as Exhibit 1. Do you know what that document is?
Yes.
What is it?
Class B liquor, beer and liquor, mechanical devices, essentially the liquor license granted to a Crossroads Chance.
Okay. And how are you associated with a Crossroads Chance?
I'm the owner.
You're the owner. All right. Do you have a licensing agent at this time?
On this piece of paper, no.
On that piece of paper, it says you do have one, right?
No, she resigned.
She resigned. Okay, so you don't have one after that individual resigned.
I have one that has been put in, yes.
Has it been approved yet?
I can't even get the city to respond back to correspondences.
Okay. Had the city reached out to you at some point to try to initiate that new agent?
Yes, and I filled out the paperwork.
Okay. When about was that?
July or August.
Okay. And when was it submitted?
July or August.
July or August of last year, 2025?
2025.
Okay. So the individual listed on Exhibit 1, Nicole, right? As the agent, she's no longer working for you. When did she stop?
June or July.
Okay. You had said you received a copy of this information, I believe you said on Thursday or so. Is that, you recall saying that?
It's Thursday or Friday. I
Okay.
can't remember the day.
If the affidavit of service said Wednesday, the 25th, would that be accurate?
If it said it, yeah.
Okay. 25th day of March, Cody Hughes at 10:30 a.m., right? Does that make sense?
Sounds about right.
Okay. Did you read over that document?
Yes.
Is there anything in the complaint that you admit today that is accurate or true?
I don't have the paperwork in front of me to verbatimly say what is accurate or true. Most of it, I would say, is accurate to a fault.
I'll give you a copy of the summons right there.
Do you have something specific that you're asking me?
Well, there's seven effectively violations. I'm going to go through all of them unless there's a component of them that you think you're just going to say, I admit that that is accurate or true. I'm not
going to subject myself to admittance.
Dig it.
I would plead the fifth then.
Okay.
But I can go through the 1 through 7 if you would like.
I can just do it. It's fine. I always ask because if there was a component that you said, yeah, that part's true, then we wouldn't have to hit it.
I would say that most of it is true. What I would be contesting is the testimony of the selling of food. Because when your inspector came in the fire department hasn't come in yet. The health department inspector came in. She made her own analysis of the hood and grease traps, which actually is usually the fire department I thought was. But she also stated that, let's see, she stated that we're serving fried food and that she was notifying the fire department. I believe that's in the complaint. When she does testify, then I'll be asking the question of what was actually in the fryers when she did her inspections, because we don't serve food right now, actually. We are licensed to serve food, but due to the overhead not being serviced and not up to date, we're not serving fried food at all,
Okay.
actually.
When's the last time you sold fried food?
I couldn't tell you.
Couldn't tell me. All right. I'm going to give you what I have marked as Exhibit 2. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
All right. What is Exhibit 2?
It's Form AB. Basically, this is the application to renew, I don't know if this is the full package. It's either for, yeah, this is to renew the license.
All right.
Because it has Nicole's name in it.
For 2025 to 2026, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
Is
that's,
this the most current paperwork that the city has?
I don't, I get what they mean.
The answer would be no.
What's not accurate about this?
Because all this paperwork has been filled out 2 times over.
Okay.
This is outdated. This is from last year,
Is
when
this-
it was filled out. This was filled out on, should have a signature on it, right?
Yeah. 4/30 of 2025?
Right, yeah. And there's been 2 of these filled out since then.
Okay.
One for me being the agent, and then recently, I have another agent that is being put in as well.
Okay. On this version of the form, then, this is the one that would have been used to get your license renewed for 2025, 26,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
Okay. And
I didn't personally fill this paperwork out.
none of it?
Most of this was filled out by the agent.
Okay. When we get to page 7, which is going to have, it's two-sided, it looks like, I'm sorry. Lists you as the individual information, Hughes, Cody, James, right?
Can you tell me which page you're on?
Yep.
Just read the, it's like-
AB 100.
perfect, I'm on the same page.
All right. Is that a form that you filled out?
Personally, no, but this does have my correct information on it.
Who filled this out for you?
Nicole?
All right. Did you sign it?
Yes, after I reviewed it.
Okay. So everything on this is accurate?
Looks to be.
Okay. Did you provide all information? There's a second part there under sub D that says criminal history. Now, I don't want to belabor this point and run this all through the mud in front of everybody, but is that accurate information that you provided?
Under part, is my name and,
No, the sub D,
oh, criminal history?
yeah. Is that everything?
No.
No? How come you left something off?
Again, I didn't fill this out.
Okay, but you said everything was accurate, right? You signed it?
Yeah, for the most part. I did sign it, yes, I did.
Okay. And so you affirmed that under penalty of law, I have answered each of the following questions completely and truthfully.
Actually, no, I didn't sign this.
Okay, so this isn't accurate from your perspective.
This is mainly accurate, but there was also, because this was inaccurate, because of the criminal history was inaccurate, they did, the police department called me and said that I had missed some things, and then I had came back and updated it as well.
Okay?
So there was a correspondence between this being filled out and the actual issuance of the license. That I do remember.
All right, without running this through completely. One of the things that doesn't exist on,
Was the Intoxilock, right? Is
Yep.
what you're pertaining to?
that's one of them, right? You didn't
Yeah.
have anything to do with your intoximeter in 2022 that wasn't installed or was tampered with, right?
No, I guess I would have misunderstood the question of it being a criminal, because that is a moving violation that is, ended up being criminal, and I'm pretty sure that I don't know if it got dismissed or not, but
So I'll just show you what's marked as Exhibit 4, page 14 first. You noted that there was nothing pending at the time of this application, correct?
correct.
Okay. That citation was pending at the time. Disorderly conduct in CT, I'm sorry. 24 FO 35.
Sir, the police says it was 5/21/24. No contest on 5/21/24, a year prior.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Did you misunderstand the year?
No, I was just looking at the application and I did, yeah, you're right. I have 4/30/25 and that's 24.
Yeah, I didn't have anything pending at that time.
Gotcha. On page 16 of that document,
Which document?
Exhibit 4.
This one?
Yep. Is that the one you missed? 22 CT 112?
This is something from 2022. So I don't understand what you're saying. That's page 16, correct?
Correct?
Yeah. And that's 2022?
Correct.
Okay.
Is that on your application?
No.
Okay.
But I'm also not the agent of the license. So this whole paperwork that you're pertaining to, this all updated that year of 2025, the first year that they actually started doing the full, it's the year that the city of Oshkosh changed their entire application for the city of Oshkosh.
Okay.
It used to not even name the owner of the thing. It was only the agent that comes into question, because even when the police officer called me and told me that I was denied as the agent of the liquor license because of, I couldn't tell you which one he pertained to, for legal reasons or whatever, my legal background, he would not give me the liquor license as the agent, but I could have an agent that would be able to pass, be there. So I've gone through, at this point of last year, it would have been my third or fourth time even being looked at and approved from the city.
Right. You're saying this is the first time you had to fill out the information, though, and provide
First or second.
first or second?
It could very well be the second, it's within the first 2 years, but again, I didn't fill most of this paperwork out.
But you did attest that it's accurate, and this is what was used?
Mostly, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So that 22 CT 112 IID tampering and failed to install is not on your application?
It doesn't seem like it is, no.
Okay.
But my background doesn't come into question because I don't even fill out the police background for the liquor license. Only the agent does part of that license.
All right,
Because
so-
a part of this paperwork that doesn't seem to be here is the part that goes to the police station.
I will just identify, and I'll ask the council to refer to their legal counsel on this one, but Wisconsin Statute 12504 is the qualifications for licensure, which includes not only agents, but anybody that is going to be operating, manager, president, whatever it may be, needs to meet the qualifications necessary for licensure. So I just want to correct that statement that's on the record, to be accurate, that it does matter under Chapter 12504.
To that same thing, this same council has approved me to be a owner of that same premises for 5 years. Almost 5 years.
Do they have all the information, is what I'm asking? What about page...
You didn't give me all the other ones that have been filled out.
I don't have any.
This isn't even the current one that's been filled out.
Does this one include what's on page 38 of Exhibit 4? I don't need to read it into the record, but I just need to know if that...
That's in there. This has been noted to the city, absolutely.
Can you point to that area on this application?
On this one, no, but again, this is not the current information that the city had.
Okay.
After this application was filled out, the page that you're missing is the page that goes to the police department.
Okay.
The police department called me, said, hey, we had some problems with this exact information right here that you're talking about. We need that fully updated and to be correct.
Okay.
That was updated and sent over. Where that paperwork is, I don't know. It was sent over to the police department, but it was given to the police department because they did call and ask and make sure that I clarified.
Okay.
And
Do you know
this,
whenabouts that happened, that call? Generally, like...
this had to be last year. We sent in early paperwork within the next month to the city for early agreements, so it had to be right around April or May.
Okay.
And then when they called me to update that, because obviously there was a discrepancy with the background, they were given the updated thing. and then the city approved it. Then the police department and the city had approved it after that. But this paperwork right here has been updated. This isn't even the updated paperwork. This isn't even the current, again, I'm still going to say that this paperwork that he's trying to, I understand there's discrepancies in here, sir. I completely understand that. But the thing is what's not being said in here, I can't think of the word, but this is a false basis. You're looking at something that doesn't look right, which has already been corrected, and that fact is being hidden. Because that has been corrected with the police department, because they were going to deny the liquor license if it was not, the liquor license renewal if it was not updated, and it was updated. And after it was updated with those charges, and they did a fine comb of my background, they approved it, city and the police department, with this as the agent. Because that's what they were focused on, is that the agent that actually is control, because even in your own paperwork that you have here, for the basis of you need to have an agent, where is that part? Not compliant.
Count one. And I'll say this, I'm going to be calling a...
I'd just like to finish my thought, I'm sorry. For the non-compliance of the licensee, it states that a licensee under Wisconsin Chapter 125 across those chances is required to vest in an agent the full authority and control of the premises described in the license and the conduct of all business on the premises relative to alcoholic beverages upon any change in the agent. A crossroads chance is obligated to notify the city of Oshkosh. A crossroads chance has operated without an agent or successor agent since at least August 10th of 2025. Count one is based on paragraph of 6-9 of this complaint. So to bring up what you're trying to say is was this packet wrong? Yes, but it's already been corrected, and that's not in your files, and it's also not being presented to the council, which is also something that I wanted time to get so I can actually present to the council.
Understood.
Because I did see this already, and I figured this was going to come up, so that I just didn't have enough time to get this paperwork, because that does take going down, putting a records request in to actually get that. But this is also why that my background, yes, I come from a background. I've never hidden it. I'm not trying to hide it. If you look back at the first time I've ever even filled out these paperworks, it's on there. And when I just updated it for me to be the agent, I didn't hide it or try to hide it from the police department or the council. I actually put it in there, and I took a chance to see if they were going to approve it or not, because I've done, on good faith, business in the city of Oshkosh for 5 years now. And because I wasn't the part of the agent, that process, when I did fill out this paperwork myself, which you do not have, sir.
Mr. Hughes?
What I'm saying is, I was somewhat...
One second, sir. You're going to have a chance to testify as well as to further cross-examine. It's actually the complainant's time to ask questions and to answer the questions as asked.
So, thank you. I will just say that I'm going to be calling a member of the clerk's office to help clarify this issue, so I understand what you're saying, but somebody's going to be also called, and we can ask those questions as well. Moving on then, are you up to date on all of your bills to the wholesalers that you use?
I think I'm behind on 2.
On 2. Do you know what those 2 are?
I know Badger and probably General Bev.
Do you use other wholesalers?
Yes.
What other wholesalers do you use?
All the ones that are allocated to me, so Badger, General Beer, General Bev,
Those are the
Johnson's, Johnson Brothers, all of them.
And you're only out of compliance with General Beverage and Badger?
If I have a balance, I have something, I'm just waiting. I wasn't able to make any payment. They wouldn't even take my phone call after they were notified that the agent changed.
Okay. And so that's been outstanding since the agent changed then?
Right around that time.
Okay. You're obligated to purchase from wholesalers, correct?
I believe so, yes.
I know you had said that there's some issue with the kitchen in your bar and it not being utilized because of that grease pan or the ventilation system, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a reason why you still have active clean grease in your fryers?
No, I don't.
No?
No.
There's nothing in your fryers?
No. And when the health department came in and actually did that inspection, there was not a single drop of grease in a fryer.
Okay. And you no longer serve food?
No.
Okay.
I don't even serve pizza right now,
And why is that?
which is allowed from the city right now.
Do you know what the regulations are for refilling your bottles with pre-mixed alcoholic drinks?
No.
No? And have you purchased alcohol from a non-licensed wholesaler since they stopped selling to you?
Yes.
Yes, you have?
Yep.
From a non-licensed wholesaler?
I don't know what that means.
Meaning somebody that's not Badger or the ones that are authorized to sell to you? I don't want to trick you. Have you?
Then I
purchased-
plead the fifth because I don't understand the question.
I have no further questions for Mr. Hughes. I believe he'll have time to tell his side as well later. Okay. I'm going to I'll defer to you all if you want to ask questions at this time, but I have another witness that I can call, considering he will tell his side of the story soon.
Counsel, at this time, any questions or clarifications needed for this witness in this atmosphere? Again, Mr. Hughes is going to have his chance to testify and to present his case as well. I don't see any. Counselor, if you want to move on to witness 2 and swear them in.
Thank you. I'm going to call Miss Nicole Holes. She is my remote witness. I believe she identified that she's available.
We'll give it a second. Oshkosh Media is working on getting her connected. Counselor, I think she's up. Can you hear us, Ms. Holes?
Yes.
Holtz.
Holes?
Holtz. Sounds like a T.
Holtz, okay, sorry. Apologize. City
Can I-
Clerk, our city clerk's going to swear you in.
Can you stand and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Nicole, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. I'm Nick. We've talked previously. I'm going to ask you some questions about some very brief roles you had with a Crossroads Chance. Are you familiar with that bar?
Yes.
Okay. And how are you familiar with that bar?
I was the registered agent.
Okay. And how long were you the registered agent for?
Up until June 6th of 2025.
All right. As of June 6th, 2025, did you stop being the agent?
Yes.
Okay. I had previously discussed with the Common Council what I've identified as Exhibit 2 being the 2025-2026 application for liquor license. Did you assist in filling that document out?
I did.
All right. Have you seen that document?
I have.
Okay. I note that some of your information appears on it in terms of the licensing, the agent. Did you fill out section AB 100 for, I'm sorry, yeah, AB 100 for Cody Hughes?
I did.
Okay. And did he confirm or identify that that information was correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And this is with a document that you had submitted or that was submitted in order to renew the liquor license?
Yes.
All right. And then after you stopped working at a Crossroads Chance, did you notify the city that you were no longer the agent?
Yes.
All right. And I'll identify to the council at this time Exhibit 5, which I've identified as the removal of agent form. Nicole, have you seen that form, or have I sent you that?
Yes.
All right. And is that the form that you had filled out to notify the city?
Correct.
All right. Just some clarification on this form. It says date of removal, May 26, 2025. And then it was date signed on the bottom, August 10th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you identify what the distinction is between those two dates?
I don't understand the question.
Sure. You were done as of, I think you said June or so. This form says May. Date of removal on the form says May 26th. I guess why is there a little gap of time between?
I have a voicemail from Cody that states that I was fired on June 6th of 2025.
Okay.
So that is the actual day
All right,
that I was.
gotcha. And then date signed, this is just because that occurred at some point after you were removed as agent, correct? Can you hear me? Nicole, can you hear me? Did we lose you?
We can't hear you.
There we go. How about now? Well, I'll say this. I think I got what I needed at this point in terms of this is the form that was signed. I'll move in Exhibit 5. I'm going to move all the exhibits in towards the end. But just so the board is aware of this. Nicole, I'm not sure we can hear you anymore. We might have lost audio somehow. But thank you for your time. We probably need a chance to have her answer questions.
Jake, if you can put her back up, if she's still there.
I can try to give her a call.
I don't have any questions for Nicole. We don't have to worry about it. I don't have any questions for Nicole. We can leave it alone. I can just counter what you said with the information that you presented.
Sure.
If that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you'll do it at your
You're
at your phase, though, at your
Yep.
point.
You'll do that, once he's completed with all his witnesses, then it'll be your chance to present your case and to counter anything that he's stated throughout the entire presentation.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were fresh, that there was 3 different dates said, that's all.
All right, I'll move on from Nicole. I'm going to call Cheryl Pianki.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind using that one, I guess. That would be fine, if you can make sure the microphone is close to you so they can hear it.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Can you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Cheryl Pianki, CHERYLPIONKE.
All right, how are you employed?
I'm the deputy city clerk.
All right, and how long have you been the deputy city clerk?
Almost 2 years.
All right. Are you familiar with the bar A Crossroads Chance?
I am.
Okay. Just to clarify a few points, has the application process changed in the last few years?
No.
Okay. We've discussed what's marked as Exhibit 2. I'll just hand you my copy. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what is it?
This is the renewal packet that is good from July 1st through June 30th of the next year.
Were there, prior to the approval of this renewal license, were there other applications or license packets generated and created by the licensee? If you know.
During this time or after this time?
Before the license was renewed?
No, I would have just gotten the renewal packet.
Okay, so just this packet?
Yes.
Was there a time where there was follow-up or some additional information that was submitted by the licensee?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know generally when that might have been? Maybe this can help. 1 second. I'll give you what's Exhibit 6. Do you know what that is?
I do.
What is Exhibit 6?
That was an email to Cody that I had tried to call and tried to leave a message, but the voicemail was full. Just letting him know that we needed him to stop into the office and complete the new agent forms.
Okay. When approximately did that take place?
July 31st.
July 31st, 2025?
Correct.
Was that before or after this license would have been renewed?
It would have been after the license would have been renewed.
Okay. And is this the period of time that would have instigated or precipitated those additional documents being submitted?
That is correct.
All right. So the Exhibit 2, that packet, that application, that's what the city would have had to rely on at the time of the renewal for 25 to 26 license.
That is correct.
All right. You said Exhibit 6 is just one email. Could you just, it's a few emails, correct?
Yeah. It would have been a couple emails and phone calls. Friday, August 1st. Yeah, it would have been the 31st in August.
Can you just, so in that series of emails, you have a discussion with Mr. Hughes about dropping off more paperwork specifically, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he subsequently did drop off more paperwork, right?
Correct.
All right. Exhibit 5, we've identified previously as this removal of agent form. Are you familiar with that form?
I am.
All right. And did you receive that form from Nicole, who was the prior agent?
Correct.
All right. If you know, and if you don't testify about things you don't know. I have a date on the top that says removal, date of removal, and then a date at the bottom that says date signed. Do you know why those are different days?
Because we had come up with the new form just because there was a lot of back and forth. Nicole had contacted me. Nicole and I had talked quite a bit. She had sent me the voicemail. She had sent me a few emails. And then the former clerk and I had come up with this form so that we could have her sign it.
Okay. And so essentially by virtue of just the city trying to identify how to do this process, that was that time delay.
Correct.
All right.
Yes.
Around the time of this application renewal, I think we already established this, but I need to be sure in my head. There were no other applications submitted with additional conviction status, agent information, anything along those lines. This is the full packet.
I believe, yes. When he submitted this, it goes to PD. And then if PD would have needed anything more, they would have contacted him.
Okay. At some point, well, are you familiar with the form, Wisconsin Department of Revenue Wholesalers Report of Delinquent Retail License?
I am.
All right, what is that form?
It's letting us know that they're delinquent with what they owe to
I have
them
that.
for beer or liquor.
I gave you exhibit, I think it's 7, correct?
Yes.
All right, is that a form that had been provided to you?
Yes.
All right, and is this something you receive, I guess, just general business practice, that's what the wholesaler give you to the top?
Correct.
All right.
Yes.
Does the wholesaler notify you if those fees have been recouped?
I've never seen an email that says they've been recouped. I
Okay.
will generally call.
Okay. Did you get a call or any information from, this is for Badger, I believe, correct?
Yes, it is Badger.
Okay. Did you get any calls from Badger saying that they are made whole?
Like to date?
Yeah.
No.
No. There's a portion on the form that I'm just gonna have you read very briefly. You're fine. Right here, going down. So this is a authenticated signed document by Carla Wagner, correct?
It is.
All right, and there's a little like fine print section in the middle. Can you just read that briefly?
Yep. It says the accuracy of this report is verified by Carla Wagner, credit supervisor, whose signature appears below. Section 125.694B of Wisconsin statute prohibits issuance of retailer's license to any person having indebtedness for intoxicating liquor to any wholesaler, permittee, or more than 30 days standing wholesaler's verification.
Okay. Does that look familiar in the copy of the document that you got from Ms. Wagner?
Correct.
All right. Subsequent to this information coming to you, when was that from?
This was from August 5th of 25.
Okay. Did you have contact with any other inspectors that would have been at the Crossroads Chance location?
For Beer liquor?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, what other inspectors did you have contact with?
Wisconsin distributors.
Wisconsin Distributors being another wholesaler?
Correct.
Okay. And this wholesaler didn't give you a form like this, correct?
They did not.
All right, but did they identify they were indebted as well?
Correct.
Did you reach out to them or did they reach out to you?
I reached out to them.
Okay. After getting this form?
Correct.
Okay. Subsequent to this wholesaler's, are you aware of whether the health department went over to the location?
They did, yes.
Okay, and they have contact with you?
They did.
Okay. Fire department, did you have contact with the fire department?
I have, yes.
All right, Department of Revenue, did you have contact with them?
I have.
All right. You weren't involved in those inspections though, correct?
I was not.
Okay. Was there any additional information provided to you regarding whether it be qualifications or problems with this license?
No.
No. All right. I don't have any further questions for Ms. Bianchi.
Council, do you have any questions for Ms. Bianchi? I actually should have asked, my apologies. Mr. Hughes, do you have any questions for Ms. Bianchi before we do?
Yes.
Yep, please proceed.
With the delinquency that they had sent you, when they do send that, do you cancel or hold the license when this is being issued, when you're being notified?
I do not.
What is the recourse? What do you do with that information? Like this piece of paper, what does this affect?
We just put it in the file.
Does this prevent someone from selling liquor? Or an establishment from selling liquor?
I don't know.
I'll rephrase, I'm sorry. If this were still delinquent when when the establishment were to put in its renewal, this would hold up the license?
It absolutely should, yes.
Would it?
If council looks at it, yes.
Has the council ever approved a license while the city has knowingly known that somebody was delinquent? And then the city then held the license until it was paid?
Not as long as I've been here. I've never seen it.
And then you had testified that this paperwork hasn't changed in the last few years, right?
It is not, no. They're state forms.
Did you send out an email within the last month saying that this is going electronical?
I did, yes, a couple weeks ago.
So that would be at least one change.
For the 2026, 2027 licensing year, yes.
I'm sorry, your testimony was that the paperwork has not changed in the last 3 years. But before this date, it's at least changed the last month, right?
It's going to be changing, yes.
Okay. You've been there for 2 years, you said? Has this paperwork always been like this for as long, and how long have you been into the clerk's office? Let me ask that question, I'm sorry. In that area of dealing with this paperwork, how long have you been there?
I mean, I've been a clerk for 8 years. Not here, but the state forms are state forms. There's no way around that.
These are city forms, though, these
No,
are,
they're not. It might have our name on it,
so
but
these, what you're testifying is that these have not changed in the last 3 years?
it's a state form.
I understand. But the paperwork being filled out and the form that is being filled out hasn't changed in 3 years? That's what you testified to. I just want to make sure that's what you're confirming.
Yes, they're state forms. The city has nothing to do with the forms from the state.
Then I would really like to call Nicole Holtz as a witness when I am, so we're going to have to get her back on the line. When you got this paperwork, you had also said that if there was further questions from the police department, they would have followed up, and then the business would have had to follow up with the police department then, right? So then you would not be part of that correspondence?
I guess I'm going to object to the form of the question because we're kind of going in, it's a run-on question and I don't know.
It's not a run-on question, sir, I'm just asking that you asked the question, she testified, and I just want to make sure I understand what she testified to. You stated that if there was a question to the background or any changes from the police department after the paperwork got to them, the police department would not contact you to contact me. That correspondence would have came from the police department to the establishment, right?
Correct. Some correspondence does come from the police department.
Okay. And then the police department are the ones that take care of the background?
That is correct.
Okay. And since this paperwork has been filled out, to your recollections, how many times has a Crossroads Chance submitted this paperwork to you for change of agent?
Twice.
With the first time being myself being as the agent,
Correct.
and that was denied.
Correct.
And the second time, that paperwork, what happened with that paperwork?
That's still being processed.
Okay, but you have received the paperwork for the new agent?
Yep.
Okay, and then did you see any problems with the application, the new application?
Objection relevance.
The
Sorry, just because there's been 2 objections, do we have to rule on the objections? Should we be ruling on the objections as they come up? in the record?
Yes, as they come up, you should clarify it so they know how to proceed after that.
Okay.
So that's where I'm going to lean on you in terms of, there's been an objection to relevance. I need your assistance in determining
His original
relevance.
objection was to the form of the question.
And he changed the form of the question. Yes, I did not address it, but he changed the form of the question and moved on.
Agreed. I want to make sure that we're doing it the right way.
Yep, and
So-
I agree too. Thank you for helping. Yep.
So, all good questions. I mean, it is a hearing, it's not a courtroom.
Yep.
So, it's not as strict as a courtroom would be, but relevance is still relevance, and we want to make sure the information presented to you is clear. So, if it can help to rephrase your question, which you did, that's a good thing.
Yep.
That's appropriate for you to do that. As far as relevance, that's can be a little grayer area as far as where you go. So maybe I would recommend a little leeway, but again, you still have the authority to keep on point to what we're talking about. So.
Can I respond to the objection of just why I'm asking the question?
Sure.
I'm only asking the question because we're coming into question of whether, of pretty much the renewal and the agent of the license being approved or not. I just want to make sure that, to her knowledge, that there's no problems with the paperwork that is currently being reviewed by the city, is what that's all I'm just making sure, if there's any issues with the paperwork, that's all.
Without telling you what to do, can you rephrase your question that way to her to make sure that that point?
Yes, of course.
That's the point you want to make?
Yes, of course. To the paperwork that you had just received for the second agent that you had received, to your knowledge, there's no issues with the paperwork?
And I guess that's what I still have my objection to, because that's not what's at issue here of what the new application is going to be about. It will go through its processes like it normally should. So that's why I'm objecting to relevance, because that has nothing to do with this hearing.
Then wouldn't the relevance of a problem with this not have any relevance then? Because you brought up the point of.
I'm gonna allow him to ask the question.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you could answer the question, if you need it restated.
I
again.
remember.
Thank you.
I don't see any problem with it, but it's at PD. So that's what we're waiting on. I mean, everything that you needed to have in the packet was there in the packet.
Okay. I have no other questions.
Thank you. Any council have any questions for Ms. Bianchi? Go ahead.
I just have 2 questions. First, have we treated Mr. Hughes, has the City of Oshkosh City Clerk Department, because that's who we're talking to right now, treated Mr. Hughes differently than any other applicant for the 25-26 cycle?
No.
And then, thank you. And then secondly, just in the last line of questioning, when you were referring to the second document that was filed with the office, was that an amendment to the 25-26 application, or was that a new application for 26 and 27?
What document?
The second filing after this exhibit that we have here. So we had the original application. You mentioned something was still with PD. Was that an amendment to the 25-26, or was that the new 26-27 license?
It would just be part of still the, I'm just going to use today's date, the 3/31/26 ending June 30th. It was just an agent name change. That's it. He'll still need to renew for June 1st of 2026 through,
Absolutely, so it's an amendment or an addition to the license that we're actually talking about right now,
Correct.
the application that we're talking about right now?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
That's a much better change of question than I had.
Council, any other questions for Ms. Pianki? Thank you. Counselor, next witness.
Thank you. City will call Jennifer Bonzalet.
Do you want to raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Jennifer, can you state and spell your name for the record?
Jennifer Bonzlet, Jennifer Bonzelet.
How are you?
Council, before you can proceed, would you mind bringing that microphone a little closer to you so you could kind of eat the microphone a little bit?
Oh, sorry.
So there's a good record of your responses. Thank you.
Thank you. How are you employed?
With Winnebago County Public Health.
All right, and how long have you been employed with Winnebago County Public Health?
14 years?
Okay. Do you have any specialized training or experience, and let's tie it to this incident or this interaction with food establishment inspections?
Yes, I'm an environmental health specialist, otherwise known as a health inspector.
Okay. Were you involved in an inspection in February of 26, related to a Crossroads chance?
Yes.
All right. Anybody else with you at that time?
No, it's just me.
All right. Was the establishment operational and active when you were there?
Yes.
What was the date, ballpark, that you had been?
February 19th.
Okay. And what does an inspection entail from your perspective?
Just going to look into food service and sanitation, just making sure things are sanitized and clean and food is handled appropriately and no cross-contamination and trying to keep the public safe and not getting sick.
Okay. Through your inspection, did you note or identify any violations?
Yes.
All right. What violations did you identify on February 19th, 2026?
I just saw the hood filters had some grease buildup and that the sanitizer there was no sanitizer for the dishwasher.
Okay. And the hood, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, and no single-service toweling for employee hand washes.
Okay. I'm going to focus on that hood filter. Did it appear to your eyes in your training and experience on inspections that the kitchen was operational?
Yes.
Okay, why would you say that?
Because there was grease in the fryers and there was grease on the hood filters, and it didn't look dusty and crummy. I didn't get a weird smell at all, so it looked like it was operational.
Okay. Did you make contact with anybody in the establishment?
Yes.
All right. Who was working there at the time, if you know?
I believe her name is Amanda.
Okay. Did she make any statements to you that impacted your investigation?
Yes.
What, if anything, did she tell you?
I asked her about the menu because that's what I do, and she said it was strictly fry. She wasn't doing pizzas. She wasn't doing, it was strictly anything that went into the fryer and went into little paper boats and then went out to the customer.
Okay. Which, again, appeared consistent with your observation?
Yes.
That the fryer looked clean-ish?
Yeah.
Fry oil was clean?
From what I could see, I didn't go hover over, I just
Sure.
saw the sheen and it looked all right.
Okay. Based on the information that you obtained, did you have contact with anybody in the city fire department?
Oh, Jack.
Jack. Who's Jack?
Jack is the fire inspector.
Fire Inspector Jack. Why did you contact Fire Inspector Jack?
I just noticed that the ENSEL system hasn't been checked since 2024.
What system?
The ENSEL?
ENSEL. What does the ENSEL system do?
It's the fire suppression.
Fire suppression system.
Mhm.
Okay. And so you noticed that hadn't been checked since 2024, and that's concerning why?
I want to make sure that that system is working to prevent fires and to
Okay.
protect the public.
Is that something that you generally would have oversight over, or is that the fire department?
Fire department,
Okay. So you contact Jack, being Jack Clark, right?
yes,
Okay. And report this information to Jack Clark?
yes.
Okay. Did you give him all the information you had about talking with the employees and your observations about the fryers?
Yes.
Okay. But you don't have any oversight over the alcohol component of this, right?
No.
All right. So you did your own food thing, notified the city when you saw something?
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of all you have to do with it?
Yes.
Great. I have no further questions.
Mr. Hughes?
When you did the inspection, was I there?
No.
When you did the inspection, did you ask how long Amanda was there, had been there?
No.
When you did the inspection, did you see anybody eating food?
No.
When you did the inspection, you said you did, I'm sorry, when you did the inspection, you said that you didn't hover over, you just seen that it was nice and clean, looked presentable?
Yeah.
But you didn't see oil?
Yes, I did.
So you
There was
did,
oil in the fryer.
so you did look in the fryer?
Yeah, I saw the top. I did not go hover and look down inside. I saw the top sheet.
And which
Yeah.
fryer was that? Do you
I
remember?
believe they're both.
Okay. And you're sure that there was oil in there?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you did your inspection, and you had found fault with the sanitation and the hand, what is the procedure going from that? So when you find those things, the sanitizer in the dishwasher and the hand towels in the kitchen,
Yeah.
what do you do with that information? What is the recourse for an establishment to render or fix that? What is the process for that?
I write it up as a violation, and I tell them to fix it. She had, if I remember correctly, drying kitchen. Yeah, so we just write it up, and you're supposed to follow through, depending on the violation, how bad it is when we're going to come back. So something like the dishwasher. I'll come back and take a look at that to make sure that there's sanitation or sanitizer in it. I didn't do that with this one because the reason why I was looking at the menu so much and I was talking about the frying food so much is because I was looking into what kind of dishes are going to be done at your establishment. And you had removed all glassware, all utensils, and everything is throwaway.
Yep,
So
and that's what you determined to do, right?
Yeah.
And you
Yeah,
said
'cause
that
we
the
went through-
establishment was to only go with plastic and to serve no food but pizzas?
Yeah, no, you can't use any utensils.
I'm sorry.
Because you need a
Do you
utensil
have the
for
report?
pizza.
Do you have the report in front of you that you had filled out?
Yeah,
In your report, it does not say that you can only use
No.
plastic?
no.
And it can only
That's not
serve
what was
pizza?
going on.
No?
I would
Okay.
request-
I can't see the
That's not what's
paperwork, I don't
going
know,
on.
I'm just asking.
No, I'm not disputing that, just for the record, so that you don't talk over each other. So ask a question, answer, and then if you have a
Okay.
question, just so we have a clear record.
Okay,
When you did the inspection, no serving, no nothing, so you're saying in your paperwork, there was nothing that says that only pizzas only? I thought that's what you testified to, that they can only do pizzas, even though we didn't do
No.
pizzas. But you're positive there was oil and that we used both fryers?
yes, I
Okay.
believe so, yes.
And then on that inspection, you also said that you did set a recourse date as in to render and fix the problems, and you said you did not come back.
No.
I'm sorry, let me ask one question at a time, I apologize. You had set a date to fix by on that report, on your violation report?
I probably did. Let me see. Yeah, February 20th.
And you did not come back to check that? To
No.
see if it was done?
No.
Why?
I didn't really feel I needed to because you switched everything over to single service. You weren't, the dishwasher wasn't needed. But I also talked to Amanda, and she said she was going to get some anyway, so I wasn't super concerned.
Okay, but you also said that, you also stated, no further questions, I'm sorry. I already asked that question, I'm not going to ask it again, I apologize.
Okay.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hughes. Counsel? Go ahead.
Was there any way to tell if the grease in the fryer was hot from where you observed it? Okay, and that's okay.
So,
if you could use
you
a
could verbalize that, please?
verbalize, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
And I've gone through these inspections before. Typically, you'd inspect the refrigerators and freezers, correct?
Yes,
Did you do it?
yes. I didn't see the freezer. I think it was downstairs.
Was there?
We were just discussing the food service, and that was it.
Okay.
So,
Was there food in the refrigerator that could be fried?
could have been.
But you don't know for sure?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Nichols?
Thanks. Again, just two questions. Did Winnebago County Public Health treat Mr. Hughes differently than any other person that you would inspect?
No.
Thank you. And then the second question, I think you acknowledged that your inspection really has nothing to do specifically with the liquor component here. However, your testimony was that you reported this to the fire department. Is that right? And that's typical of when you would identify potentials with ventilation systems.
If we see something, we say something.
Got it. And then, but you would make a determination as to the suitability of a ventilation system. You would report that to someone else.
Right. We don't have that.
Got it. Thank you.
Mr. Spanbauer?
Just for clarification, you said the inspection was February 19th of 2026 or 2025?
2026?
2026, thank you.
Counsel, any further questions? Thank you.
City will call Jack Clark.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Mr. Clark, can you state and spell your name for the record?
Jack Clark, J-C-K-C-L-A-R-K,
How are you employed?
City of Oshkosh Fire Department,
How long have you been with the City of Oshkosh Fire Department?
30 years.
All right, and do you have a special title that you currently operate under?
I'm the fire marshal and state licensed to inspect fire protection systems like the restaurants.
Okay. How long have you held that position?
Fire marshal for a year and deputy fire marshal for 3 years previous to that.
All right. As deputy fire marshal and fire marshal, what do you do?
Right now, we're doing liquor license inspections for businesses, restaurants, any place that has a liquor license right now, basically.
Okay. Have you been involved in or investigated a Crossroads Chance as a bar?
Yes.
All right. What's been your involvement in those investigations?
2024, we did an inspection and found the hood system, the ventilation system was not current, and there was deficiencies from the contractor. The suppression system was also out of date. Both those have to be inspected twice a year. Every restaurant has to have that. Some restaurants have more frequent inspections depending upon their prior use. The last inspection that I noted was 2024, and that's current to the state.
All right, so 2024 inspection, you were actually involved in that, correct?
Yes.
All right, and I'm showing you what's marked as Exhibit 8. Is that your inspection report?
It is.
All right, and specific to this, the kitchen issue, explain, okay, so you already testified to that needs to happen.
Objection.
At least,
I object to this, actually, this entire paperwork even being submitted as an exhibit, considering this is over 2 years old, actually.
it's kind of my point exactly. This has been a violation for 2+ years.
Oh.
Is this a true and accurate document that was
Correct.
presented, that was prepared by you?
Yep. Yes.
On file with the city of Oshkosh?
Correct.
We'll admit it.
Okay. Specific to the grease trap or the grease ventilation system issue, why is this a problem for a restaurant?
The grease accumulates, and which can cause fires. And
For this type of establishment with this amount of food or whatever is being served here, how frequently does this need to be serviced?
Minimum twice a year for hood cleaning and the Ansel system being inspected.
All right, and how are you notified of this maintenance taking place?
We have a third-party software called Bricer. All the contractors are required by city code to enter this data that I have access to. You can look when the last time it was inspected and any deficiencies that are mechanically wrong with the systems.
Okay. I'm going to direct you to Exhibit 8, page 2 of 3. And as of 2024, the violation for 609.33 or .3.1, that's that hood grease removal devices, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then inspection notes underneath that, you have specific instructions, correct?
Yes, not to use the cooking stove fryers for personal or commercial use.
Why?
Because the systems were not up to date as of 2024.
Okay. And that's the safety hazard?
Correct.
All right. And then I'll show you what's marked as Exhibit 9. What is that?
This is the 2025 inspection for Crossroads.
You were involved in the 2025 inspection?
Yes, I did the inspection for this one also.
All right. Grease trap, same issue. That grease accumulation on the hood filters, that still existed?
Yes.
All right. Any update or identification of that being remedied in the interim?
No.
Fast forward then, and is this a true and accurate copy of your report?
Yes.
All right. Both 8 and 9, correct?
Correct.
All right. Fast forward to this year then, were you notified by the health department of a concern they had about the grease traps?
Yes, we were notified that the cooking stove and the grease fryers were being used.
Grease, okay, the cooking stove?
And the fryers are being used.
Were being used, okay. At any point in the interim, since 2024, were you notified that this has been fixed?
No.
All right. And they've been ordered since 2024 to not use these?
Correct.
All right. This is a violation of the fire code, the state fire code and local code?
Correct. Every restaurant that has fryers and commercial stoves are required by the same code.
Okay. And so the health department's testimony that any food that would need to be served needs to be on like single-use silverware, all this stuff. They can't serve any fried food at this point, correct?
No, they cannot use the fryers.
All right. You didn't inspect it this year, did you?
We did not make it there this year yet. That was going to be happening really soon.
Okay, because you're currently actively doing them right now, right?
Correct.
Okay, but have you worked with the Winnebago County Health Department before?
Yes, we work together quite often.
In fact, to the extent that they just called you on this one and told you what was going on, right?
Correct. I get frequent calls of stuff to look at if they have a question about systems that are like they're deficient or are not up to date.
Have you had other occasions where the health department has contacted you and you verified that information to be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever had a scenario where you verified the information was inaccurate? They gave you false information?
No.
Okay. As you testified today, you believe that this information from the health department was accurate?
Yes.
All right. Do you still think this is in violation of the health or the fire code?
Objection, he can't say to that, he hasn't seen it.
I have not seen it, but my third-party software, Bricer, that the contract
Hold
is
on,
supposed to be in
here's
there.
the rule on my objection.
Oop.
Right, so he did object, rule one way or another would be helpful.
That would be sustained, the way that was phrased, I think. If you could rephrase the question.
You bet. So the line of questioning was, based on your experience with the health department, whether or not you found that information to be accurate, and I asked whether or not you think it would still be in violation. Now, I think that's the part that was objected to, correct?
Yes, he can't answer to something he hasn't seen, that's what I'm objecting to.
Yes.
So, I guess the argument I'm making is he's basing it on the information that he's aware of that comes from the health department. I don't need to belabor this point, and I'm not going to. I'll move on from here. Did you provide any notices to a Crossroads Chance about this defect?
They were emailed to Nicole. And then this last one, I actually talked to Nicole, and and said she was no longer with them, which I didn't have that current data, and then verified Cody's address, email address, and sent him the latest one for 2026.
Okay. Were notices sent within the successive years, 24 and 25 as well?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any reason to believe the observations that were relayed to you were inaccurate from the health department?
No.
All right. I have no further questions for this witness.
Mr. Hughes?
I just have just a few questions. With the 2024 inspection that you had did, and you said that Ansel, actually, no, because I don't even want to argue that one. In 2025, did you do the inspection yourself?
I did.
In 2025, were we cooking at the time that we did the violation?
You were not cooking at that time.
If an establishment is not using the Ansel system, would they need to have it updated?
No. If you declared you weren't going to use the kitchen at all, you don't need to have it up to date.
And this year, you haven't done an inspection yet?
Not.
So with you not having an inspection done this year, only the notes from the health department, you wouldn't know whether the fryers were used or not used?
Only what the health department told me.
Okay. And then, what is when you do give these type of violations, or you are finding somebody out of compliance with these certain violations and all the regulations, what is the recourse that you use for that? What is the business's remedy time, or?
30 days on the first time, and then 15 days on the second offense when we go back.
Okay. Or they cannot use it at all?
Correct.
And this, I've already asked that question. I don't have any further questions.
Counsel, any questions for the witness? Mr. Nichols?
Thanks. The same one I've been asking everyone. Has the City of Oshkosh Fire Department treated Mr. Hughes the same as it does anybody else when you go into a building?
Same as every other restaurant.
Thank you. And then you had indicated that there's a system by which contractors will indicate that they have inspected these appliances. Have you received anything in that system that says that these appliances have been inspected?
The last inspection was 2024 in that system for Crossroads.
And was that after you had, your last inspection was 2024? Was there a contract?
The contractor's last time in there was 2024, also the same time as my inspection.
After your inspection?
I can't confirm that date without looking at that paperwork.
But it's at least potential that you had indicated in your paperwork that it needed to be cleaned and then it was cleaned? That's possible?
No, it was not cleaned.
Oh, but it was inspected?
Yes.
Which is, I believe, what you said needed, but you said...
It needs to be cleaned, and then the Ansel system needs to be tested twice a year.
Okay, and you didn't receive any indication that it had been tested?
Not
or
since
cleaned?
March or April of 24.
Sorry, just to play it back one more time. You received an indication that it had been cleaned and inspected and tested in March?
The last time a contractor was there was March or April of 2024.
Okay, which I believe is after your inspection?
Yes.
Okay, and sorry, last question. After you create a report, where does the report go? As it relates to the City of Oshkosh?
It stays in our image trend software, and then we can review it, and then I email it to everybody or hand deliver it, whatever their choice is.
Okay, does it go to the clerk's office as related to liquor licensing?
It stays within the fire department.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bulow?
In the 2024 inspection, page 2, the inspection notes, says do not use the fryers and cooking appliances, and then it also says I'll come back in 7 days to follow up for the corrections and violations. Do you know if there was that follow-up done?
We followed up. They said they weren't going to cook and use the stove at that point.
Okay.
So that was the correction at that point, was that they weren't going to use it.
Okay.
It's just curious. Can I ask another question now that there's been other issues raised after you guys are done?
After we are done, yes. Counsel, any more questions before I? Okay, I'm going to go. When you completed your 2024 inspection, you noted several violations. I know we're focusing in on the applicant is focusing in on the stove and the hoods and the cooking parts, but there was other things noted. I don't have to belabor which ones they were, but when you came back 7 days later, were those things corrected?
Yeah, those other things did get corrected.
Okay, and when they were corrected, was, I see on page 3 of each of these, there's a fire inspection compliance page, that seems like a pretty standard boilerplate.
Yep.
That tells, references fire code, as well as that these corrections, these violations need to be corrected immediately. Following the correction of violations, please complete the inspection form, fax, mail, or email this back to the fire department.
Correct.
Was that done?
We did I think I did it in person on that one.
Okay.
And looked at the stuff.
And that's normal?
That's pretty typical, or they can call me and tell me, hey, I got them fixed. We'll look at the next inspection.
Okay. And that'd be normal for any applicant?
Normal, yep.
Thank you. Okay. Counsel, any more questions? You wanted to redirect?
I just had a couple of
Yes,
questions.
go right ahead, sir.
Any violations that you've given to a Crossroads Chance, have they remedied to your knowledge?
Are they remedied?
Have they remedied to your knowledge? Have they fixed to your knowledge?
The 2025, like, there was a
To
few. of them.
2024 and 2025, all the violations?
Other than the kitchen hood and the stove, or the Ansel system, or the two that are left.
Even in 2024?
Yes,
And to your records, when was the last time that the hoods were inspected?
2024.
What month, do you know?
It was March or April.
And do you know when your inspection was?
March or April.
The date completed on the file says in 2024, it was in February 19th of 2024.
We'll have those dates on it.
Of Exhibit 8, right there on the top right corner is what I'm referring to.
He's referring to this one.
Oh. Can you repeat your question again?
You had stated that the last inspection and cleaning of the hood was March of 2024.
I can't confirm that date without looking at the Bracer stuff.
To the best of your knowledge?
March or April of 2024 was the last time any contractor was there looking at the Ansel system or the hood cleaning.
And then you had also said, okay, so that would have been March or April that the cleaning was actually done, so that would have been after your inspection?
Yes, and they
Of
found
2024?
mechanical deficiencies in there too, so they would need to come back in the
And then-
the ventilation system.
I apologize. And then in 2025, you had said we were not cooking at that time.
You stated you weren't cooking at that time.
Did,
Or Nicole had stated that you guys were not cooking at that time, you were doing some other food options.
I can't make testimony at that point, so, so to the best of your knowledge, after the inspection of February of 2024, there was a cleaning and a service done in March or April that year.
I have additional, I wasn't going to use it because I was trying to be efficient, but I know the witness has identified that there's other letters. I could try to clear up this issue and the timing, if you'd like, I can provide these.
My point, the only thing I'm trying to get across is what, it was cleaning after one of your inspections?
They cleaned it, but they did find a deficiency in the mechanicals, and then the Ansel system never was looked at.
And then to the best of your knowledge, that there was no other food cooked after that? The Ansel system was not
You
used
said
after
you weren't
that?
cooking any food, that I just had to take your word that you weren't going to cook food, that the system was not sufficient to cook food.
Okay. And then your recourse on any of the violations would to give an establishment time to correct, and then you guys would come and inspect? I have no other questions.
Just as brief follow-up then, to everybody else's, if that's okay?
Yep.
Okay, I'm showing what's marked as Exhibit 10, what is that?
This is the Bracer. This is where the contractors enter the data, and this is a deficiency letter that this automatically generates to the business owner that he's got deficiencies.
Okay, so there's multiple pages of this document. We have an October 21st, 2024, April 3rd, sorry, I probably could have organized those better, 2024, and then a May 2nd, 2025, correct?
Correct.
And that's indicating that this has been not in compliance through the Bracer program through those dates?
Correct.
Okay, and to your knowledge, it is still not in compliance?
According to Bracer, when I looked before this, no, that is not current.
Is there any reason that you can think of why there would be oil in the fryers if they're not using it?
probably to use it because it's going to get stinky and stale if it stays in there if he's not using it. So I would want to drain it. But I mean, that's.
I have no further questions.
Council? Thank you. Yep.
No, I don't have any. Okay.
Thank you.
And then I have one last witness, who will be Travis Borkenhagen.
Which is, I don't know who that is.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give in the matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Could you state and spell your name for the record, sir?
Travis Borkenhagen, TravisBorkenhagen.
How are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the Wisconsin Department of Revenue, Division of Alcohol Beverages.
What do you do as a special agent for the Department of Revenue, Department of Alcoholic Beverages?
Close.
Close.
Division, yeah, same thing. We conduct inspections, permit backgrounds, both for licensees and permittees for alcohol establishments.
All right. How long have you been engaged in this role?
I've been with the state for approximately 1 year.
All right. Do you have any other investigation background?
Yeah, for the last 12 years prior to that, I was a sergeant and an investigator at the City of Brooklyn Police Department.
All right. Do you have any experience with a Crossroads Chance bar in the city of, wait, I almost said my old job, Oshkosh?
Yes.
All right. And what role or involvement do you have?
I completed an inspection at that location in February of 2026.
February 2026, around February 26th of 2026, would you say?
Yes.
All right. Why did you go do an inspection there?
We had received several complaints related to a Crossroads Trans.
I don't need specifics necessarily, but I guess what's the general flavor or concern that you had going there?
The source of alcohol.
Source of the alcohol. What is required under state law to be the source of alcohol at a Class B establishment?
All alcohol licensees must obtain their alcohol from an approved distributor through the state of Wisconsin.
Okay. Other words, being a licensed wholesaler, is that a term you're familiar with?
Wholesaler, yeah.
Wholesaler, okay. Did you, prior to investigating a Crossroads Chance, have any contact with those wholesalers that a Crossroads Chance uses?
Yes.
All right. Were you aware of whether or not they were still vending or selling to a Crossroads Chance?
I was.
Were they or were they not?
They were not.
Okay. Which entities or establishments did you check into?
Sure. I spoke with Carla Wagner from Badger Liquor, an employee from Wisconsin Distributors, Lee Beverage, General Beverage, maybe Johnson Brothers as well.
Is there any other wholesalers that would be servicing this bar?
Possibly, I don't know.
Not that you're aware of? Oh, not that you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. Were any of those wholesalers selling to a Crossroads Chance as of or around the time of February 26, 2026?
No.
All right. How long had it been since they had received a wholesaler delivery?
Yeah, 1 second. It's been many months.
Many months. Since 2025?
Correct.
All right. Since, I think Carla's report was August of 2025?
Well, that sounds accurate.
All right. So you go do your investigation based on some of these concerns, and what, if anything, did you identify as a violation or issue?
Sure. I can just go through this in a listing type fashion if that's sufficient.
Yes, please.
Okay. When we were there, the obvious issue would be that we were made aware of the no agent as well for the licensed establishment, which is a requirement under 125.04. There was pre-mixed drink requirement violations. Those were located in the form of homemade drinks being put back into intoxicating liquor bottles.
I'm going to pause you for a second there because I've identified this one. So it's okay in some capacity to refill a bottle with a drink you mix in-house, right?
It is never legal to refill an empty intoxicating liquor bottle.
Okay, so never illegal to do that. And was it Crossroads Chance refilling these prior used alcohol liquor bottles?
Yes.
All right. And they were refilling them with their pre-mixed stuff?
Some of them.
Okay. So that's a violation right there?
Correct.
All right. All right, you were going down your list. What happened next?
So pre-mixed drink requirements, as well as the refilling, they kind of go hand in hand with that. Empty intoxicating liquor bottles were not defaced. When we spoke to an employee regarding that, asking why they weren't defaced, that employee had informed us that they were to not deface them and to save those bottles to do the refilling. Invoice issues, and then upon...
What do you mean by invoice issues? Can you explain that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so a lack of invoices on the premise. Mostly it was the way the invoices were retained, which was not prescribed by law.
Okay.
And then the follow-up investigation resulted in confirmation of, so far, which is not completed, approximately 14 bottles having come from unauthorized sources.
Okay. Still ongoing, there's other components that you're figuring out currently, but I just want to flesh out this 14 bottles scenario. So you seize some amount of alcohol, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And once you take that alcohol, you are doing some sort of evaluation to try to identify if it would have come from some of these receipts that a Crossroads Chance had, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you take all the receipts too?
I do not.
You do not?
Nope.
So how do you cross-reference or check this information?
So I had been in contact with Cody, and he had submitted to me numerous invoices as well, because at the time of the inspection, I believe the last known invoice was in the spring of 2025 that we had located, and then Cody had sent me after the fact invoices, with the last one coming to June 26th of 2025.
All right, so that's what he had provided you, and then you use that information to cross-reference some information on the alcohol bottle itself, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, so the alcohol bottles, previously, many, many years ago, they had tax stamps on them. They had since gone away with that. What a lot of distributors, not all distributors do, or producers do, are lot codes on the bottle. It's a laser-etched numerical system that is put onto a bottle. And on those lot codes are digits, letters, what have you. And those are able to be deciphered to be able to show the date, the year, the date, location, time in which that particular bottle of intoxicating liquor was manufactured.
Okay. So, 14 at least of these bottles have been stamped with information that shows you what specifically then? That's the violation. What do you learn from this?
That those 14 bottles have been confirmed to have been purchased from an unauthorized source because those lot code dates were after the last invoice provided.
Okay.
Both from Mr. Hughes as well as what I know from the distributors.
Okay. We had the agent, we had the refilling bottles, not defacing bottles, and then the at least 14 that are post-dating invoices. Any other violations from the DOR's perspective?
Contaminated liquor as well.
What does that mean?
There's a foreign substance within the liquor bottle.
All right.
And that can be summed up as insects, broken pour spouts, etc. Anything that's foreign in the intoxicating liquor bottle.
All right, and you observed that yourself as well?
Yes.
Okay. So with all of those violations, actually no, has any of the seized alcohol been provided or returned yet?
Not yet.
Okay. The last invoice you got was June 26th, you said, of 2025?
From Mr. Hughes, yes.
But nothing else that you are aware of?
I wouldn't be able to definitively say what was the last known invoice from a distributor.
Understood. To your knowledge, have any of those violations, those 4 or more that we've identified, been corrected, or have you not been back since?
I have not been back.
All right. I have no further questions for this witness.
Mr. Hughes?
How many of these inspections have you done?
I wouldn't even be able to give you an accurate count. A lot.
A lot?
Yeah.
And do you give an establishment a recourse when you do find violations?
What do you mean? Can you rephrase that?
How do you give an establishment, I will rephrase my question. How do you give an establishment, how do you give an establishment a recourse when you do find violations?
What do you mean? Can you rephrase that?
How do you give an establishment a recourse when you do find violations? How do you give an establishment a recourse when you do find violations? How do you give an establishment a recourse when you do find violations? How do you give an establishment a recourse when you do find violations? How do you give an establishment a recourse when you do find violations? How do you give an establishment a recourse when you do find violations? How do you give an establishment a recourse when you do find violations? How do you give an establishment a recourse when you do find violations? How do you give an establishment a recourse when you do find violations? How do you give an establishment a recourse when you do find violations? How do you give an establishment a recourse when you do find violations? How do you give an establishment a recourse when you do find violations? How do you give an establishment a recourse when you do find viola
I'll actually rephrase it again. Do you give an establishment time or a form to fix the problems that they have done?
I don't understand what you're trying to say. I mean, as far as the problems that are there, if we find alcohol that doesn't have invoices that match it, if we have contaminated liquor, those things, the contaminated liquor is destroyed. The alcohol that is there without invoices or that we can't corroborate with an invoice, that is subject to seizure because it's considered contraband at that time. But just like I did with you, we've communicated back and forth via email.
Yep.
I get the invoices, cross-reference all that information that I previously stated, and then in due time, some of that alcohol may be returned.
And how many bottles did you take?
Sure, just 1 second. Need my calculator real quick. Approximately 84 bottles.
84?
Correct.
And then you only found problems with 14
So far.
so far? And then, so how many have you inspected so far then? Has been inspected maybe, because I'm sure you don't do it yourself.
Of course, I do, yeah.
Oh, you do inspect them yourselves?
Yep.
And then, so how many bottles have you gone through then?
Of the bottles that were seized from your establishment?
Of the 84, yep.
I couldn't give you an accurate count. I don't want to misrepresent. what
Okay,
I'm-
so you're still going through the process of
Yes.
doing all that?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay. And then foreign objects in a bottle, is that common when you do inspections?
Yes.
Okay, and then what causes that, to your knowledge, the best of your knowledge?
Nature.
Nature.
Honestly, you know, when it comes to fruit flies, especially with the pour spouts on there, there's some devices, different types of pour spouts that establishments have used, and we found 0 contaminants within the bottles. But typical pour spouts, they do allow things to not only go out, but to come back in.
Yeah, of course. And then the bottles that you said are refilled into, I can't remember the terminology that you used, basically putting back into another liquor bottle. Were those being sold as those bottles? So let's say it was refilled into a Jose Silver bottle. Was it being sold as Jose Silver, or was it, what was it identified as?
Sure.
Or did you not ask?
Oh, no. I have those bottles, and I can tell you that one of the bottles had the letters, or had the word WAP listed on the outside, and I believe that was a bottle of cognac, but it had a paper tag on that. However, that's still a violation.
Nope, I completely understand it's a violation. I was just wondering, my question is it wasn't being sold as that liquor, basically?
It was not being represented as the cognac. Correct.
Oh, okay. It was being represented as a different substance, so it wasn't being sold. Okay, I'm not going to beat the dead horse, I apologize.
You're okay.
And then how long does your investigations usually take?
It depends. There's only 10 of us in the state, and between our caseload and whatever we have going on, it can be very quick, and it can be quite extensive.
And you had also said that you inspect these type of license every year as well, too, right?
Licensed establishments.
The licensed establishments, yes. So does the city or the state send you each liquor license to go over and inspect the paperwork, or no?
No.
That's not what you do?
No.
So then what is your process of the liquor license? Is it just the compliance part?
Correct, yeah.
Oh, okay. It was a genuine question. I don't think I have any other questions.
Counsel? Mr. Nichols, go right ahead, and then
Thanks.
followed by Mr. Flom.
So the way I understand it, you are still working through your investigation of this specific complaint?
Yes.
Is that right? And at the end of that, will you issue a report or a citation, or what comes of the investigation if there are violations?
We don't issue citations, unfortunately, at the state level. To make it simpler, the result could be the seizure of the alcohol, a warning letter to a crossroads chance, or it could result potentially in criminal charges.
Got it. And so as it relates to the city of Oshkosh, would you typically send a report or a complaint? How would a city find out that its licensee has violated liquor laws in the state of Wisconsin?
Sure. It depends, I guess, on the prior communications or known problems that the municipality might have with that particular establishment, and that may open up that dialogue. A lot of inspections are just standard, we stop in, do the inspection, and if very minor or no issues are located, the municipality sometimes does not know. Other times, I've had communications with the municipality or a police department prior to the inspection as well, and that dialogue continues.
Understood. And my understanding is that it's relatively, maybe it's, how common is it that there are violations found when you look at an establishment?
Sometimes we find violations and sometimes we don't find violations. Contaminated alcohol bottles are considered a violation, so that's pretty common. But it's case by case, honestly, and depends on what's located.
Thank you.
Mr. Flom, then Mr. Buelow.
Thank you. You may not be able to speak to this off the top of your head, but I'm going to ask a fairly simple question. In your record of service with the Department of Revenue, when you do seize liquor bottles, is this would you consider this to be on the high end or the low end of the number of bottles that you've seized?
I've had some places where I've seized bottles numbering 1, and I've had some that I have filled up several vehicles, including box truck.
Okay. And then just to follow up on that, in terms of the foreign objects in there, could you give us an example of what you may see in terms of broken bottles or objects placed in bottles? What is this, in your record of service, what do you usually see, and what is more frequent or more common?
Sure. The most common one is obviously insects or fruit flies. That's the most common thing, and I think every bar owner can attest that sometimes it's difficult to keep those things out. As far as objects placed into bottles, I've seen like cinnamon sticks, Jolly Ranchers, those types of things put into a bottle to enhance or change the flavor of the contents of it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Buelow.
As of yet, have you been able to locate the source for the 12 bottles that you suspect were not on the invoices?
No.
Okay.
Any further questions? Thank you. Counselor, any other witnesses?
I have no witnesses, no additional witnesses. I'm going to move in then the exhibits that I've referenced and identified, which would be 1, the actual 2025-2026 license, 2, the application, 25-26 application, 4, the conviction status, and then most specifically, I'm identifying pages 16 and 38 as being missing from the license application. Exhibit 5, the removal of agent, just the signpost. I skipped 3. It was just a printout of other parts of the record, so I didn't need that. Exhibit 5 is the removal of agent form. Exhibit 6 was emails from the clerk's office. Exhibit 7, DOR notice, wholesalers report. Exhibit 8, 2024 fire inspection report. Exhibit 9, 2025 fire inspection report. Exhibit 10, letters and notices from the fire department. I'd moved 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 into evidence.
Do you object to any of those coming into evidence?
No.
Mr. Hughes? Thank you. Those will be entered into the record.
And then with that, I'll rest subject to rebuttal.
Okay. Mr. Hughes, now is your time. Testimony from yourself or your option or your opportunity to call witnesses. You'll do direct examination first, and then he'll have a chance to rebut or cross-examine, excuse me, and then counsel will have the same opportunity to ask questions just like when he did. So now's your time to either testify yourself, provide your own testimony, or call witnesses.
I'm going to recall Cheryl.
Bianchi.
Bianchi?
Bianchi.
Ms. Bianchi, if you wouldn't mind. A reminder that you're still under oath. Mr. Hughes, proceed.
I promise I will make this very quick, and I will make it very painless. I apologize. I just remembered that I had just one other question. You had stated that this paperwork has not changed. Has there been any added paperwork besides the removal of current agent from liquor license? I know that's brand new. We did that specifically. because it's just not normal, especially here. Just to the liquor license, has there been there's been no paperwork change at all in the last few years?
I don't know what it was like before I got here, but I know that the only form that is in that packet that is not a state form is the PD, like what I would think should be the very start of the packet.
Okay. And then, to the best of your knowledge with, I'm going to refer to the, I apologize, the AB 100. That gets filled out by the agent and the owner of the liquor license? Is that correct?
You're asking the 100 or the 101?
AB 100.
The 100 could be however many people are a part of it.
And to the best of your knowledge, you've worked in that specific office, you said, for, was it 8 years?
Correct.
So to the best of your knowledge, has that paperwork only been specific to the agent at any point?
The ones I've seen are just specifically the agent, because they're the only people.
Oh.
Everybody's different here in the city, though. Like, you'll have...
As in the agent will match the owner, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, I apologize. That's actually the only question I had.
Counsel, or excuse me, yeah, counsel.
I have nothing additional.
Okay.
I have one more
Counsel,
question.
Mr. Nick.
Are there any, from my understanding is, Mr. Hughes had made an application and then it sounds like made several amendments to the application, and one, the latest of which is pending before the police department for the 25-26 application.
Correct.
Is that correct? Are there any other applications for Oshkosh businesses that are still pending for the 25-26 liquor license?
No. Not with an agent name change, no.
Okay, so he's the only one in this circumstance?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Counsel, any other questions? I see none. Thank you.
I'm going to call myself then.
Yep.
Just so I can make my own testimony then.
Give that opportunity, yep.
Ooh.
And you were sworn in at the beginning, so remember.
I was sworn in.
Yep.
Sworn in. Thank you. This is a lot. So I'm just going to speak to the council directly at this point. If you have any other questions from there, I guess I can be cross-examined. To the overhead being used, the only person that has said that it has been used is the health department right now, or that was testified, I should say, that has testified that it was being used as the health department. The health department does not even specialize in that, did not look into the fryer to see if it was still oil in there, and did not testify that it was, food was even being served. It was just to her, best to her knowledge, and she's just not the specialist to that. We haven't. The fryer is shiny clean because I personally hand scrubbed that thing back to almost brand new because we're not using it. Do I allow the bartenders to cook their meals if they're hungry or something? Yeah, I'm not going to starve them out. I'm not going to deny that. But that's a personal meal. They want to go in and cook themselves something, they can. I don't care. But there was never an inspection from the fire department since 2024 that even said that I was cooking. So to stay compliant with something that I'm not even using, even the fire department says I don't even have to. I've been in business for almost 5 years now, and I'm not saying it goes without help. And with that being said, I hired hired an agent that I have on here because the city council wouldn't approve me to be on my own liquor license, nor would the city police department. And that was proven when I put in my agent change, which is the paperwork that's not in front of you, of course, because that was denied. And then after that, I didn't even receive the denial for months. I didn't hear back from the police department on my approval or denial. I almost want to say until November, December. So when I put my paperwork in August, I didn't hear back from them until almost December. Because again, they're busy. It happens. It is what it is. Did I start the process of trying to get a new agent? Yes, I went down to the city of Oshkosh. I got new paperwork. I found a new agent. I thought she mailed it in. It never got mailed in. I got new paperwork. I filled it out. I had some health issues that had came up, and they were literally in my glove box. They got forgot about. The car was taken. I got a new car. Anyways, to sum that up, I filled out the paperwork. Once this started, when they came up with the problem of, oh, there's no agent, no problem, I'll fill out new paperwork. Cheryl even said that there is paperwork pending. I didn't just go and find a new agent to be, oh, I just need to put somebody on there so I can reopen. No, I went and found somebody that has done this for longer than I've been alive, considering it's my mother. She has worked as a bar manager since before I was even born, and is currently a manager at 2 different establishments out of Green Bay, that knows the proper procedure, the proper things, and that way she follows it to the T. And I'm not just going to find somebody to continue on working so I can get around things. I'm not trying to get around things at all. Through every testimony that a witness has said, when there was a problem, I fixed the problem. Every one of those people give a recourse to fix the problem. So I'm asking the city to give a recourse and a time to fix the problem. I've worked very hard to be where I am today. If I was able to present people to come up here and testify on that, we would be here long until tomorrow with the people that I would tell you how much I give back to my community, I help when I can, and I haven't skipped a holiday to provide a free meal. I don't take no handouts. I don't take handouts to provide that. I do it all myself, whether I'm down or not. It is what it is. I provide that, though, and that's just because of who I am. The City of Oshkosh Police Department decided that with my background, I wasn't able to. I can't give you something that I don't have, and he never presented anything. Cheryl had also stated that if there was an issue with the background, the police department would have contacted me directly. I testified to that before she even testified, and that was what happened. When they found the indiscretion that was on that paperwork, I just didn't fill it out. This is with Exhibit 2 is what I'm referring to, which is the application. You guys have seen many of these, obviously, thousands of times or hundreds of times. I didn't fill out the paperwork. Did I briefly look over it? Yes, it looked decently because everybody has seen, this would be my second or third time going through this. And so that was the discrepancy with that, and I did fix that with the police department. When it comes to the fire department, when they have issues, I either don't, look, if you guys don't want me to, I won't do it. It's fine. That's no problem. I won't cook until I remedy it. I did remedy it. I tried the food menu. The food menu did very well for a while, and then it was repair it, which would have costed me, I think it was like $1,200 or something like that. Repair it and continue on with something that's kind of working, or let it go and do what I can do. So we went to pizzas for the most time, or we used ovens, which some of them don't even require, what I work with doesn't require an overhead. I use hot hold, so hot holds that have the temperature control, which is what the health department requires, has to have the temperature control on the devices that I use, so, not crock pots like a Nesco's or something like that, to the industrial level to where I can control the cooking temperature and stuff like that, and the holding temperature, I do that. At every point of a violation or anything like that, I get a chance to fix it, and that's all I'm asking for, is a chance to fix this. I'm not saying that I did everything right. I'm not saying that I didn't do anything wrong. I'm not saying that he's not wrong and I didn't violate. Obviously, I did. But at the same time, I was still taking steps during this to get a license, a licensed agent. I'm not, these bottles that are being, 84 bottles, he only found 14 so far that were bought out, and that's because I had to, but at some point, I guess I never asked the question, and I don't know. I was always under the impression that there was an allocated amount that you're able to buy from a distributor. That's what I went under. I'm not a specialist. If I did wrong, I did wrong, and I can admit that, and I'm okay with admitting that. What I'm not okay with is just saying that I'm done, and that's because I can fix it. It's not something that I'm trying to defraud the city of Oshkosh or anything like that. Since I lost the agent, I have to find somebody that I can trust, not only with the workings of the business, but also trust that they actually know what they're doing. Obviously, I don't know everything that I'm doing, period. When I went into this business, I tried to go in with somebody that knew everything that there was, because they were already a bar owner. They backed out on me last minute. When they backed out on me and I mean last minute, like liquor license paperwork was due in May. They backed out on me like the first week of May, gave me a computer and said, figure it out. And I figured it out. And that's what I did. Every step of the way where there was a recourse to be remedied, I remedied it and I fixed it. When there was a problem, I fixed it. All I'm asking for is time to fix the problem. If I have to close for a little bit and stay or remain closed for a little bit until I'm back in compliance, that's no problem. I'm okay with doing that, but I'm asking not to be stripped of a license that at every point there was a statement that there was recourse. I'm asking the city for recourse, for a remedy, for a steps to take. I'm not a master of this craft. I don't pretend to be a master of this craft. What I am is determined to make this work, and I'm determined to stay compliant. The one question, he's part of the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. I get one headache a year. That's what I keep telling everybody, and I also keep admitting to people that ask that I get one headache a year. I made a mistake, and I'm willing to fix it. I just want the chance to fix it. And if that time has passed, the time has passed. But the invoices that were given to them he still had bottles, he took bottles that had dust on them, basically. So the inflated number of 84 bottles that he took, a lot of those are going to come back because a lot of those just didn't get sold. And if I had enough time to have a bar owner up here to, I won't say that, I'd like to actually take that back. I was given enough time. I came in here with the understanding that I could get more time, and I didn't prepare myself enough. So let me stop making excuses. I didn't take enough time to get enough people here, and that's fine. So I guess my own testimony is that every one of the steps that comes in for the inspections of the liquor license, the compliance, and everything like that, they all give recourse. And when I was given a recourse, I did it. There was nobody that came up here and said, nope, he wasn't in compliance, he wasn't in compliance, he wasn't in compliance, and he didn't fix. It was, he wasn't in compliance, he fixed it. The fire department didn't even come in and see if I'm actually using fryers. I'm telling you, the fryer, there's nothing in them. There's nothing in them. And in the freezer, it's down the stairs, and there's ice in there. That's it. That's what's in there is ice. Because my ice machine doesn't work. So I go and buy ice, and that's what's in the freezer. And they would have done that had all they had to do was look. So I'm willing to do the due diligence and to ensure that I do everything right. I got a person that is waiting, that has no background problems, anything like that. The change that there was not spoke about is that for this liquor license for Exhibit 2, this liquor license changed. It changed. We all know before Cheryl, there was another person that ran the clerk's office. We all know what happened. So the thing is this paperwork only used to be dedicated to the agent. The agent was the only one that went through the background, period. And then when that did change, and they wanted me on the paperwork as the owner, I put in my background. I can't hide from it, you know what I mean? It's not something I can hide from, it's public record. Anybody behind me can go look at my record, it is what it is. I don't hide from it. I am saying that from each one of my mistakes that you can look up from me, I fixed. I've been in business, this year it'll be 5 years. I've been sober for 9. I've been serving alcohol for 5 years as an alcoholic and been sober for all 5 of those. Because I understand I have a problem, so I fixed it. That's all I'm asking for, is the recourse to fix it. So we could be run through the mud or anything like that. I didn't sell liquor as a misrepresentation. If it was in a Douce bottle, Douce was sold as Douce. It was apple pie. And if any one of the members go to a bar and be like, oh, we went to a bar for a Packer game or been to a Packer, or to watch a Packer game or stuff like that, you get apple pie for a touchdown shot. That's staple for almost any bar I know in Oshkosh. And I'm a Bears fan, and I still give out a free shot for the Packers touchdown. So, because I understand how it works, and I understand how it works with, if you do something wrong, you fix it. I have taken the steps. I have tried to take the steps. Did I make a mistake? Yep, I absolutely did. But all the liquor that I have been selling, there's still liquor that he's got dust on them. I was selling liquor that was supposed to be sold. Have I bought from non-distributors? Cool. I understand. I did. And that's just because I couldn't buy from nobody else, and I had to keep it going while the paperwork is being in stalemate. Bills are still due no matter what. It doesn't matter what I sell or don't sell, bills are still due. And I did that. And I'm sorry. What I'm telling you is if I have to stop, and if I lose it, I lose it. It is what it is. You know, it is what it is. All I'm asking for is a chance to give me recourse, not to just strip it. Don't take my license. Don't take the license. The person that I put in for the license as the agent has a cleaner record than most of your dishes that come out of a dishwasher. And she knows what she's doing. That's the most important part, is that she already runs and manages a gas station and a liquor store and does all the ordering and stuff to make sure it's done right. When I told her what had happened, trust me, there's nothing that you guys can say to me that is worse than what she said to me, and that's why I chose her. I have a person to fix these problems, and that's what I'm telling you today. That's my testimony. There's issues in here. I made a mistake. Give me a recourse, and I can fix it. I can. That's it.
Thank you. Counselor?
Sure, is this my chance for I don't have questions.
Nope, not closing statement yet.
Okay.
So he's still in his...
I don't have questions.
Okay. Counsel, do you have direct questions for Mr. Hughes? Mr. Beal?
Just want to double check, make sure I understand even from your own mouth. Are you current on your bills to your wholesalers right now?
I can't, the wholesalers won't really take my phone call to pay them. And I can pay all my wholesalers. With that question, I'm going to answer is this. When it comes to the wholesalers sending that paperwork in, the reason why I asked the question is what they do with it is they hold the license for the renewal. As in, they won't relinquish, like right now, if I put the renewal paperwork in, they won't, you guys will still hear it. They'll still send it to council. And if they want to recall her back up here, it's happened to me before. I have gone into delinquency with a distributor before, remedied it, fixed it, and got my license. The answer to your question, I apologize, is no, but I can.
Okay. Do you have a bartending serving license?
Yes.
An operator's license? Yeah.
Yeah, yep.
Okay, how long have you had that?
Since, well, isn't this it right here?
No, your license to serve, like as a bartender.
Oh, yeah, since 2020. 2020.
2020, okay. Would that be the last time you went through the Safe Serve class to get it?
2020.
Yeah, okay. I know most of them are online. I've been a bartender for a long time, so I hear you. You're talking about the agent that you have that can possibly come in and help you out.
Yes.
Your mom, right?
Yes.
And she has some other businesses that she has to oversee?
She does. She works part-time for, I want to say a mobile and a liquor license in Green Bay. She's disabled and almost retired, so she only takes certain hours up there. But she does oversee their paperwork.
How much time commitment would she be able to provide to you in this establishment and oversight?
I don't want to be a country. I don't want to sound country, but I will say that from her own words, she be on me worse than flies on, yep. So she has no intentions on letting this go. I asked her when we first opened if she would do this, and she didn't have enough time to do it because she lived out of town. She wouldn't have agreed to it if she couldn't give me the dedicated time to. So she does plan on doing all of the liquor license, all the liquor ordering and maintenance on everything to keep us compliant. So I'm not saying she's going to be full-time there, but I am saying that she plans on being there and overseeing absolutely everything.
How many, if you continued and you had full staff, how many bartenders would you have there?
4.
Who would oversee their training and discipline and management?
I do. And she would. That's what the last agent was. So I would like, that's the point of having a new agent, is that she would be the one that oversees all the bartenders and stuff like that as well. And to that point, we don't have any underage violations. My bartenders check your IDs. Oh, I apologize. Nope, let me apologize. I'm wrong. There was one violation for an underage, and that was sometime last year. I wasn't there. It was a newer bartender just moving too fast. And she's not there anymore. So I pride myself on getting those letters from the city that we do not serve underage. We card anything and everything. And if I was able to, I'd put any one of my bartenders up here to tell you that Cody doesn't vouch for no one. So I don't care if you know the owner. If the bartender says they need your ID, they need your ID. And my mom plays less games than me.
No problem.
Council, any other questions for the licensee? Mr. Praska.
Because we've been talking about agents and what they do and what they don't do and how often they can be there. Attorney Serwin, do you have any, something that might help the council as far as your understanding of the law? You had mentioned 12504 as far as what the qualifications are. Do you have any opinion on qualifications for an agent of an LLC in particular? And if you don't, that's fine. I just want to make sure the council has as much information before them as possible.
Sure. All alcohol permit licensees, whether it's going to be, and I was going to cite to it, but the LLC itself, including officers, directors, members, managers of the entity, have to meet the qualifications of licensure. So does the agent. Is your question in terms of how frequently they have to be there? Or?
So I'm looking at, and this is between lawyers because you don't have it in front of you, 12504 sub 6, where it talks about licenses to corporations and limited liability companies, appointment of agents. It talks about, and you can have a chance, Mr. Hughes, in a second, that an agent, even if, as I read it, even if a LLC or a corporation doesn't necessarily meet the requirements, if an agent is appointed that meets the requirements and the agent has full authority through a written delegation, full authority to control the premises described in the license or permit. So don't know if you're looking at that, but do you think that part applies to Mr. Hughes?
I'm just not seeing, I'm sorry, 6A, 1, 2, or B, or C?
6A, 1 and 2.
The only, I guess, maybe I'm missing your point, but I've always applied this as that the agent is effectively the entity or the individual that normally speaks for the license. Whenever I do these in other municipalities, that's who's usually sitting here. That's the person that's responsible for the license. There is no agent here, which is one of the violations. The agent has to meet the qualifications, but so do, at least from my understanding of the law, those individuals that are integral to the operation of the business. Now, I don't know if that's your analysis as well, but that's how I've interpreted it.
Yes. So I wanted to flesh out a little bit. Mr. Hughes was talking about, can the agent be there once a week or less or more? It's my view that there are strict rules that the agent has to be actively involved and actively controlling and not just available when needed. So that's the point I'm trying to get across. That was my question. Mr. Hughes, I don't know if you have any thoughts about that. I asked Mr. Serwin, certainly you can respond.
No, my mom, the new agent, let me stop. The new agent plans on fully controlling everything that deals with distributors, selling, and buying of the liquor to keep us in compliance. Also with the compliance with the fire department of any food sales, and the compliance with the health department as well. She plans on overseeing the entire company, which is also given her the right, and because I believe if I can't see it, so I can't repeat it, which is also if, from my interpretation of it is if I don't meet those requirements to do that, it then has to be affidavitted over to an agent of the liquor license, and in the application for the liquor license, when they do sign as the agent, it absolutely says that they get control of the sales of the liquor and everything like that.
But also to Attorney Serwin's point, there is no agent now, so it is you. So whether you are eligible or not is an important question when there is no agent, correct?
I absolutely agree.
All right.
And that's why I had put the paperwork in for the new agent, which is all we're waiting on is the police department.
When was that paperwork submitted?
First week of this month. What month are we in, March? Yeah, right after the 26th, right after the inspections that the Department of Revenue and the health inspector came and did, the 26th. I almost want to say it was done within a day or two of that.
Okay.
It was done within there.
In regards to an agent, if allowed to continue, I want to make sure, because what I heard before was different from what I think I just heard. Will the new agent be running the business in its entirety?
I will still be the owner, but even I will answer to her. So it won't just be the fact of she's coming in, going to oversee all the employees and the liquor sales. She will also be overseeing myself and making sure that I'm following it as well. She's not just coming in as a person to be a name, she's coming in to, will she have stake in the company? She can. She'd lose her, just, yeah, she can. So she can. So she would be overseeing me and all my employees, all her employees at that point. So, yeah, she's not just coming in as an advisor or anything like that. No, she's coming in to,
Are you currently serving any food at all?
no,
No food
I don't
at
serve any
all,
food.
zero?
I apologize, pickled eggs.
Thank you. To clarify, Mr. Beal asked a question, and I think I wanted to make sure I hear it correctly, so I'm trying not to do an asked and answered here, but I want to make sure it's clear. Are you still indebted to alcohol wholesalers? Doesn't matter which ones. Are you still indebted to any alcohol wholesalers?
Yes.
And I think it was your testimony that you haven't paid them because they won't take your call to make the payment. And I'm paraphrasing, and I don't want that, so I'm going to make sure I give you a chance to make sure it's really clear. Why haven't you, up to this point, made them whole? Knowing that that's a state requirement.
When I called Badger, when they sent it to, I'd like to answer your question full. Badger doesn't even hold Badger's already been paid for this. They took it to a creditor, so a debt collector. So they've already been paid from the debt collector from it in the first place. I have to then figure out which debt collector has it, pay them off, then they will start selling to me again. This is the only wholesaler that, to my knowledge, has even sent it to a creditor and doesn't hold it themselves, because most of the times, let's say we're an invoice or two behind or whatever, hey, Cody, just, put an extra 75 on this one, we'll catch up that last one in a few invoices, and we'll catch it up. I didn't get that time. And when I lost the agent, we closed for, I want to say just about a month. We didn't do any type of sales of anything for about a month, and that set me back quite a bit, so I wasn't able to catch up to the wholesalers. And so, yeah, I guess that's my.
Besides Badger, whose debt has been sold to a collection agency, there are other wholesalers that are still indebted, that you are indebted?
I mean, it's like $100, and that's the point of is, usually it gets paid off on, like, because sometimes you're always an invoice behind, basically. So if they're coming on Tuesday and they don't come every 2 weeks, they're giving me the bill from 2 weeks ago, that's what's getting paid, not what they're dropping off that day. So when they come, you pay the last bill that's owed. And they just haven't come, I guess. So no, anyone that I'm indebted to, I have not made whole, no, but I am willing and can make whole. I'm able to remedy, and my point of that is that when they send stuff like this, and they do send it to the clerk doesn't say, hey, you can't sell alcohol anymore, even with the statute being what it is, they don't do that. They say, they don't even mention it until you go to your renewal. And when you go to renewal, like when the paperwork's due, because I got to send that paperwork in the next month, I would have to send that paperwork in the next month. Hey, you have to fix this, and this before we're even going to release this. And there has been a time where they won't even send it to council until they will outright deny before you guys even see it. So I'm just asking for that same amount of time that I'm allocated any other time, basically.
Okay, that's all I have. Council, any other questions?
I have a couple questions, and I want to just make sure I understand your testimony, I guess starting from the beginning, but you learned about this hearing on Thursday?
Yes.
Wednesday?
Wednesday or Thursday.
Last week.
Yeah,
You
last
heard
week.
about last week. And you've known that you needed, well, I guess I should say, your agent left sometime middle of last year.
Yes.
I think there were several dates that we've seen so far.
Yep.
And I think we heard testimony too that City of Oshkosh didn't have a form to say that that was a removal process. That was new as part of it. That's why there was an issue with the dates. That's my understanding. And you've filed a couple of amendments to your application, and you're still waiting on the City of Oshkosh to respond to that for the agent piece?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah, there's been 3 different amendments to this same application.
And you haven't received the final decision from that, is that right?
Not from the third time, no.
Okay. There was some conversation about convictions. It's your testimony that you believe that changed over the last couple of years in terms of what was requested of you?
No, what changed is that it was the license, when we first opened this the application, I apologize. The application process never mentioned the owner. It just never did. It only mentioned the agent. It only focused on the agent. In the last few years, it then added a second AB 100, so that I fill it out, she fills out the same paperwork for the background, and it is then submitted. So,
yeah, and I think that makes sense. And then you did provide criminal history, including an addendum on a looks like just lined piece of paper.
Yep.
Some criminal. And then when you were asked about it, you responded to the police department with some missing violations.
This isn't what no. This is
as one of your amendments.
No, this isn't amended. This was sent in with the paperwork.
Right.
So this was sent in with your, excuse me, you're talking about on behind page.
Yep, that was the original application,
one.
but you've amended it since.
Yeah, this has been, I wouldn't want to say amended because it was never sent into the city. So like I never filled out paperwork again. I only communicated with the police department, because the police department is the one that called me.
Yeah.
They're the ones that wanted the form updated.
Supplemented, a better word?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
There's some indebtedness issues. It sounds like it was collections, and you're trying to figure out who the right person is to pay, but the total of that amount that we've seen, I think, is less than $700. Does that seem right?
Yep.
You have received a report from the health department, but that doesn't have to do with your liquor license. You received no report or inspection in 2026 from the fire department.
No.
Is that right? And then you are aware of an investigation by the Department of Revenue, but you have received no report from them. You've received some emails so far, but it sounds like their investigation is not complete. Is that right?
They gave me an initial, the paperwork that he was reading off of, like the bottles and stuff that he did the calculations on. It's just, he only summarized the bottles that he took, so an itemized form, that's all he said. And then and a brief, to the best of my knowledge, and then a brief of the violations of the refill and the buying from a distributor, but that was only as mentioned from an allegation. It wasn't a finding, it was just an allegation. So I guess to answer your question, he has not finalized that at all. I have not received a finalization of that investigation at all.
You have an inventory list, but you still are waiting on a determination.
Yeah, and then when that did happen, i.e. within a few days of that time, I immediately initiated contact with them to find the further invoices and stuff like that that the department did not get. It was just.
It sounds like you provided them with what you had.
Yeah.
And your understanding, just so that my understanding is that based on those facts, we are being asked to revoke your liquor license.
Yes.
Thank you.
Council, any other questions?
I guess I'll just clarify some Googling that I just did that.
I want to be careful.
Okay.
Council members should not be submitting evidence. It's on the applicant and the.
I have nothing to say.
On the on the licensee and the complainant.
It was just clarifying something, but that's fine.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're not providing testimony. Okay. I see nothing more from council regarding your direct testimony. With that, closing statements.
Thank you. I assume I'll go first
Yep.
since I'm the prosecutor.
Complainant and then licensee.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. We have 7 violations that were alleged in the complaint. I'm going to go through them and tell you what I think the evidence said, but I also want to key in on one of these issues that I think has kind of been what we talked about the last 15, 20 minutes, is this recourse or having the chance to rectify some situation. All of these different violations come and stem from different entities, different groups. It's the health department, it's the fire department, it's the clerk's office, it's the Department of Revenue, a state agency, not even somebody from the city. They all have their own little mechanisms for corrections. Sorry.
Can you bring that microphone a little
Yes.
closer to make sure that? it's-
You bet.
Thank you.
Thank you. They all have their own mechanisms for enforcement, whatever those may be. Chapter 125 vests that authority on the license to you all, to the Common Council. And so when all these comments are coming out about, I need a chance or should have a chance or I get time normally from these entities, that might all be true. But what I'm alleging is this body of work, this issue in mass of the defects in this license over a long period of time. And you are the body that has the recourse, the ability for recourse. And just to be clear, the options in front of you are revocation, which is the finality of the whole scenario. There's also suspension, which can be between 10 and 90 days, okay? So those are your only two options, somewhere between 10 to 90 days or revocation. You have the say in what happens in this matter. No matter what these other entities thought they would do with their violations, whether it's a warning, whether I'll come back in a week, whether it is I'm not going to do anything because I don't really have any purview over his license, that's because you get this opportunity, and that's why you are presented with this complaint. In terms of the violations, 1, 2, and 3 kind of go hand in hand. 1 being the lack of an agent, 2 being the inability for Mr. Hughes to meet the license qualifications, and the third being the conditions of the license and the information provided in the application. Mr. Hughes admits now that he doesn't have an agent. That person was, at least from Nicole's testimony, there was some phone call in the beginning of June. On the form that she had filled out, it's May 26th. I'm submitting to you that the information presented to you that's really uncontested at this point is that end of May, early June 2025, she stopped being the agent. Mr. Hughes has not been able to get an agent since that time. He's tried to get himself to be the agent. That was one of the applications he made. But under the law, no license or permit related to alcohol beverages may be issued, subject to some very strict requirements for the offenses being related to the offense, or the convictions being related to the license activity, may be issued to any person that's a habitual law offender. Exhibit 4 is multiple pages, about 104 pages. I went through select ones of those intentionally because they are very specifically related to license activity and don't appear on the application that you would have considered to grant him this license in the first place. Had you had that information, I would hope that you consider that as potential as habitual law offender, and that they're substantially related to the license activity. The ones I'm most specifically talking about are that 2012, what is identified as a conviction for ignition interlock tampering and failure to install from a dated offense. Now, I give Mr. Hughes a lot of credit for what he's told the council and what he's taken on himself. And if he's been sober all that time, that's fantastic, right? This is something that stems from a prior offense that he has listed, OWI offenses, and you have to get it installed. If it's been since 2013, and this is a 2012 case, that we haven't had an IID installed, ignition interlock, that's a long time for that violation to persist and exist. That is directly related to alcohol, it's directly related to your ability to trust and to license somebody that is supposed to be responsible for what's going on in his establishment, okay? So, we hit the lack of agent, we hit the fact that Mr. Hughes got rejected from being his own agent because he can't meet those necessary qualifications. And just to clarify a point of the law there, a licensee has to meet the qualifications. I had it all highlighted up before and then I moved around. Corporations and limited liability companies have to have an agent that meets the qualifications, and the officers, directors, and members and managers must meet the qualifications for licensure. This concept of the law has changed, and he wasn't required to provide this information previously, is incorrect. This is the way the law is written, and it's been the way the law is written. I don't know if we just didn't notice that in the past, or it wasn't asked for, or Mr. Hughes didn't provide it. This is where he has to provide that information in the application. The third part is we're missing some very important components specific to that ignition interlock device. There's a 2014 felony offense that I asked about that doesn't exist. Mr. Hughes had said it after the fact. I've updated the police department with that information. The license was approved on the information that he provided. He has to provide accurate information. Your code says that. It's section 4-22, conditions of license require all licenses and applications to be true and accurate. 1, 2, 3. 4. Indebted to wholesalers, he's admitted he's still indebted. It's a low value, but he literally cannot obtain a new license until that gets cleared up. The law says you can't have a license, and you can't be approved for a license while you're indebted to a wholesaler. So at this point in time, even with a new license coming through in the near future, he's prohibited. He's still indebted to the wholesalers. That's count 4. Count 5. This one's goofy because there's not really a great way under Chapter 125 to pull in a violation for a restaurant. If you own a restaurant and you operate a restaurant, you have to be in compliance with the health codes. The health department isn't the one that issued this, it's the fire department. And so what I'm alleging in this one is oftentimes what you would see for like bar fights and different things in decent and proper house. I've also alleged it for, and not in this case, but functional defects to the property. The floor is sagging, the roof is sagging, it's unsafe, it's an indecent place, it's a place that you can't operate this business. Mr. Hughes has a food license. The health department is the one who reviews these food licenses. They're the ones who saw the food, or the grease in the oil in the fryers. Now I understand Mr. Hughes is saying that's not true. We have a person who's trained to look for this stuff for the health code, for the food permit, that says she saw it in both fryers. I have to rely on what my witness says, and I think that she's accurate. I think she passed this information. When you see something, you say something. She was so convinced of this that she passed it on to the fire department, who then issued their subsequent orders because they're aware that this has not been serviced since 2024. They can't cook. There's evidence that suggests and shows that they are cooking actually and using these fryers. It's a health and safety hazard. It's a fire hazard, and that's really what that boils down to. 6, 7, those are really coming from the DOR, the Department of Revenue. Again, I think it's pretty uncontested from Mr. Hughes that they're refilling these bottles. He might not know the requirements that he has to he can't refill the bottles. The DOR is very clear. You can't refill these bottles. You can't do it. And he's doing it. It's kind of a ticky-tacky violation. But we're looking at 7 violations total, and the last one being that he's purchased from wholesale or non-wholesalers and he's selling this information. He's trying to get around the requirements of the state statute. And that's really what this all boils down to in general, is 7 violations of just either kind of sloppy or trying to get around stuff or not having the ability to operate this kind of highly licensed, really important business in the city. That it's rare that you have this kind of oversight over a business, right? You don't get to look at most anything other than zoning or other businesses to make sure they're in the right place. Bars are a special entity. You have a lot of oversight over them. And there's 7 violations here that show that Mr. Hughes, 1 off, maybe he gets a little more time. 2 off, he's getting time from all of these separate entities. The entirety of this picture here is that there's 7 violations, 7 active violations, and they just show the picture of a bar that is not being run or operated appropriately or properly for the city to continue or to allow to continue. I'll defer to you to what the rate outcome is. You are the board and the body and the common council that decides that. But certainly there are violations here that need to be corrected. And Mr. Hughes has been on notice for quite some time that he needs to correct these. I don't know that more time is going to be functional. You're just going to end up in the same exact spot again where he's had previous wholesalers. The license agent is missing. These are repeat violations. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hughes, a closing statement?
As I testified to, I'm not going to begin to even make excuses. It is what it is. But even as the counselor just stated himself, or he had even stated himself, my record only pertains to, and the wholesalers only pertain to retain a new license. So, and that doesn't happen for another 3 months. Actually, almost to the day, another 3 months for another. So that's just not even relevant, just because I have 3 months to remedy to pay the wholesalers to make them whole, to obtain a new license. As the deputy city attorney stated out, and he had mentioned that the law states that a licensee is not allowed to, all licensee managers of the operations have to meet the qualifications, but even on your own city attorney's statements, I should say, and point out in that law is that unless it is all signed over to the agent, and even in your application, everything is signed over to the agent to oversee and everything like that, which is also why that it doesn't pertain to keeping the license. There's 7 violations, high or low, it doesn't matter. There's still 7 violations. It doesn't matter. To me, it's not a degree of how bad it is or how less bad it is, if that's total bad grammar, but they're there. And like I said, I can accept what happens, and I can accept whatever you guys decide. But I am also saying that even with the testimony of the witnesses that he provided and in the paperwork in front of you, every time that there was time to fix the problem, I fixed the problem. I did. I fixed the problem. And I'm not just trying to put a Band-Aid on it this time. I'm not trying to rub some dirt on it. I'm trying to put a cast on it, let it heal, and do it the right way. Again, I'm not, I don't have 30 years in this business. I don't have 10 years of going to school. I don't have a degree or anything like that. I'm not selfish. I'm selfless, and this isn't just looking. The best thing about this is there's 7 of you to make the decision. I don't know if you 3 get to, but I know you 7 for sure get to make the decision on it. And is you get to see it not only from the standpoint of legality, but you also get your humans. So you get your own opinion in it as well. And I'm telling you, if you give me something to fix, I can fix it. And I'm only asking that you see that it's been presented that all other entities of this city that do get the oversight of the business, they all offer recourse. Every single last one of them. From the health department to the fire department, and it was even the fire department's own, they haven't even been here this year to say that there is a violation or anything because they don't know. A health department official can't say that the Ansel system is outdated because it's not her specialty. Did she see something? She said something? Yes, she did. But she didn't even look in the fryers. And I know if you looked at that fryer and it was shiny clean, that means that fryer's been freshly cleaned and it has been scrubbed back to brand new. That doesn't happen with a working fryer. And I don't have 2 fryers. The 2 fryers that I do have, the one I haven't used since 2003, so I know there's no oil in there, it's empty. I'm asking for a recourse. I'm asking for your understanding that I've put somebody in place to make sure this never happens again. I'm not putting a Band-Aid on it. I'm trying to fix it. And I will accept, without contest, whatever the city decides. That's what I'd say.
Thank you. With that, we'll declare the hearing closed. Before we move into our actions, for those of you that are whispering in the back, you're not as quiet as you think you are. If you feel the need to talk to someone, please step out in the hallway so you're not a distraction to the proceedings that are going on here in the room, please. Thank you. Councilmember deliberation phase. We'll put this on the floor.
Put the motion on the floor, is that what you're asking? A motion to revoke combination Class B license and the mechanical entertainment device license because a license is granted via resolution. Probably don't have to read that.
Second.
So the motion to revoke is on the floor. Council, it is prescribed that we have the ability to go into closed session. It's very narrow parameters. It would be my preference, unless, it'd be my preference to stay in open session. If you have something to say, you should be willing to, quite honestly, say it in public. And so that should happen here in terms of our discussion. That would be my preference, to stay in open session. Deputy Mayor, first.
Yeah, I agree with that. I guess just question on, you said we can only revoke or suspend. If the license is suspended and we ask him to make fixes to it, can he, if he comes back and it is not, if things have not been fixed, do we have to do this all again to revoke it? Or is there like a, you didn't fix it, it's revoked? How does that?
So first of all, before I answer that question, you have to figure out, did the prosecutor meet all the burden? So you have to figure out.
We will make a findings of fact.
Findings of facts. Yes. And then after you figure out what was proven, what wasn't proven, then you figure out what the solution would be. Ultimately, it would have to be a condition that would have to come back before here and have something like this to prove that he did or he didn't. That's not something that we can, you can't delegate to the clerk or our office or the city manager. So that's, you ultimately would have to decide in a similar fashion whether or not he met the restrictions you're putting on.
And I guess just for clarification, in this format, like another kind of quasi-judicial.
Another public.
Correct, because he would have the right to say, no, I did fix that problem.
Sure.
So just as he had a right here, and we could say the opposite. So you could potentially have another similar circumstance.
And then Mr. Buell, and then I'm going to go into findings of fact and polling council on those matters.
Okay, I just want to clarify, this is my time that I can share information with the other counselors based on my understanding of everything.
So you have a motion on the floor, so now you're kind of back into your world. So
This is our world.
There's a motion second, and you
However,
can have a discussion.
It's limited to discussion amongst council, and we can get advice from our city attorney, but the time for applicant and licensee to interact is.
And also, it's the discussion of the facts that were presented, the defenses, and whether a burden was met and what you might do. It's not an issue to think, well, we should change the ordinance. I wish we would do something.
Correct, so I'm going to talk specifically to some of the counts.
Yes.
In the way, okay, thank you. Most of you guys know up here that I've been a bar manager for 5 different organizations. It is the first thing you learn when you are going through your bartending course that you cannot put anything in an alcohol bottle and then have it there. I would immediately terminate any bartender that comes in and does that refilling or mixing into a liquor bottle. Like, it is very clear in the bartending course. And purchasing from running out to Pick and Save, I forgot to put it in order, is a huge no-no any other place. And it is extremely clear when you are getting into it. All of the different distributors, they carry exclusive brands. So, and it's their way to make sure you have to use them all. But like, if you want one brand of alcohol, you have to get it from this distributor. If you want another brand of alcohol, all the very popular labels, you have to get it from a different distributor. And they carve up the service area to kind of make it so you have to do that. And I just wanted to share that. Those are very, very basic things that anybody who's in a management role in an alcohol place needs to know, unfortunately.
Mr. Nichols, and then I'll go through some findings of facts.
I was gonna maybe get you, well, if you want to start there, you can go ahead and do that. But I was gonna find some facts. I was
okay.
gonna recommend some findings of facts.
So we have a council, you should have at your fingertips, included with the agenda packet, hold on, I gotta retype in the password to get access here. I wanna make sure you're looking at the right document.
The finding of facts and conclusion of law.
That sounds about right, if I could type my password correctly.
Only when you're under pressure you can.
Do you want this? I just want to make sure council can follow along, because I'm going to go basically point by point and ask for if anyone dissents or anyone disagrees with that presented as it was written findings these are suggested findings of facts that were provided to us by staff. So one, a complaint has been filed. It was a sworn complaint. And that Crossroads Chance does not possess the qualifications to hold that license. Is there any question, a matter of that finding of fact or conclusion?
Sorry, which one are you?
Number one.
Which page?
A sworn complaint.
Oh, sure.
Is there any question to that finding of fact? So if you have a question to it or you question it, I need you to verbally, otherwise I'm going to keep moving along and assume your silence is agreement. Number two. The sworn complaint also alleges that Crossroads Chance LLC does not possess the qualifications required under Oshkosh Municipal Code to hold the mechanical entertainment device license that's also been previously issued. Any question to that finding of fact? 3, licensee was served with the complaint and notice of hearing before the Common Council on March 25th, 2026. Provided an opportunity for the hearing before the Common Council tonight, March 31st, 2026 at 6 p.m. Pursuant to section 125.123 of the Wisconsin State Statutes. Any concerns with that finding of fact? I see none. The complainant and licensee were given the opportunity to appear before the council and to testify on their behalf, call witnesses, cross-examine witnesses of the other party, and to give a final statement. Specifically, the complainant, Mr. Hodder, appeared through an attorney before the council and was provided an opportunity to offer evidence in support of the allegations presented in the complaint. And Mr. Cody Hughes appeared in person as the owner of a Crossroads Chance LLC before the council, was provided the opportunity to offer evidence supporting the validity of the combination Class B and mechanical device license and evidence in opposition of the allegations presented in the complaint. I see no concerns. 5, a Crossroads Chance LLC does not possess the qualifications required under Chapter 125 to hold the combination Class B license or under Oshkosh Municipal Code to hold a mechanical device license for the following reasons. Pursuant to Section 125.123, a municipality may revoke the license for cause provided under subsection 125.122AG.
I don't think that's a finding of fact. I think that's a determination of law.
Yep.
So I don't think that's a finding of fact.
Correct. Yes, this is a
not a-
finding of fact
yeah.
and determinations of law. I could have clarified it earlier. A Crossroads Chance LLC has operated without an agent or a successor agent since August 10 of 2025, which violates Wisconsin State statute for noncompliance. Cody Hughes, this is number 3. Cody Hughes can be considered a habitual law offender as an officer, director, member, or manager of a Crossroads Chance LLC and does not meet the statutory qualifications for licensure for an officer, director, manager, member, or manager licensee, and therefore due to the lack of an authorized agent for the licensee is ineligible for licensure as required by Wisconsin state statute. I see no objection. 4, the application for license renewal by Crossroads Chance LLC, as it pertains to Cody Hughes, did not provide accurate conviction information and therefore violated Wisconsin state statute for noncompliance. Because the condition of the license for the renewal application requires that all information therein be true. I see no objection. A Crossroads Chance LLC has been indebted to a fermented beverage wholesaler and to the intoxicating liquor wholesaler since August 5, 2025, which violates Wisconsin state statute for noncompliance, and which prohibits indebtedness to a fermented malt beverage wholesaler for more than 15 days and prohibits indebtedness to an intoxicating liquor wholesaler for more than 30 days. I see no objection. A Crossroads Chance LLC has failed to maintain its commercial kitchen in compliance with fire code and has actively used certain kitchen devices contrary to the orders of the Oshkosh Fire Marshal. This failure is contrary to Wisconsin state statutes, which prohibits a licensee from operating an indecent and improper house, violations of the 2021 International Fire Code, resulting in unnecessary health and safety risk for the public, including employees and patrons.
I don't believe we can find that fact.
I agree. There's enough. Good, okay. We do not find that as a fact or conclusion of law. 7, a Crossroads Chance LLC was refilling intoxicating liquor bottles with pre-mixed alcohol drinks, both for storage and dispensing said mixed drinks. This refilling of containers violates Wisconsin state statutes for noncompliance, which prohibits refilling any original container for intoxicating liquor containing 21% or more alcohol by volume.
I don't believe we can find that fact. I believe there's a state agency that, while they came and represented themselves here, they have not issued a final decision, a letter, or anything else. They acknowledged that their investigation was ongoing, and Mr. Hughes hasn't had a chance to appeal any determination that they've had.
While I don't disagree with you, I believe Mr. Hughes testified that he agreed to that.
I believe he said that there are bars during Packers games that give out apple pie shots, and that he's a Bears fan.
I would also agree.
You would agree with?
I would agree that the DOR has not concluded their investigation, and so we can't prove that as fact until the DOR does.
Mr. Spanbauer? Can we or can we not?
I'll concur.
With
Councilmember Nichols' statement.
Mr. Buelow?
I believe that it is a finding of fact.
Mr. Stevenson? Fact or no fact?
No fact.
For the record, Mr. Amos?
No fact.
Majority says that we do not agree that that's a fact. Number 8, a Crossroads Chance LLC has received deliveries, persons or entities other than a permitted wholesaler after the wholesaler is servicing the establishment discontinued service. This violates Wisconsin statutes for noncompliance, which prohibit a retail licensee from purchasing or possessing fermented malt beverages or intoxicating liquor from anyone other than a permitted wholesaler. Do we disagree, or any disagreement on that fact? There is no disagreement. Number 9, the mechanical and entertainment device license pursuant to the municipal code was issued to a Crossroads Chance LLC as part of the same license issued for its combination Class B license. Accordingly, the same grounds and basis supporting the revocation of the combination Class B license also supports revocation of the mechanical entertainment device license. Is there any disagreement to that?
I'm happy to be corrected. I don't know that I heard any testimony related specifically to mechanical entertainment devices.
I believe the way it's written is if we withdraw a liquor license, then we also shall withdraw their mechanical device license because they're connected to each other. They need to have the liquor license to have a mechanical entertainment device, which we've had lots of discussion on lately.
And it was written so that they're on the same license, so you can't partially.
Yeah. The way the application actually states it's actually part of that
Correct.
license, yes.
Okay.
So, is there any disagreement on that? I see none. Okay. Now it comes to, since there are multiple findings of fact and conclusions of law, council, we have two options. Well, technically we have three, but One seems unlikely. You have full revocation, you have a partial suspension of between 10 and 90 days,
Yes.
or we don't do anything.
If you may, I've
Yes.
the same copy, except at the bottom, it has an opportunity if you're going to suspend.
Yes, please.
If you want to have both of them in front of you.
Please, thank you, that would help, just to make sure we're being as efficient as possible.
So it's the same, and you would just need to fill in the days if you go down that road.
Okay.
Just the rest.
Thank you. Okay. This is where did you press your button and want to speak, or is that still from before? That's okay, I just want to make sure I didn't miss you on, okay. Council discussion on penalties, revocation, complete, or suspension?
Is the motion on the table revocation right now?
Yes. However, it's we can amend as needed. Would it be an amendment, or was
So-
it?
Right, the motion on the floor is to revoke.
Fully revoke?
You could amend it.
We would, if
I'd
we-
move to amend to suspend for 30 days, or whatever you might.
But we're still very much in discussion, we just found the
Yep.
facts.
Yes.
Correct. Yep, now it's a discussion of, is revocation or suspension appropriate? And then what that would be.
Yeah, I just, in terms of the impact of suspension, if the determination is suspension, is that the penalty? Or is the expectation that they come back again?
So you could suspend it for X number of days, and I presume you would have, as a condition, it to be inspected, fully inspected by everyone before he would be allowed to reopen. If everything is signed off on, then the suspension would end. But if fire or health department or whomever comes back and said, this isn't fixed yet, then we would have to come back and have this discussion again about whether or not it's been remedied.
Would that be considered a conditional approval related to a liquor license under Wisconsin law that we can't necessarily do anymore?
I don't want to speak for a lawyer, but this was already approved. This is now conditions to.
Agreed, but
we're not issuing a license. The license has already been issued, so this isn't conditioned to issue.
But it's conditioned to use. So that's why my question is, are our options here revocation or suspension, or period, or our options revocation or suspension with conditions before you reopen? Suspension of the license seems like the penalty, just like suspension of a driver's license, for example.
It is the penalty.
So if we suspend for 30 days, then 31 days from now, he could reopen, and he would continue with the application process that he's already in for 24, 25, and the new application for 26 and 27.
If it's not fixed, then we would be back doing the same thing. Does that answer your question? No?
Should someone bring the same allegations again?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry. Mr. Amos.
I just want to say, I think for what I'm hearing is, I'm hearing an individual that had a rough past, right? And he made some choices, and since then, I feel like he's trying to correct that, and he's trying to do what's right in society. In addition to that, he's established a business, and I'm more than certain that his business isn't the only business in Oshkosh that has violations, and that needs to be corrected. So from what I hear, or what I'm thinking of, is I think that he should be allowed the opportunity to go back and correct those things and make those things right. I mean, we all make mistakes in life. He has some violations. He has expressed the fact that he has fixed all of the violations that he's had in the past, or not all of them, but has made the effort to fix violations that he's gotten in the past. And I feel confident that if we were to suspend his license for, let's just say 90 days, I have I have reason to believe that he would go back and make things right based on what he said tonight. So I am actually gonna amend that that we suspend, but I'll let you guys speak first before I make that amendment.
Thank you for that. Mr. Nichols, followed by Mr. Flom.
Thank you. Similar to Mr. Amos, I believe that the penalty of revocation is too egregious for the violations that have taken place. One of the ones that I think we didn't find for was described as goofy. The others were described as ticky-tacky by the prosecutor, and that's not a slight towards the prosecutor at all. I'm just repeating what the testimony is that I heard and the arguments I had. I think that had there been more egregious violations, we would be talking about revocation, and sometimes that's the right approach, is you jump right to the end, the ultimate penalty. I think a lot of times in our system of law, there is a progressive disciplinary protocol here. And so I think that a suspension of license where Mr. Hughes would not be allowed to operate his business for a period of 30 or 60 days is a reasonable penalty for the violations in front of us. And I think I take Mr. Hughes at his word that he's going to continue on the path to correct what are very complicated violations, it's a very complicated procedure for what we have found to have ticky-tacky violations. So I would also suggest an amendment, but I'll wait till everyone comes out. But where my amendment will go eventually would be a 30-day suspension of license.
Mr. Flom, followed by Mr. Bulow.
I would also say that I think full revocation is a bit harsh, quite harsh. I would say that obviously there are things that need to be fixed, there are things that need to be repaired, and the owner of the establishment recognizes that and he's willing to make those improvements. Revocation is a bit harsh for me, but I think given the fact that the owner has said that if he has to close to fix these items, he's more than willing to kind of get things back on track and then reopen. I think a 30-day suspension would be appropriate in this case and not moving to a full revocation. So I'm on board with a suspension, give the owner the opportunity to repair some of the faults and hopefully get back into business and find success.
Mr. Bulow.
It's interesting because a lot of times I'm called the softie on council, and I disagree. And I'll actually be happy to be in the minority on this, but selling alcohol is a privilege, not a right, and is a extreme privilege, and it carries a lot of detriments when it is abused. And I think that although they're called ticky-tacky, they are also very basic. You don't do these kind of violations. And it concerns me that not only were they being done by Mr. Hughes, who admits he didn't know better, didn't know he couldn't do some things, and I get that, but none of the bartenders that he brought in either could or did say, hey, we can't operate like this, and that concerns me a lot. So I will be voting against if there's an amendment to change it to a suspension. I am not satisfied with the idea that the mother is going to be able to come in and fix everything because you are still the business owner and you are still required to be able to pass everything that an agent would need to pass on the liquor law license. That is the same now on Form 100, AB 100 as it was on the old one, which was AT 103. That section of them hasn't changed, where it says that everybody, all the partners, all the managers need to be able to qualify as an agent. So this is one where I have worked at a lot of establishments who have said, oh, you'll never get shut down in Wisconsin or in Oshkosh, and people know about different violations and they just let it go, and there's mirroring of bottles and pouring up and pouring down, and I can't in good conscience just support suspension, unfortunately.
Deputy Mayor.
Can I address him?
You can, but don't expect a response because it's not a time for him to respond in any way.
Sure. I think we've talked about having I won't address you, I'll just talk, I guess. We've talked about having a 30-day suspension. I guess I don't know if 30 days is enough time to fix a lot of these things. It feels like that's a pretty quick timeline. I'd also like to point out that in June, if you get, let's say, I would be more amenable to a 45-day, I guess is what I'm thinking. But if we get to the end of that period and everything has been fixed, and then let's say in the next couple of months, if things fall off the rails again, for instance, with the serving of alcohol in bottles or other of these violations, we then have another kick at the can in June. June, we could ultimately say, no, you don't get a license? Is that?
It's the renewal time, so
Sure.
you would have a potential non-renewal. So if you think about the timing as to how that would work, 90 days puts
Yeah.
you to the end of June. So anyway, just
Just to clarify, just one question. Again, the penalty is the suspension.
Yes.
It's not the expectation that he's coming back prior to renewal to tell us anything at all.
But I think that's what you were saying, we can have conditions on this, right? And you would file, or I guess it's my impression that the city is probably going to file another complaint at the end of 45 or 30 days, whatever it's going to be, and we would be back here again if that, correct? Is that
it would
procedurally?
essentially be another revocation hearing.
Yep.
So to Councilmember Nichols' point, he's correct, the penalty is the suspension. And I think, as he also said, not to put too many words in your mouth, but I think
I agree with him so far.
if these problems still persist, then there would be another complaint filed.
Yeah.
Or it would be a non-renewal proceeding. So that's what would happen. So the conditions, are that he can't reopen unless he's compliant with state law and the municipal code. And if he's not, then he's looking at a potential non-renewal.
Sure, and for all intents and purposes, our motion here is the suspension, kind of full stop. And then I would say that probably the majority of us are saying city file those revocations again if those conditions were not met. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
There would be potentially a non-renewal if there were inspections and there were still violations.
Sure. So I guess I'm not going to make an amendment right now, but I would lean more towards a 45-day suspension right now, and then also know that we have a couple of opportunities to check in on this individual and make sure that things are going well. I also want to be clear, I think I heard a little bit about this grease trap, and there's a little bit of like a gray area. I really clean it up or remove it. Don't have this gray area of where maybe there's an employee or someone that's making food. It's still illegal, right? Maybe you're not serving customers, but I really want to be black and white on these, get them all cleaned up. Don't have us question, if you do have to come back to us, don't have us question these, so.
Okay. Mr. Amos.
And I don't want to come off as in this is us not like agreeing with the regulations that's in place. I think it's more so that we do support small businesses and we want to see them thrive in a community. And personally, I've been in a situation like this before where as an owner, I had violations and I was given the opportunity to fix those violations, and that's exactly what I did. So I have full confidence that if we were to give you that opportunity, that you would go back and fix those. And then at that point, if they're not fixed, then you do have to come back in front of us. We then have a clear conscience to be able to say, hey, no, you can no longer have this license because we've given you the appropriate amount of time to fix it and you haven't. So I just feel like we should give him due process and just give him the opportunity to fix his mistakes before we say we're just doing away with the license altogether. So I am actually going to suggest that we do at least 60 days instead of 45, but I think that a suspension would be the better route to go.
Is that a motion?
Nope, not yet. Hold on if you wouldn't mind. You can, but I'd prefer you wait until at least one more of us speaks. Anybody else want to go before I go? Good. I hear counsel, and I get you're wanting to not take someone's livelihood away, but it's not us doing it. It's the licensee themselves has taken action and done things that has put themselves in a position. As a council, when we issue a liquor license, we have to trust that a licensee is going to operate in a responsible manner to ensure the health, welfare, and safety of those that patronize an establishment. That's a job of us to make sure that when we say yes, that we're giving you the privilege of having a license. It's not a right, it's a privilege, that we trust that that operator is gonna have a safe and a safe environment for people to visit. And I believe that this licensee has made multiple decisions to put the health, welfare, and safety of not only his workers, but his patrons in jeopardy. To say that you didn't know isn't acceptable. Period. That is part of operating a establishment that sells alcohol. And hard stop. It's not acceptable to not take responsibility. I did not hear a whole lot of responsibility taking. What I heard a lot was, I need a second chance. When I look at the facts presented to us and facts that were agreed to, and when we're talking about a potential 30 or 45-day suspension, the DOR was in his establishment 33 days ago. The license has not had an agent attached to it for over 9 months. How many more days will it take to start making responsible decisions? I don't think 30, 45, or 60, or 90 will do that, in my opinion. The indebtedness is going on 8 months. It doesn't matter the dollar figure. That is 8 months worth of making a decision not to handle your business. If I operate in an establishment that I'm required to have multiple layers of inspections and approvals, and that is important to me running my business and the livelihood that I provide for myself and those who work for me, that should be priority one, to make sure that that business is operating in a responsible manner. That has to be a priority. That is our expectation of anyone we bless with an alcohol license. I believe this individual has had plenty of opportunity and has chosen not to correct, whether trivial or I forget what the word was. They are violations, and has made the choice, because doing nothing is a choice, and has made a choice to not handle his business. I'll support a full revocation. Anything short would be a disservice to the people of this community, and will only go to, I don't think it will be strict enough. So keeping in mind, council, 90 days suspension would put you right at the renewal period, which would also, if the licensee so chose, he can apply for renewal, and we would have to also have a non-renewal hearing as well. So just keeping that in mind, that there is a, if a complaint is filed, there would be a secondary revocation hearing, as well as the potential for a non-renewal hearing, all within the next 90 days, possibly, just in terms of what you're thinking about doing for your amendment here. With that, I'll give the floor back to whoever would like to speak next or make an amendment. Mr. Amos.
So, point of clarification really quick. So, the hearing, if we did a suspension for 90 days, then we would just, at that point, at 90 days, we would have to do another revocation hearing and a non-renewal hearing, or just one?
After 90 days, he would have his license back. He would be able to operate. And it would be, if something was wrong, if he was not compliant, then someone would have to bring that before the council, and we would go through this again. It may be different facts. It may be one. It may be all seven. It may be whatever. But at the end of, if you have a time period, at that point, the license is back into effect.
The current license expires June 30th of 2026. 90 days is June 29th from today.
I still think that 60 days is the route to go, And I'm going to make an amendment to suspend the license for a Crossroads Chance LLC doing business as a Crossroads Chance for 60 days.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to amend from a revocation to a suspension for 60 days. Discussion on the motion to amend, Mr. Nichols.
Yeah, I just want to indicate that with most of what the mayor said, and particularly, I don't disagree. I do think that choices were made here. I do think that full revocation is too egregious of a penalty for the first time this person has come before us with a list of ticky-tacky counts, according to the city's own attorney. And so I do support a 60-day suspension here.
Any other comments on the motion to amend? I see none. City Clerk, if you'll take the roll on the motion to amend from a revocation to suspension for 60 days.
Amos.
Aye.
Spanbauer.
Aye.
Plum.
Aye.
Bulow.
No.
Stevenson.
Aye.
Nichols.
Aye.
Mukrower.
No. We have the motion as amended now on the floor. Any further comment or discussion on the motion as amended? I see none. Clerk, if you'll take the roll on the motion as amended.
Amos.
Aye.
Spanbauer.
Aye.
Plum.
Aye.
Bulow.
Aye.
Stevenson.
Aye.
Nichols.
Aye.
Mukrower.
No. Give me a second here. We have found the findings of facts and conclusions of law. We've made a decision to suspend. The city clerk is notified to, or directed to notify the licensee and the council determination via the proper methods as well. Obviously, it's verbal here, but you're going to get a piece of paper in the mail as well, certified, to make sure you're aware of the actions that have taken place tonight. With that, this action item.
Just one point of clarification, is there a effective date, or is there a date by which, I just want to make sure that it's not unclear before you guys get off the record that we missed something.
The action that's taking place today, the effective date is today. The license is suspended as of today, this moment.
For 60 days.
For 60 days from today. Okay. That concludes this item. It has been a long night on one topic. Thank you all, including yourself, for being here and for going through this process. I appreciate your flexibility a little bit. We don't do this very often. Both of you appreciate your professionalism and the manner in which you presented the case and defended yourself this evening. With that, we are going to take a short break. I know the room may not clear out much, but generally we like to give people just a few minutes to stretch their legs, and we will come back to action items. Do you have a question?
I just want to say thank you for the chance to make it right. Thank you.
I wish you the best. I do. We're going to take a short recess. We'll be back in 5. Keep it no more than 10, please.
The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed.
Do it right. I appreciate all of you waiting. I know you have some important things to say to us on some important topics, so just a thank you for sticking around and giving us a chance to hear from you. As we bring it back, we're going to move on to citizen statements, and we have some consent agenda items and some other items. Mr. Spanbauer has a motion that he would like to make.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda and move some items up if we can. Move item 56, then 55, then 60, following, sorry, I lost my position here, after item 48.
Second.
Any discussion on this? There is, those items have people registered to speak to them. I know we have a significant number of people for one particular topic, but in an effort to try to make sure that many of you can get to sleep at a,
Tonight.
well, tonight while it's still March 31st, we'd like to do that, and I support that as well. So if there's no objection or no comment, City Clerk, if you'll take the roll on amending the agenda to have after 48, we will go 56, 55, and then 60.
Amos.
Aye.
Spanbauer.
Aye.
Flom.
Aye.
Buelow.
Aye.
Stevenson.
Aye.
Nichols.
Aye.
Mugrauer.
Aye.
7-0.
Thank you. Next up, first up, we're going to do public statements to council. I only had, I believe it was Mr. Hurt,
He left.
and I think he left. Okay. And nobody else wants to speak under public statements to council, which are non-agenda related items. If you'd like to come ahead, come forward, sir, when you get up here. Oh, I had you listed a couple times. Are you here to speak on two different things or just on the flock cameras?
I registered for general comments and for the other.
My Air, welcome.
Yes,
We have you registered, Juan. How do you say your last name?
Garcia.
Thank you. You're welcome, and keep it to 5 minutes and
Yes.
non-agenda.
Thank you. Can you hear me here?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay. Good evening. I'm here to ask the council to join in the ongoing discussions about the real costs and stress that large data centers bring to local communities in Wisconsin and the risks associated with their development. While these projects are often framed as economic development, the local impacts tell a more complicated story. Data centers require enormous amounts of electricity, placing strain on regional grids and increasing demand for energy production. Water use is another concern. Data centers consume millions of gallons of water daily for cooling, which can stress local water systems, especially during warmer months. There are also questions about economic benefit. Despite their size, data centers create relatively few permanent jobs compared to other forms of development, while still requiring significant tax incentives and infrastructure investments. This raises concerns about whether local residents are truly benefiting from the alleged benefits. Additionally, these facilities can impact nearby neighborhoods through noise pollution, land use changes, and reduced property values. Once built, they are difficult to repurpose and can lock communities in long-term industrial use. Finally, there is the issue of transparency. Deals are often negotiated with limited public input, even though the long-term environmental and economic consequences fall on residents. Taken together, these concerns suggest that data center development carries significant local costs that are often underestimated. I urge the council to carefully evaluate whether Oshkosh does not have to wait for other communities to act first. I urge the council to explore the following recommendations to protect the quality of life and natural resources of our region and of our locality. Number one, enact a one-year moratorium on the development of these kinds of developments in the city to allow for robust public discussion. Number two, develop specific policies disallowing the establishment of NDAs by individual council members and public employees regarding the development of resource-intensive projects like data centers. Number three, take the leadership in collaborating with or demonstrating how other communities surrounding the Winnebago Lake water system can advance policies to protect the water rights for our residents and the financial resources of the taxpayers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm going to address that one real quick. Unfortunately, there's going to be no opportunity to applaud, clap, or in any way hoot and holler, positively or negatively. If I allow you to do the positive, I also have to allow someone to do the negative, and that's not happening. I hope you respect that. And we're here to listen to them, anyone who wants to speak to us. I think you registered under consent.
It was, item 35 is a resolution, but I understand it's under consent. I can speak now, and it's not going to be long.
If you're speaking to 35 only, give me just a second, and you can stand there because it's going to move real fast here. Okay, so nobody else wants to speak on public statements to council. We'll move on to consent agenda items. These are items that are generally approved in a routine these are generally items that are routine administrative nature, voted on by council in a single roll call. I do have Mr. Youngbacher, who is registered to speak under number 35. Mr. Youngbacher, welcome. 5 minutes and keep it at the topic at hand.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Logan Youngbacher, 1103 Evans. And thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I'd like to briefly explain how tax increment financing, or TIF, works and why the decision before you tonight is an important opportunity for Oshkosh. At its core, TIF is straightforward. The city identifies an area in need of investment and makes targeted improvements such as roads, utilities, or site preparation to support new development. As this development occurs, property values rise, and the resulting tax growth or the increment is reinvested within that district to cover those initial costs. Importantly, this does not raise taxes. It captures new value that would not have existed but for the original investment. Over time, these districts deliver results, new housing, businesses, job creation, and a stronger tax base that helps ease pressure on the levy. Once project costs are paid off, Wisconsin law provides a unique opportunity. The city can extend the district for one additional year and dedicate that final increment to housing. That is this decision before you tonight on these 5 TID districts. From an economic standpoint, this is one of the most effective tools available for responsible growth. It allows Oshkosh to reinvest value already created into one of our most pressing challenges, housing supply and affordability. The proposed extensions of Districts 13, 14, 16, 18, and 19 are projected to generate well over $1 million of increment for affordable housing, and that represents a meaningful one-time opportunity. These funds can help prevent housing instability, strengthen our response when people need support, and create clear pathways, those critical rungs on the ladder, that help residents move towards stable, long-term housing. The impact extends well beyond housing. When people can afford to remain in their homes, neighborhoods become more stable and connected. Housing is healthcare, and stable housing leads to better physical and mental health outcomes. These conditions also support safer neighborhoods, stronger schools, and a more productive workforce. From a fiscal perspective, an affordable and growing housing market also supports a broader tax base, which allows continued investment in parks, infrastructure, public art, and the quality of life that makes Oshkosh a destination for many to live, thrive, and invest. Approving these extensions is not new spending. It is not a tax increase. It is a strategic reinvestment of value already created by this council and those before you. If these districts close, that opportunity is lost. This is a decision about the kind of community we want to be. Please vote yes to extend these districts, move Oshkosh forward. Thank you for your time and for your leadership.
Thank you.
I'm not allowed to whoop or holler?
You're not.
Okay.
You can agree or disagree. No, just kidding. I have no one else registered to speak on any consent-related items. If there is anybody who is present who would like to speak on a consent agenda item, now's your time. Otherwise, we're going to move forward with council discussion. I don't see anybody. Council, I'll take a motion and a second on consent.
Moved. Second.
Any discussion on anything consent-related? Mr. Bulow.
I just think it would be very irresponsible to not at least mention that items 17 through 20 adds up to just under $41 million for wastewater treatment plant upgrades, and that's not even the highlight of tonight's discussion. It is upgrades that need to happen. They're responsible. It's the right things, but it's a big number for us just to glance over real quick.
We don't often approve something of that size, to your point. Yes. Council, any other comments or statements or questions on consent-related items? I see none. City Clerk, if you'll take the roll on consent agenda.
Amos.
Aye.
Spanbauer.
Aye.
Plum.
Aye.
Bulow.
Aye.
Stevenson.
Aye.
Nichols.
Aye.
Mugrower.
Aye.
7-0.
New ordinance. Ordinance number 26-14, approve landmark designation of 404 West New York Avenue. Landmarks Commission and Plan Commission recommend approval. I do have, let's see here, I think it was Mr. Richard Green here to speak on this. Welcome. Please come on up. Good evening.
I'm going to make an AV adjustment here. Okay, thank you. My name is Rich Green. I am the owner and occupant of 404 West New York Avenue. It has been nominated to be a local landmark. This is important. It's important because, A, it is an architectural masterpiece, if I do say so myself. Built in 1902, it's the only Georgian Revival piece of architecture that's essentially perfect in the city of Oshkosh, and one of the only ones in the state of Wisconsin, according to the Wisconsin Historical Society. So A, it's historically significant. The landmark designation is the strongest weapon we've got to protect these historic properties, because once they're gone forever. Number two, it's the families who have lived there, and they all tell really interesting stories. And I'd like the city of Oshkosh to understand who built this city. 3 families. L. Frank Gates, he was the manager of the Diamond Match Company, biggest employer in Oshkosh at the time. Then Frank and Georgiana Sullivan, who founded Triangle Manufacturing, and their families. And then Dave and Mary Green, my mom and dad, and we're the 3rd occupants of that building. We moved in 1963. All 3 of those families, because of their civic consciousness and leadership, helped build this city. And if you look at the biographies of the people in those families, you realize that so much of who Oshkosh is today wouldn't be without those 3 families. So we're focusing a spotlight on the architecture, and we're going to protect it and preserve it. And we're going to talk about what it means to take civic responsibility for your city and build it into something great. And all 3 of these families did that. So thank you for your kind attention for the nomination of this property.
Thank you. That's the only person I registered to speak to that one. Council, I'll take a motion and a second to put on the floor.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion from the council? Mr. Spanbauer, you go right ahead.
Just wanted to say that I'm the council liaison to the Landmarks Commission, and each of the members had the opportunity to visit the property. I think Rich has done a phenomenal job in documenting the history, the architectural significance, all of the information that he submitted in his documentation is, I would say, beyond complete. It is extensive, and I would agree entirely. I think just provides a really nice snapshot of an important piece of Oshkosh's history. So it's a yes for me.
Couldn't possibly agree more with everything you said. And just to add, you can feel the passion you have, and I love that. And this is great, and I'm absolutely happy to support it and wish you nothing but the best with this property and the project, and just keeping it as it is an awesome thing.
Just have to quickly complain, Plan Commission didn't get invited over. Maybe later.
I see nothing else. City Clerk, if you'll take the roll on 2614.
Amos.
Aye.
Spanbauer.
Aye.
Flom.
Aye.
Bulow.
Aye.
Stevenson.
Aye.
Nichols.
Aye.
Mugrauer.
Aye.
Did
Sipno.
you miss Shirley?
I didn't have anyone else registered to speak. Ms. Maddox, Mr. I didn't have you registered to speak. Did you want to speak on this? My apologies. Feel free to please come up. Nope. Had I seen that, I absolutely would have called you up. I apologize that it's not there, but
That's
you're
all
always
right.
welcome, former council member.
Right. My name is Shirley Brabender Maddox, 1313 Jackson Street, and we have a quorum for the Landmarks Commission right here. This is it's a historic night. I mean, 25 years ago, I was on that council, and I've been following, but I don't ever remember a night like this. But anyway.
You're a part of history.
I was on the council when when Marilyn Smith, the first house at 226 High Avenue, became our first local landmark. Then the second local landmark was what we call the Granary, which was the Schmidt Milling Company. And then the third is tonight. And the reason, we've got an 18-page ordinance. And the whole thing is about local landmarking. It's developing pride in our community and the history of the sites, the districts, the people that built the community. And this is how we protect, that's the first word, our history. And so I thank you for your support, and I presume that you all support this. And 3 of these councilors sat on Landmarks Commission, so thank you, Carl, Jacob, and Brad.
Thank you, Ms. Maddox.
Thank you.
Next up, we have item 56, which is Resolution 26-164. Approve 2-year renewal of Flock Group, Inc. service agreement for license plate reader technology. I have a few people registered to speak on it. Is the chief, I believe we discussed, is the plan for you to do a brief presentation on this? And
Yes.
then we're going to, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Feel free to start with that brief presentation, and then we'll move on to citizen statements on the topic before council does their thing.
Certainly. Well, good evening. I know it's been a long one, and I appreciate your full attention, and thank you very much for being here again tonight. Before you tonight is a resolution to renew our contract with Flock Safety that provides automatic license plate readers to the city on a leased basis. These readers are placed at various locations throughout the city to help us solve crimes that have occurred and prevent future crimes from occurring. We have prepared a presentation for you that will go into more details about what the license plate readers can and also what they cannot do. With me tonight are Mike Heine and Kristen McLeod, both representatives of Flock Safety. They flew in to be here for this presentation to answer any technical questions you might have related to the technology. For additional context, I want to share that police officers have many tools available to them that provide privileged information that is protected information. We have to have a level of trust that our officers will follow policies related to this protected information. And if they do not, then we have to address this with corrective measures. Information from license plate readers are really one of several first steps available for an officer to input into other more secure data sources that officers have available to them to further a criminal or traffic investigation. This allows for officers to more efficiently investigate criminal activity. We have a higher clearance rate on crimes than the national average, and this is in part because of the use of our license plate readers. So we'll begin with our presentation. Now I'll let Kristen come forward.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Mayor and Council, city staff, and community. Thank you for the opportunity to join you this evening and to have this important conversation. First, a little background on Flock as a company. We were founded back in 2017 after our CEO, Garrett Langley, and his neighbors were actually victims of property crimes. They experienced an uptick in their neighborhood, and they're frustrated with lack of resolution, and the crimes continued to occur, and so they went to local law enforcement. And I think they brought with them some photographic evidence. And while grateful for the input and the interest and willing to help resolve these issues, unfortunately, it just wasn't enough information for an investigative lead. And Garrett, being an engineer by trade, got really curious and started asking questions and learned that the vast majority of crimes use a vehicle in some sort of way. And so this information was really critical to investigations. He started doing more research and found that license plate readers had actually been around since the 1970s. However, legacy providers often sold data to third parties. The equipment was really costly for communities, and by the time communities could afford it, and they got the hardware in the ground, the software outpaced the hardware, and it just wasn't a great setup for community safety. And so Garrett created Flock, and he wanted to create a company that was efficient, that was affordable for many communities, and also ethical. And we'll get more into those details on how exactly our system was built on privacy and ethics. So Flock is trusted by over 12,000 communities nationwide. We see cities turning to technology not to replace officers, but really to help provide a resource and another tool in their tool belt to help solve crimes. Crimes continue to hurt communities day in and day out. This is just another tool for officers to utilize to help bring clearance to cases. I'll turn this back over to Chief.
So the challenges facing Oshkosh. With the growing community and the challenges facing Oshkosh related to keeping our community safe, technological tools that create efficiencies coupled with safeguards related to privacy help us keep the community safer on a day-to-day basis. And I would like to point out that this technology aligns with our strategic plan, which includes providing a safe, secure, and healthy community, enhancing crime prevention, but also providing equipped public safety professionals with the tools that they need to be more efficient in their job. The brief history of Flock as it relates to the city of Oshkosh. We began in 2022 with the introduction of Flock. This was first funded by Governor Evers through our COVID funds. And actually this was a permitted tool provided by the state of Wisconsin in the grant application, specifically allowing for license plate readers. This is a brief map of where all of our license plate readers are located here in the city. And I'll turn it back over to Kristen.
So to get into a little bit more detail on how the LPRs work, these cameras are placed at fixed locations within your community. Chief just shared that map of those locations. The cameras are installed facing public roadways, and they are focused to capture the rear of a vehicle. The system is focused on vehicle details, not people. There is no sensitive information such as names, addresses, social security numbers, or driver registration information within the Flock LPR system. The system for law enforcement is integrated with real-time alerts. So what the system does, if a wanted vehicle passes by a camera in your community, officers will be alerted to that vehicle within seconds. Some of our integrations include NCIC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, also known as Amber Alerts, Silver Alerts, as well as custom hot lists. Flock was ethically built. We do not utilize facial recognition technology whatsoever. This is not speed tracking. It's about providing indiscriminate evidence captured from public roadways, getting that public information to officers efficiently. As mentioned, those real-time alerts, when that wanted vehicle passes by a camera in the community, and it has to pass by a camera in the community, officers will be alerted within seconds. We're also integrated with Wisconsin DOJ. And back over to Chief to discuss success.
Oftentimes, we lose sight about why we do what we do, and I want to go through a couple of examples of how important this technology has been for our community. So, and this is important to me just simply because of the person that I'm about to speak about. I'd like for Kayla Jackson, if you could please stand. I'd like you to introduce you to Kayla. And her father's with her today as well, Chris. On Friday, December the 12th of 2025, around 3:25 p.m., Kaylee Jackson's life would change. Kaylee graduated in January of this year from Oshkosh North High School. Class of 2026. She graduated in January for the class of 2026, a semester early. I should also mention, as she was fulfilling her life's dream of enlisting and becoming a U.S. Marine and proudly serving her country. Kaylee was scheduled to attend basic training in San Diego around June of this year. Kaylee has also expressed an interest in becoming a police officer, as this incident and the officers from our department had a profound impact on her. Kaylee was walking around across Bowen Street at Merritt Avenue when a full-size truck turned left and completely ran her over. The truck fled at a high rate of speed down Bowen Street without stopping and rendering aid to Kaylee. Kaylee was hospitalized for several weeks due to injuries sustained in this accident. She spent Christmas at Theta Clark Medical Center instead of home with her family. Her injuries consisted of a broken left femur, at least 5 broken ribs, a lacerated spleen, and a lung contusion. Her vocal cords were also injured. If you speak to her, she whispers now. She is still recovering to this day with her injuries. After receiving surveillance video from a private individual, this case reached a major turning point when investigators used Flock to identify the suspect vehicle's license plate. This led investigators to identify the registered owner and eventually able to track the vehicle through the city of Oshkosh before and after this horrific accident. The defendant was ultimately arrested in Berlin, and the vehicle was recovered in Adams County. As you can see, this was a very complex investigation. If Flock never existed, this case would remain unsolved today. Our Investigations Bureau investigated this incident for over a week before an arrest was made. The defendant is currently charged with hit and run causing great bodily injury. Kaylee, thank you for being here. You can have a seat. Thank you. I also want to share with you another one that just came to us 4 days ago. Officers were dispatched to an attempt to make contact with a female victim at her residence. She had texted her daughter asking them to call the police because her boyfriend had attacked her. She stated that she went to her boyfriend's address to retrieve some items for her daughter, who they shared custody with. The suspect was believed to be high on methamphetamine and did not seem to believe that Jessica was herself. He knocked her down, dragged her around in a headlock, and stomped on her hands. Jessica was not overly cooperative, obviously, with filing of charges, but we did have probable cause to arrest him for domestic assault. A flock alert was created. Officers located the suspect's vehicle driving down Jackson Street. We stopped the vehicle and we were able to arrest the suspect. We used flock to do that. This is a thank you letter we got from Kayla and her family. That little plaque that you see right there is actually displayed in the police department right now. We also have a man arrested in connection with the crime spree that was helped by using LPR. Oshkosh police arrested a 35-year-old man connected to a series of retail thefts and burglaries that occurred on the same day. Investigators used surveillance footage and license plate readers to identify the suspect and locate his vehicle in Grand Chute, where he was arrested. Stolen items were recovered from the suspect's car, and he is expected to face multiple charges, including felony retail theft, burglary, and bail jumping. Many of you all just saw this occur on March the 13th. A 21-year-old Oshkosh man was arrested after a vehicle-to-vehicle shooting that occurred on Blake Street. The suspect fired a gun from his car into another vehicle carrying 5 juveniles, striking one in the arm. The injured juvenile was taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. We were able to locate the vehicle because of flock. In September of 2025, a 61-year-old Oshkosh pizza delivery driver, January 2024, a 61-year-old Oshkosh pizza delivery driver was convicted of hit and run involving death after striking and killing a pedestrian. The victim, a 38-year-old man, was found severely injured on Ohio Street and later died. We used license plate information and vehicle damage to identify the suspect. Surveillance footage showed the suspect returning to work with significant front-end damage to his vehicle shortly after the crash. Additionally, we've recovered missing persons. We recovered a missing person before it became a silver alert. We've had numerous stolen vehicles that have been located and recovered. Illegal firearms have been recovered. Illegal narcotics have been taken out of the community. Crimes solved include homicides, robberies, domestic violence, court order violations, weapons complaints, threats complaints, and retail theft complaints. If you recall, there was a homicide that occurred in Winneconne several years back. That vehicle was located, I believe, in West Bend. It was located in West Bend because of flock. Oop. You're up.
So this is a very important slide. This is how the flock system was built with privacy in mind. And that first point is that the data that is collected by the camera network in your community, the data is owned 100% by the city of Oshkosh. Flock will never sell that information. We are not in the business of data brokerage. All of that data is owned by the city. We do work with private customers, commercial businesses, and HOAs. An important distinction is that the private entities may share their camera network with local law enforcement, but it only works one way. Private entities will never have access to city or government camera networks, nor will they ever be alerted to hot list alerts or government hot list information. Flock automatically deletes the data at the 30-day mark by default. We believe that this provides investigative value, but it also protects the privacy of your community by limiting that historical retention so that you're not collecting data unnecessarily over a long period of time. Flock LPR, only, as mentioned before, are only taking images of publicly available information. And only your agency decides if and with which other law enforcement agencies to share your camera network data with, not Flock. There is no hidden backdoor access for Flock technology. Shifting over to data security, there have been a lot of claims online, in social media, on YouTube about Flock's data security, and this is really important, and I want to address it directly with information directly from our security team. First, Flock has robust data security measures in place. This includes end-to-end data encryption and the standards that are listed here. Flock, nor any vendor of hardware or software, is immune to vulnerabilities, and we recognize that. Last spring, we were made aware of legitimate but very low-risk vulnerabilities, and the risk to customer data was near zero. Flock publicly disclosed and addressed these vulnerabilities. In fall of last year, there was a YouTube video claiming that Flock had been hacked. This is false and misleading. The device the individual had was illegally obtained and had not been properly configured. Think of it as akin to an iPhone that you just received out of the box that has not been set up or connected to a system. As such, the device had not received any standard software or security updates, which, if connected to the Flock system, it would have received those, and most of the findings would have been moot. In addition to data encryption certifications, Flock has qualified third-party attestations of cybersecurity. We participate in continuous audits by qualified third-party firms, and we take these seriously. In fact, all of our audits are accessible to all of our customers via our Trust Center online. Flock also partners with numerous customers to support their own independent security assessment of our products. In fact, the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office Cyber Crimes Bureau recently conducted one of these pressure tests of Flock, LPR, and they found no issues. And that agency, their Cyber Crime Bureau, is the largest in the nation and very well respected. To quote our Chief Information Security Officer, Flock will continue to invest in the cybersecurity of our products and company and put our customers and their data above all else. This battle against these vulnerabilities will never stop, and Flock is committed to being proactive and will continuously fight this. Shifting over to how we enable transparency and accountability. So this screenshot here is of Oshkosh, Wisconsin Police Department's Flock Transparency Portal. This is actually, there's a link on the city webpage that the community can access, and it provides some great information as to the policies that are in place and the usage. Each search of the Flock system requires a unique user ID. It's associated with that user at their login, and an offense type must be selected. That is recorded, and you have a permanent audit trail that shows which user searched for what and when. And again, that is permanent and unalterable. We encourage all agencies to conduct recurring, consistent audits to ensure proper usage. I'd like to highlight that Oshkosh PD actually conducts audits monthly. Flock is in development of what we call an audit assistance tool. And this tool, which Oshkosh PD is actually an early adopter of, searches unusual or outlier search patterns within the system. And this helps agencies, we compile this in a list, and this helps agencies identify any potential misuse, internal training opportunities, as well as helping increase audit efficiency. So this is just one of the things that Flock has put in place. We saw that, auditing is an incredibly important piece of using this tool, and we want to support agencies with their compliance. Community safety and community values. We strongly believe that each community across the country can utilize this tool, and community values do not have to come at the expense of public safety. We have implemented additional compliance features, including a search filter, which when enabled, which Oshkosh PD has enabled currently, it prevents searches related to immigration enforcement or reproductive health. So if an internal user or an external user attempts to search for those reasons, the search is blocked and does not proceed. Each community has the ability to enable this on their own. There are certain states that have legislation that require this, and that is automatically enabled for those states. Mentioned the permanent audit logs and legal response. So as mentioned, the data is owned 100% by the city, If Flock were to receive a valid court order for your data, our contract mandates that we notify you immediately, and then we will work with your city's legal team on how you want to respond. There are also federal limitations within the Flock system. Number one, federal agencies cannot even see that Oshkosh PD has a camera network unless they click a button to make your camera network discoverable to federal Flock customers. Second, they would have to reach out to the department directly to request access to your camera networks. And third, the department would have to accept that share request to allow federal agencies to access your camera network. Federal agencies do not have access to our nationwide or statewide lookup feature, and only agencies can share their data, not Flock. Oshkosh PD does not allow access or share data with any federal law enforcement Flock customer, and Oshkosh Police Department staff cannot conduct searches related to immigration enforcement or reproductive rights as that search filter function is enabled. Pass it back to Chief.
So we'll talk a little bit about our policies. And these are a few excerpts from our policy, which I think are very germane to what we're speaking of. An ALPR shall only be used for official and legitimate department business. Prohibited use is invasion of privacy. It's a violation of this policy to use the ALPR system except those of vehicles that are exposed to public view or except when done pursuant to a court order such as a search warrant. Harassment or intimidation. It's a violation of this policy to use the ALPR system to harass and or intimidate any individual or group. Use based on a protected characteristic. It's a violation of this policy to use the ALPR system or associated scan files or hot lists solely because of a person's or group's race, gender, religion, political affiliation, nationality, ethnicity, sexual orientation, disability, or other classification protected by law. Personal use, which obviously is in the media. It's a violation of this policy to use the ALPR system or associated scan files or hot lists for any personal purpose. And my assurance to each of you is that if we have an officer or an employee that were to do that, it would be my intention to have that officer removed from the police department and also criminally charged. First Amendment rights. It's a violation of this policy to use the ALPR system or associated scan files or hot lists for the purpose or known effect of infringing upon First Amendment rights. You're up.
So what we find in communities as a commonality is that people agree everyone deserves to feel safe. We've seen bipartisan support for public safety technology and namely LPR. So the Center for Individual Freedom actually highlights that backed by a plethora of legal precedent, we can simultaneously establish and enforce strict protections to prevent abuse, ensure transparency, and limit data retention. While the path forward requires a balanced approach, it's more evident that the benefits of LPR technology should be utilized nationwide to further enhance public safety. And then you have the Center for American Progress. They noted that with increased access to automated license plate readers, they can help catch carjackers and recover stolen vehicles. By integrating information from multiple sources, such as license plate readers, investigators can identify crime patterns, connect related incidents, and generate strong cases against those that are driving violence. Oftentimes we get questions about or concerns that the license plate readers in communities can track the movements of an individual and can share where they are going to worship, where they're grocery shopping, where they're seeking care. And that is not true. LPRs cannot continuously track the movement of a vehicle, let alone an individual. They take a point-in-time image focused on the rear of vehicles on public roadways. Another myth is that LPRs violate the Fourth Amendment. Appellate and federal district courts in at least 14 states, including 9th and 11th circuits, have upheld using evidence from license plate readers as constitutional without requiring a warrant. And most recently, Schmidt v. City of Norfolk, the court concluded that the limited number of photographs available on a 21-day rolling basis from 75 camera track clusters in Norfolk, that's the amount of LPRs they have in their community, does not track the whole of a person's movements, nor does it provide an intimate window into where citizens drive, park, visit, linger, sleep, or patronize. And in State v. Simonson, which is the Washington State Court of Appeals, noted that based on established legal precedent and constitutional principles, no privacy right exists for the mere act of photographing a license plate in plain view on a public road. So courts are very uniform in that LPRs do not violate the Fourth Amendment, nor do they require a warrant. And back to Chief.
So our key takeaways. Communities thrive when people feel safe. We all can agree to that. Flock technology assists communities by providing ethical tools to help achieve public safety goals. Oshkosh PD and Flock Safety are committed to transparency and accountability. Oshkosh PD and Flock Safety are committed to upholding community values while delivering exceptional service for a safer community. I will share with you that we are successful in what we do as a police department because of the tools that you have provided to us. We can't do what we do without your help. We can't do what we do within the community to keep them safe without our community's help. We become very successful as police officers, not only because of the tools that you provide to us, because of the ethics that we hold, because of the values that we provide when we hire our police officers. There are hundreds of thousands of searches that occur across the country, and there's going to be times where a police officer is going to do something that's wrong, and we should address those, and we will address those. It's my commitment to each and every one of you and each and every one of the members of our community that as a police department, we're going to uphold the values of this community. We're going to uphold the values of this city, of this council, as well as the police department. Every one of our police officers understands what the guardrails are, and if they violate those guardrails, we're going to take care of it. I'll take any questions you might have.
Generally, at this point, we should go to public comment. We do have questions and comments. I'm confident in that. But it's appropriate for the public to speak to us, I think, at this point, so we don't get ahead of them. I have a list. We've got quite a few. That's a good thing. Our rules are 5 minutes, and I would ask, given the time of the evening and the length of this meeting, if you have the ability to keep your comments more concise and less repetitive, that may be appreciated. But you're all entitled to speak to us, and we are here to listen to you. So the rules are 5 minutes. It's going to be a hard 5 minutes if anybody's coming up on that, given the list we have in the time of the evening, and I hope you can respect that. But again, if you have a way to keep it a little bit briefer, I'm sure that would be appreciated by all that are participating this evening and all that want to have an opportunity to share their thoughts. So we're going to go first up, and this is in the order of which those come in that they registered. Juan Garcia first, followed by Chu Pang will be the first two. And I'll keep trying to give you who's on deck. If you have the ability to come up and maybe stand in waiting, it would help the process along a little bit.
Thank you. Can I start?
You can, like I said, 5 minutes is the max.
Thank you. Okay, before I read what I had prepared, I want to say I believe it is unfortunate that the police presentation today decided to coordinate with the private company. I think it distracts significantly from the importance of having an unbiased assessment of the tool that is being discussed in front of the committee, in front of the public. In addition, the FLOC representative repeatedly addressed their accountability ends where their contracts end. They work for their clients. They are beholden to their customers. Instead of protecting the rights of citizens, they are concerned about protecting their clients and increasing their own financial standing, as a private company should, I guess. With that said, I am speaking today to ask the council to pause, postpone, or otherwise cancel the renewal of license plate reader technology from FLOC and otherwise competitors, competing companies or whatnot. Across the country, this technology is being challenged in court as they actually presented, right? There are legal challenges and other challenges that are still ongoing that were not highlighted in their presentation. The issue with that is that by aligning or by working together, right, with those technologies, the city itself opens itself to whatever repercussions come from those litigations. The federal level, I mean, they talked about that, so I'm going to skip over that. And what I want to say today is that Oshkosh is very well positioned to learn from the mistakes of others. Instead of continuing to use this emergent technology without considering fully the risks or understanding exactly how it works and what it does with the data that it collects, I encourage the City Council to pause the renewal of this contract. Instead, the Council and the City itself has the opportunity to become a leader in the state of Wisconsin and indeed in the nation by making sure that the rights of their citizens take precedence. I ask the Council to consider the following. Number one, to pause the renewal on contracting of automated surveillance technologies as the one that is being discussed today. Number two, that you work to develop transparency guidelines requiring open fora and public disclosure prior to the adoption of similar technologies in the future. Number three, to develop and enact binding resolutions that prohibits the collection, purchase of data, and of innocent individuals by law enforcement without a warrant, and that bans the sharing of local data with federal agencies. Number four, that you explore the that you explore the production of accountability policies addressing the undue use of personal data by individuals, states, agencies, and private corporations as it pertains to the city of Oshkosh and its residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chu Pang, I hope I said that right. Good evening, welcome.
Hi.
And then followed by
Can you
Tanner
hear
Mann. I apologize. Yes, thank you.
Hello? Yes. Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you. I'm Chu, and I'm the resident of Oshkosh. And I want to just focus on 2 points that are myths that we hear often with the flock. Number one, the flock is the number 1 tool in reducing crimes. Lack of evidence of a research study co-authored by the the ALPR's published on the technology justice evaluation journal conclude that there is little evidence that the use of the flock camera, sorry, I've been here for like 4 hours and haven't had dinner, so, you know.
You're fine.
The result from that research study shows that both the one-way ANOVAs, that is the analysis of variance, and ARIMA, autoregressive integrated models show that there is a little finding in the lack of correlation between the correlation between the finding of the correlation between the finding of the reduction of crimes between the use of flock camera. So there is a research still ongoing to prove that the lack of evidence, I would say, between that and the claim that the presentation that the claim that we hear in the presentation. And then the second myth I want to also point out is, if you have nothing to hide, why are you worrying about flock? Here we want to talk, I want to talk more broadly about the surveillance capitalism. Shoshana Zabot, who is the professor emeritus of business, Harvard Business School, wrote in her 2020 book, Surveillance Capitalism, the Fight for the Human Future at the New Frontier of Power. And she defined what is surveillance capitalism, right, if we don't know. The unilateral claiming of the private human experience as free, raw material for translation into behavioral data. So she said, this is a professor we're talking about, we're not talking about some YouTube, right? She said that the surveillance capitalism undermines autonomy and democracy. And she said democracy is also eroded from without, as surveillance capitalism represents an unprecedented concentration of knowledge and then the power that accrues to such knowledge. And they know everything about us, but we know little about that. And they predict our futures, but for the sake of others' gain. Their knowledge extends far beyond the compilation of the information we give them. It's the knowledge that they have produced from that information that constitute their competitive advantage, and they will never give that up. And these knowledge asymmetries introduce wholly new axes of social inequality and injustice. So we heard in the presentation, we want a safe, secure, healthy community. That's not one way Oshkosh residents want, where our safe, secure, healthy community is one way our autonomy is robbed. So maybe trying to wrap it up for the other people, but just to also point out, there was a research report done by the J. Stanley, Senior Policy Analyst at ACLU. This is a national ACLU. We're not even talking about Wisconsin. He wrote in the article or reports that Flock's aggressive expansions go far beyond simple driver surveillance.
Your 5 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Tanner Mann, followed by Ethan Keller.
Hello, my name is Tanner Mann. I'm a professional web developer and a software engineer. Been doing this for about a decade. Yeah, I enjoyed the presentation from the Flock representatives. I do have some questions based on that presentation. Notably, they claim to use end-to-end encryption and said that they don't have any hidden backdoors in the system for them to access it. So my question specifically for Flock is, what happens if the federal government gives them a subpoena for data on a license plate in our community? Because if it is end-to-end encrypted and there's no backdoor, they should not be able to provide unencrypted data to the federal government. If there is a backdoor, they would be able to give them that data. So I would like that question answered. You know, it was said during that presentation that Flock cameras don't use facial recognition, that the ones in Oshkosh do not have that capability. It seems obvious to me that a camera that's capable of reading a license plate using AI would also be capable of detecting a face and recognizing it, given the right software update. My question to that end is it true that Flock sells a product called the Condor camera that records video and uses AI to detect and zoom in on human targets, regardless of if they're suspected of a crime? The question is not if Oshkosh currently has these cameras, it's does Flock sell this technology? I would say one of my biggest concerns with the Flock system is this idea of open-ended data sharing that the Oshkosh Police Department is currently engaged in. It's my understanding that we're currently sharing Oshkosh's data with over 200 other law enforcement agencies within the state of Wisconsin. That means that thousands of individuals outside of this community can access the travel patterns of Oshkosh residents. Does that feel acceptable to the council? You know, that situation that I described that's present right now in the flock system that's deployed in Oshkosh. It's my view that this creates a dangerous situation for residents. It's possible that officers outside of this community can stalk, harass, or possibly use that data to harm residents of Oshkosh. And it should be noted that the travel patterns captured by these cameras include everyone on this council. It includes local politicians, CEOs, members of their family. That data, those travel patterns, are accessible to thousands of people outside of this community. And so it's my concern that with such wide open-ended data access, that a single social engineering attack on that data set could be devastating to this community. I can appreciate the utility of this software for police. I do not question that the Oshkosh Police Department operates with a high level of integrity, and I know that the broader community is grateful for their tireless work in keeping our community safe, and I trust them when they say Flock generates leads and solves cases faster in some instances. With that said, it still remains clear to me that there are very serious risks with this technology in its current state. I also want to note that many towns and cities across America, just within the last year, have canceled their contracts with Flock due to these privacy and security concerns. Oshkosh would not be the first. In fact, Verona, Wisconsin, just an hour and a half from here, they canceled their contract earlier this year over data privacy concerns, which are real and present. Yeah, from what I can tell, based on the state of the system.
Mr. Mann, your 5 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ethan Keller, followed by Stephanie Losey. Sorry about that. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to thank everyone for being here for such a long haul evening. But I'd like to echo what some of my fellows have said in that I'd like to urge you to consider rejecting the renewal of this contract. As previously discussed, the flock cameras have a history of abuse by police departments and privacy and security concerns. According to reporting by the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel and the New York Times, quote, a Milwaukee PD officer was criminally charged after using the license plate recognition technology to surveil a person he was dating. He used the system to run his partner's plates 124 times and used the system to run his partner's ex's plates an additional 55 times. Just this year, in a similar situation, a Menasha police officer was accused of doing something very similar, using the recognition system while not on duty to track his ex. He used the search category of welfare to look for the victim's plates. As the flock representatives have stated, that there is an audit log that tracks the search queries that officers use. However, according to reporting by the Wisconsin Examiner, officers do not have to reply or provide clear rationale for their license plate search. All they have to do is search under vague, nebulous categories like investigation, as the officer in Milwaukee is alleged to have done. And the Milwaukee Police Department in 2025 logged the term investigation as the reason for conducting flock searches more than 1,000 times. And I really do appreciate the reassurances from our law enforcement officers that they will use this system with integrity. But I want reassurances from the council and the city that systems will be put in place to make sure that these kinds of accidents or misuses don't happen. So I just want the council to think of what safety measures are being implemented at the city level to prevent situations like this from happening. Flock also has a serious privacy and security shortcomings, as previously mentioned. Journalists, tech enthusiasts, as well as sitting U.S. senators and congressmen have identified these cybersecurity issues as well as national security issues. 404 Media has done extensive coverage on the risks of flock cameras and found their feeds not only left live streaming to the internet for anyone who could find the link, but also in many cases the administrative portals were left open with no login credentials required whatsoever. Members of the United States Congress have sent letters to the FTC calling for formal investigations into Flock's negligence as a risk to national security. Quote, while Flock offers multi-factor authentication, which is a widely recognized security best practice, Flock does not require it, which the company confirmed to Congress in October of last year. Members of the United States Senate have also sent letters to Flock directly calling for communities that have installed Flock cameras to reconsider that decision. Tech enthusiasts have been able to access Flock cameras' onboard data, which included photos that were still taken when the device was in the factory. They've been able to access real-time GPS data for police vehicles using the Flock network, and found these cameras do retain photos of people in an uncategorized folder. Most disturbingly is how the CEO of Flock, Garrett Langley, has responded to some of these accusations. Reporting by the ACLU shared a December 8th, 2025 email reportedly sent to Flock's law enforcement clients, where the CEO responds to communities raising concerns about these cybersecurity weaknesses as, quote, coordinated attacks by activists. Langley told police departments, again, that, quote, activist groups are trying to turn the public records process into a weapon against police and against Flock. If the divisive nature of the CEO's comments are all reflected in the way law enforcement sees its citizens and this community, if citizens exercising their right to request that their government act with integrity and clarity are seen as opposition, then a wedge of distrust will begin to form between law enforcement and citizens. If the Oshkosh Police Department truly believes in placing a, quote, high value on upholding honesty and public trust, how can they in good faith engage with a company who responds to criticism by attacking those who criticize it? When it comes to the potential misuse of these systems, the ACLU of Wisconsin puts it best. Given the lack of safeguards, history of abuse, we believe that a moratorium on expanding Flock should be put in place until real oversight measures are put in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Lozzi, and then followed by Allegra Van Rosen. Welcome.
All right, thank you all for being here. So I came here tonight and I stayed here this evening because I want to strongly urge you to vote against this renewal of the contract on grounds of privacy violations and violations of citizens' Fourth Amendment rights. At the very least, delay the approval of the contract until all issues from the public can be resolved, as we are going to be the ones who are paying for this highly invasive surveillance system in our communities. This was noted, but 53 cities across the nation have already canceled or deactivated their contracts with Flock for various reasons, including privacy violations and unauthorized data access. Just a small amount of research shows how vulnerable these cameras truly are to a wide array of security breaches. Security researchers, one of the examples is security researchers in Georgia brought to light 51 vulnerabilities, security vulnerabilities. They were able to completely take control of the ALPR cameras, view or modify footage, install malware, and track the real-time GPS of police vehicles. As a result, MITRE, which operates research and development centers for U.S. government agencies. It focuses on cyber security, published and flagged some of these vulnerabilities brought by these individuals on their website. So this isn't just fear for the sake of fear. There are real issues with this corporation. To speak more on the Fourth Amendment concerns, a warrantless surveillance, so it's a warrantless surveillance system. So Flock systems log, store, and analyze the movements of millions of vehicles, often capturing data without warrant or specific suspicion of a crime. Mass tracking, these cameras do not just log suspects, they track every driver within view, which is an unreasonable search of innocent citizens' movements. Other concerns, detailed data collection beyond license plates. The cameras record vehicle make, model, color, and distinguishing features, allowing for a detailed tracking. And from thinking about cameras in general, facial recognition might not be something that Oshkosh is taking part in, but with the other agencies, 212, that have access to Oshkosh's data, what processes are in place that there isn't going to be some sort of facial recognition or something along those lines? I can't think, it's too late. So another thing is privacy erosion, and to quote again, the ACLU of Wisconsin has argued that this surveillance enables and that it may lead to the misuse of personal information by law enforcement officials. We've already seen this in Menasha with the case of the police officer stalking his ex-partner. He was able to access the system multiple times without any flags being brought to anybody's attention. So the city of Oshkosh agreed to take the blame if Flock's system is used negligently. So this raises questions. What risks of the city of Oshkosh did leaders identify and characterize prior to the adaptation of the Flock system? What actions has OPD taken to minimize litigation risks associated with data breaches or misuse by OPD personnel, and then other law enforcement agencies with access to OPD data? So I'd like to say that these cameras do not make us safer, nor do they prevent crime. We need to be funding programs that work to prevent crime by investing in community rather than a profit-seeking corporation such as Flock. I'd like to conclude with a quote from the recent article in the Oshkosh Herald about Flock. ACLU policy analyst Jay Stanley points out that the problem with, this is his quote, the problem with mass surveillance is that it always expands beyond the users for which it is initially justified. And sure enough, Flock's system is undergoing insidious expansion across multiple dimensions. If your community adapts this technology, you need to know it is doing more than it's just recording what car is driving by and at what time. It's worth stepping back and looking at an overview of what's going on. For these reasons and many more, I'm asking the council to reject the contract renewal, or at least, the very least, allow more time for the public's questions to be fully answered. Thank you for the time this evening.
Thank you. Allegra Van Rosum, followed by, I believe, Reverend Ellen Rasmussen.
Thank you. Allegra Van Rossum at 1302 West 5th Avenue. I'm here to talk specifically about some of the cybersecurity issues with Flock and probably rebut a couple of those points. I have 7 years of experience in cybersecurity, but this is based on the research of other folks. I haven't been going around breaking into Flock cameras. The first one I kind of wanted to address was that they stated that those vulnerabilities were low risk, which is interesting because the independent CVE database created by MITRE, funded by the Department of Homeland Security, has categorized several of those risks as being high and critical. Some were low risks, but several were high and critical risks. One of those risks I wanted to talk about, I can't talk about all of them, there's no time, but the camera one thing I don't think was mentioned is that security researchers were also able to delete footage off of those cameras. So at that point, you're honestly better off just broadcasting them to YouTube, because at least people can't delete stuff off of it. I guess that's more of a front door than a back door. As for the backdoor issue, in Mountain View, California, the police chief actually got rid of their Flock program when they discovered that Flock had been sharing city data with hundreds of law enforcement agencies, including federal ones, without permission and violating California state law. Flock had toggled one of the cameras to national lookup without informing the city or the PD, and they had told the PD that they didn't have any logs of the time, so they didn't know who had looked anything up. It might have been an accident, we don't know, because they weren't maintaining the logs. Problem with that is also that violates CJIS, which is the FBI standard for managing law enforcement data. And honestly, not logging is a fairly serious violation of that kind of policy. The other major policy violation that they had reported on last November was the issue they had with not enforcing multi-factor authentication. That's the thing where you have to press a button on your phone in order to sign in. It prevents someone who is able to get your password from getting in without you pressing a button on your phone. Flock rebutted that point, not there, but on their site, saying that 97% of their customers used MFA, meaning 3% don't. Honestly, I'm not worried about Oshkosh Police Department. Police chief said that they have above average clearance rates, and when you look on independent watchdog sites like police scorecards, Oshkosh is actually #1 in the state when it comes to use of force, accountability, that sort of thing. It's everybody else in the world that I'm worried about. So if you're sharing with 200 agencies, the math works out to about 6 might not be using MFA. And honestly, the people who disable the press a button on your phone usually use easy passwords to guess. Flock passwords have shown up on the dark net before that you could buy for a couple $100s in Bitcoin. Again, I haven't done that. And they will probably show up in the future. I thought that would take longer. I guess the other point I wanted to make was a similar situation happened in New York back in 2013 when they ended the stop and frisk laws. Everyone was very concerned about crime spiking after the stop and frisk, even though that one particular one was found to be unconstitutional. But what happened instead is that crime fell because it had been falling since the 90s, and then it continued to fall in the years following. I don't think it's any single tool that makes our community safe. I think it's the people involved, all the people involved, that make our community safe. Violence is a human problem that I think has a human solution. Even as a cybersecurity professional, I think there are some decisions that really need to be made by humans. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Rasmussen, followed by Deb Martin.
Good evening, thank you. And thank you, Chief. I am Reverend Ellen Rasmussen. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. I live and serve here in Oshkosh as pastor of Algoma Boulevard United Methodist Church, and I am here because I care deeply about this community. And I believe that how we invest our resources reflects who we are and who we want to become. Right now, we are facing real challenges, financial, social, and relational. And in moments like this, it can be tempting to turn towards solutions that promise control or quick results. But I want to invite us to think differently. So I'm going to hopefully say this as clearly as I can. Over the years, I've had the privilege of walking alongside people in some of the most difficult times of their lives. I've sat with families in grief. I've stood with people in crisis. I've listened to stories that never make it into reports or data systems. And what I have learned again and again is this: people keep each other safe. Not systems, not cameras, people. Neighbors who notice, neighbors who check in, neighbors who care. So tonight, I know there are very important conversations happening about privacy and data and surveillance, about how this is a useful tool for our police department, and all of those matter. But I want to speak to something deeper. I want to talk about what kind of community we are becoming. We are considering investing about $80,000 a year in flock cameras, and I keep wondering what might happen if we invested that in people instead. What if the funding went toward strengthening neighborhood connections, supporting youth and families, expanding mental health and crisis response, building trust, real trust between residents and public safety? One of the things I treasure about our Oshkosh Police Department is know us before you need us, which I perceive as a desire to build strong relationships across the community. Because here's what I know from lived experience. A camera might record harm, but it cannot prevent loneliness. A camera might capture a moment, but it cannot build a relationship. And it often is in the absence of relationship that harm begins. We are also entering a time of uncertainty. With the financial impacts of H.R. 1 still unfolding, we don't yet fully understand how our local systems will be affected. We are going to have to make tough choices. And that matters, because in times like these, we don't need to become more watchful of one another. We need to become more connected to one another, more resilient, more rooted, more human. In my work, I often hear people longing for something they can't quite name, but if I listen closely, it sounds like this: I want to belong, I want to be seen, I want to know that someone would notice if I was in trouble. That is not something that technology can provide. That is something that community provides. In the Christian tradition, we talk about something called beloved community. It's a vision of people choosing to care for one another, especially in difficult and frightening times. And I believe deeply that Oshkosh has the capacity to be that kind of place. So tonight, I'm asking you to pause before making this decision, not to just to ask, will this help us respond to crime, but to ask, will this help us become a stronger community? Because those are not always the same thing. If that is what we truly want, if we truly want safety, lasting safety, then we need to invest in the relationships that hold a community together. The best intelligence we have is not artificial. It is human. It is neighbors caring for neighbors. So I urge you, choose to invest in people, choose to invest in connection, choose to invest in a community where safety grows from belonging. Thank you.
Thank you. Deb Martin, followed by Andy Toman.
I can only say amen to what Pastor Rasmussen just said. I think it is about community. I don't disallow with what the police chief has said and how our police department operates, and I'm sure they're at their best integrity. But the concern is the networking of this information. And the concern is if the federal government were to come in and take data, because we've seen that happen in different places in our country in the last months. So as much assurance as you can give me, you can't give me that assurance. And I agree that it's more important that my rights are kept as opposed to this surveillance. I don't want to be a surveillance town. Some of us are old enough to have read the book 1984, and in there, I don't want to be a surveillance town. I don't think this is good for anyone. It starts one thing that then leads to another thing, and it's scary. So I would just urge that these flock cameras, they track where we're driving, they know our location, and it's a nationwide database. And we can be assured that we're not doing it here, but that doesn't mean it will continue beyond a few months or beyond our community. So I really want to repeat the message that's been said tonight, that we really don't want this $163,000 and however much money it is spent in this way. There are so many other needs in our community that we think it could be better spent. So we really want you to reconsider extending this, put a hold on it, if not canceling it. So we just want you to vote to make our city safer, but not to pay a corporation to invade our privacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy Toman, followed by Jacob Claymeyer. Good evening. Welcome.
Thanks. My name is Andy Tillman. I'm a resident here in Oshkosh, and obviously I'm here to speak about council considering renewing the city's contract with Flock, considering the ALPR cameras. Before I start talking more, I want to first say some things before I forget. One, I just hope you all appreciate the fact that this matters to us so much that we are here, this late, and there are a number of us here because this is very important to us, and I hope you're taking that seriously, how important this is to us. The other thing I want to say before I forget, during the presentation, they had used some examples of how flock cameras had been used for some past crimes. I want to point out that none of those actually prevented those crimes. Those were only after the fact where they caught the people. And let's be real, we've been catching and arresting people for years without these cameras. We can continue to do that. Our police officers are competent enough to do that without that. And again, I want to reiterate, none of those examples showed anything being prevented. So now I have some prepared statements I'll read. So I'll start by saying, no one wants to live in a mass surveillance community. Activity monitoring, what can go wrong will go wrong. And with activity monitoring, a lot can go wrong with having our data tracked and stored. This is our community, and it's our choice on whether we want our activity constantly monitored by the government and potentially anyone else who can get their hands on this data. And it's important to know if that data does get compromised and gets out, as people have noted, very likely could happen, we can't get that back. It's not like, when your password is compromised, you change it. If our data is out there, it's out there. And I also want to point out, this problem isn't just about privacy. It's also about this imbalance it creates between the residents and the institutions that are created, that are supposed to protect and serve us. They gain visibility into everything we do, and in return, we have very limited visibility in how they use that data, who accesses it, and how it's acted on. this puts us regular residents in a very unfair, vulnerable position in opposition to the agencies that are supposed to protect and serve us. They had mentioned that, there's some audits of like who's accessing it, but we still don't really know what they're doing with that data and how they act on it, and it still isn't that visible. So it is a very unfair position for us to be in as residents. I just want to list out a couple points. I'll try and keep it concise because a lot of them have been noted already. I already pointed out the imbalances puts between us and institutions that are supposed to protect us. Some people have pointed out already, like, this data is being used this way now. We don't know how it will be used in the future. That's important to keep in mind. This impacts our privacy and then the freedom we have in our daily life. When people are being recorded where they go and over time that reveals personal patterns about their lives, it can expose relationships, routines, beliefs without consent, which can change how freely people move and interact in public. And so this discourages participation in sensitive or community activities. It can reduce participation in civic engagement, and it can limit exploration of ideas or associations. Some people have pointed out already that this really pushes on our constitutional protections and illegal limits because these movements are being tracked without warrants. Monitoring happens without showing justification because everyone is being monitored all the time, and that's important for us to keep in mind. The data security has already been brought up many times, and the potential for data breaches is important for us to note because once that's out there, it sticks, it's gone. And then there's the problem with data sharing. A lot of people mention this, and I want to reiterate, with Flock, that data isn't stored, doesn't stay local, it's shared. And because it's shared outside the community, this means that we have less control what happens to the data about us because we can't control what other agencies or other communities who are doing, what their policies are on ours. And I think that's important. It's important for us to note the disparities in use. Let's face it, uneven impact across neighborhoods will be likely. Some neighborhoods will be monitored more than others, and once those disparities pop up, it's hard for us to reel those back in later. And so we need to take important note of those. And finally, I want to say the fiscal irresponsibility of moving forward with one of these things. Not only the ongoing public cost, which has been mentioned already, over $160,000, but also the legal and liability risk this puts us at as a city if something does go wrong and we get sued for it. Like what happened to Menasha, I don't know what's happening with that. If they press charges, the city, us taxpayers are going to be liable for something like that. And I don't want to be liable for something that is monitoring me. And let me wrap up by saying, so, at first glance, it might be easy to miss the real risk if you think we're just talking about cars, as they tried to pose it's about license plates. But license plates are tied directly to people. So this is tracking us. It's not just tracking our cars. And just because these are public spaces where we can see things, that doesn't justify storing and searching long-term records of where people's movements go. We've mentioned misuses, and these are just ones we're aware of. There could be other ones we're not aware of. I realize my time's running up, so I will end by saying we need to oppose the contract now and remove the current cameras. So I'm asking that the council not renew the contracts with Flock, and that they would remove current Flock cameras and delete any data about us residents that's currently stored. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jacob Kleemeyer?
He had to go to work.
Okay, thank you. Former Councilmember Aaron Wojciechowski, and then followed by Emmy Carrick.
Thank you. I sent an email to council. Thank you to those who responded. This is definitely a shorter version for time's sake. But I thought that my unique perspective, having served on council previously, let me introduce myself, Aaron Wojciechowski, and I served on the council in November of 2022 when Resolution 22-458 passed unanimously, authorizing the original Flock safety agreement. I voted yes. And I'm here tonight because I wanted to speak on that after this becoming much more talked about, and just speak honestly to where it was at that point and where things have changed. I'll note that my comments are based on the 2022 contract. When I went online, I did not see the new contract listed on the website, so I'm not sure if it's the exact same copy or if there's any changes. So if we're going based on the 2022 contract, these are my thoughts on it. So in 2022, the case was straightforward. The Oshkosh Police Department identified technology already being deployed across the Fox Valley. It read license plates, not faces, not demographics, cross-referencing them against law enforcement hot lists such as stolen vehicles, Amber Alerts, and active investigations. The full 2-year cost of $124,000 was reimbursed by the state of Wisconsin by a grant. I'll note that that does not seem to be the case for this one, but at the time, not $1 came from Oshkosh taxpayers. So at the time, we really did weigh the public safety benefit against real risks, and at the time, it seemed like the decision was clear. I actually went back and watched our recorded video, and I believe the mayor was the only one currently on the council that was there when we made that vote. And when I went back, this was actually a consent agenda item where no one from the public showed up to talk about it. We didn't have a full presentation. We just voted yes on it. It was, there was one comment, I think, about some skepticism, but ultimately we decided to vote for that unanimously. But, you know, we know that the world is not the same as it was in 2022. Many things have changed, and I think people raising concerns deserve a serious response, not a dismissal. I'm not here necessarily telling you to vote no, just some things I want you to consider. Actually, watching the presentation today reassured a lot of the things that I had voiced and was concerned about, and I'm thankful for the chief and the work that they're doing, the proactive stance that they've taken for some of these accountability measures. But we know the chief is not going to be here forever, and it only takes one person to come in to completely change, you know, these internal policies. So I'd really like council to consider making some of these permanent, so that if there is a change in leadership, that those policies don't change by who's in leadership. And this is based on the 2022 contract after doing a review of it again. But here are a couple things I just wanted to reiterate that I don't think were covered in that contract. And, you know, the company can talk about, you know, a lot of these great things that what they're doing, but I look at the language in a contract because that's what's binding, not what a company says they would like to do. So, first, mandatory query justification logging. As we saw in the Milwaukee incident, that person did not have to give justification or give a case number as to why they were searching place numbers. I think we should require each officer to enter a case number before the search executes. Second, automated audit reports, monthly or quarterly, which it sounds like we're doing, by which user should go to a designated compliance officer or the city attorney, not just sit in a database. Third, a written public available acceptable use policy adopted by council resolution specifying what constitutes misuse and what the consequences are, including referral for criminal prosecution. Fourth, a civilian review mechanism, some external check beyond the department's own chain of command. Fifth, explicit restrictions on non-agency data sharing network. I think that's where we see a lot of the issues where you know, we might not be sharing this information, but people who have access to this network might be able to use that data for their own purposes without us having a say in that. And then sixth, a defined cap on city-side footage retention. While it's true that Flock has a 30-day limit on when they need to delete footage, the city right now, as far as I'm aware, does not have a hard cap. So I would like to see either that addressed or some policy put into place to make sure that the footage that we're retaining on our own citizens has a cap and it's not just sitting there forever. So with all that said, I think I am really appreciative for the proactive stance that our police chief is taking with our own department. But as we know, things can change when other people take these positions of power. And I'd like to see these conversations had, these questions asked, and that these concerns are taken seriously. And I'm glad to see that it seems like we're being proactive on this. So with that, I'll just say, you know, the question today is not whether 2025, you know, 2022 was wrong, but what we can do better with stronger protections, clear accountability, and the lessons of Milwaukee and other incidences firmly in mind. So I would urge you to answer those questions, have those conversations before you make a final vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Emmy Carrick, followed by Courtney Hawkswell. Welcome.
I'm here to discuss the issue of flock safety, and I feel so passionate about this issue that I've waited more than 5 hours to speak to you about this today. I've done some research about this technology, and honestly, the more I learn, the more disturbed I am. The ACLU of Wisconsin describes flock cameras like this. Flock surveillance technology scans and stores license plate data from countless drivers every day, enabling the government to track where people drive and when, without their knowledge or consent, and without a warrant. These devices collect everyone's data, not just data on vehicles associated with a crime. These systems are marketed as a community safety solution to record license plates, but what they actually are is a data privacy nightmare. People are being surveilled constantly, and our sensitive location data is funneled into a database that is easily hacked and easily abused. As we've already heard from other speakers, 2 police officers from communities near us, one in Milwaukee and one in Menasha, were both recently caught using flock cameras to stalk women. Some people might say that if you don't have anything to hide, then there's no reason to fear those cameras, but those women did nothing wrong, and they were still victims. In the case of the Menasha officer, he admitted that he had access to the flock system off-duty, raising even more questions about security. Police in Texas searched 83,000 cameras nationwide to search for a woman they suspected of having an abortion, and police departments across the country have shared their flock data with the federal government. My point is that this tech is reckless and puts us all in danger. I can appreciate that the Oshkosh Police Department wants tools to help solve crimes, but a tool that comes at the expense of the privacy of every single resident of Oshkosh is not an option. Thank you.
Thank you. Courtney Hawkswell, followed by Jonathan Wilburn. Good evening, welcome.
Hi, thank you. I prefer to go by Malia. It's my middle name. So, a little bit about myself. I served in the U.S. Air Force as an intelligence analyst. I did 2 combat deployments where my mission was intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and targeting. Patterns of life, the way you establish patterns of life, the license plate trackers, that is valuable information, and it is dangerous information in the wrong hands. I have a written statement that I would like to go to next. So, I've spent years of my life in environments where surveillance infrastructure, who has it, who controls it, who it's shared with, and whether it's secure was the difference between mission success and catastrophic failure. What I am looking at with this flock safety contract is a catastrophic failure waiting to happen, and this council is being asked to pay $163,000 to extend it. Flock's automated license plate readers are not a target surveillance tool. They are a dragnet. Every vehicle that passes those cameras is logged. You, your family, your neighbors, everyone. And that data, our data, is being shared with 212 police departments, not just Oshkosh, Niagara Falls, New York, it's in Pennsylvania, agencies with no accountability to the people in this room, no accountability to the policies that our police officers follow. There are multiple unresolved vulnerabilities currently listed in the Federal National Vulnerability Database documented, not theoretical. Flock's response has essentially been, don't worry about it. What the city also accepted is legal liability. The contract requires the city to indemnify Flock against damages arising from how the system is used, a system with open security vulnerabilities shared across hundreds of agencies with no independent audit mechanism. That is not a good deal. That is a trap. We already have a local example of what misuse looks like. I won't talk about that, but I will bring to your attention Brian Koberger, convicted murderer, 4 people dead, the Idaho 4. You know what he wanted to do? He applied to work with the police department. He was interested in surveillance. Could you imagine another Brian Koberger in our neighborhood? We already had one, Menasha, stalking. Now the argument for renewal is that this system helps solve crime. The research doesn't support that. A peer-reviewed study in Journal of Experimental Criminology found no measurable impact. A 2025 study funded by the U.S. Department of Justice found no reliable reduction in violent crime. An independent analysis found fewer than 0.03% of ALPR hits produce a useful investigative lead. You were elected to protect this community. I'm asking you to vote no on this contract. I cannot stress enough just how dangerous this is in the wrong hands. I trust our police department, I do, but it is the system itself that I do not trust. I have received training in other open source technologies that as a civilian today, I haven't had a top secret security clearance in years, but I am forbidden from using it because I can collect on every single person in this room. That is how dangerous Flock is in the wrong hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Wilburn, followed by Megan Johnson. Welcome.
All right, here we go. First, I'd like to thank you all for bringing the community together, even if it is under less than ideal circumstances. So, my name is Jonathan Wilburn. I've spent my entire adult life here in Oshkosh. It's where I want to settle down. It's where I want to buy a house, have children, And I care a great deal about Oshkosh, and I want to see it prosper. So my first question to you all is, can you truthfully look at me, the people in this room, the Oshkosh residents, and guarantee to us that this technology won't be used in any way, shape, or form to harm your constituents? Now, of course, the answer is no, you cannot. These mass surveillance systems we've seen used time and time again to harm the same people that are forced to pay for them. We've gone through multiple cases here, Milwaukee, Menasha. So that's bad enough. There is no guarantee of safety with this technology. That's bad enough as it is, but we don't want to be held to these unaccountable mass surveillance technology within our city. Just ignoring the absolute violation of public trust that exists with this. Who inevitably will be held accountable when these errors are made? I highly doubt that these flock representatives would be willing to, be legally responsible or testify or be held to account for any of the wrongdoings that come out of this. We've already seen people arrested just for simple mistaken identity, held for months in jail for systems very similar to this one. Finally, the people of Oshkosh shouldn't be forced to tolerate and be put at the mercy of anyone, let alone outsider venture capital-backed technology firms seeking to profit off of our misery. We look to you, our representatives, our law enforcement, for protection and safety. So please, we implore you, do not abdicate your authority, your duty to firms such as this, and certainly do not do it at the expense of public trust, accountability, and funds that could be better used to serve the people. Those are my prepared remarks, and just to go off script for a bit here, we can obviously solve all crime if we just ignore the concept of privacy. Now, that's of course a very bad idea for any number of reasons, but if we adopt technology like this, what makes us any better than the other states who don't believe in human rights doing this to their citizens? We can come up with however many examples, China or whatever Gulf states that simply don't believe that you as a person have rights. And I don't think we should follow suit in that example. The only thing Flock is beholden to is shareholder returns. I say this as a finance and investment guy myself. That's really what the bottom line is all about. They don't care about us. They don't care about the residents, you, anything but the dollars and what they can do for their shareholders. They're not benevolent. They're not altruists. They truly can switch up on us at any moment and with no rhyme or reason or any recourse. So I just implore you all again to vote against this. This is not something that any of us want. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Megan Johnson, followed by Chris Jackson. Okay. No Megan. Chris Jackson? Welcome.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to thank the detectives and officers that was part of the investigation of my daughter. I believe, I heard a lot, but I believe that without this, that the person that ran her over and left her there would not have been caught. If the person already attempted to hide the vehicle without really knowing that he was a suspect, so if it would have been blasted over the news or anything like that, I believe he'd have had enough time to get rid of the vehicle. I'm not going to be technical. I'm not data searching, but I know that this is something that gave my family a sense of justice, a sense of relief. It, like people saying it don't stop crime, but I believe it helps solve it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. That's the last person I have registered to speak on this. Is there anyone else here tonight that wants the chance to speak to us on this topic? I see no one. I'll take a motion in a second to put Resolution 26164 on the floor.
So moved.
Second.
Council, discussion, this is time to ask questions of staff from their report or their presentation, as well as make comments too.
Go right ahead. Well, if nobody else wants to go first, I have a list of them, so, you know, you guys can just relax for a little bit. And I apologize, Mike and Christian, if I missed it, but can I get your titles and your role at Flock, please?
So sorry, I neglected to mention. Kristen McLeod, Senior Public Affairs Manager.
Mike Heine, Regional Account Executive.
And the reason why I asked is, and don't take this as a slight, but you're both basically in sales, you know, and for public relations and right. But PR is also sales. I mean, everybody in the company is in sales in a way, because if you don't sell anything, everybody loses their job. So while I appreciate you being here, I just wanted to know who I was hearing from in that, and it makes sense. But Chief, this is not going to surprise you that I have a list of questions for you, because, you know, many of them I sent you and told you that I was going to be asking. And a big piece of this is I'm not just trying to understand how the system works when it's used correctly, but how we ensure accountability and consistency and public trust across all users, both within and outside of your department. I think I sent you a text message on Sunday that said, hey, I want this to be so good that there's no doubts by the time we're done with this. And as you can tell, we still have doubts, so we have more work to do. So I understand the safeguards. We have our public policies on place for our officers when they access Flock, and I'm actually really encouraged to hear repeatedly that the concern isn't OPD. Like I think maybe 5 or 6 people mentioned that. But we share with a lot of people, how do we ensure that the officers from other agencies are following those same kind of standards when they're accessing our data?
Well, data itself on a shared database is only shared on a point-to-point. So they can't take that data that they get from us and send it somewhere else. And we have to believe that law enforcement officers across the state of Wisconsin, we trust them. We're going to make mistakes. We're absolutely going to make mistakes. But we trust our police officers more times than not. I can tell you that we answer 50,000 calls for service a year. And of those 50,000 calls for service a year, our number of complaints, I believe it's like 0.003% of those calls actually generate some form of a complaint. And of those complaints, most of them are generated by us because of our internal audit that we have on everything. We follow up on everything that's going on. If we find a policy violation, we're going to investigate it. And my fellow police chiefs across the state have a passion to make sure we do things right, and we get it right for our communities. Do I have a guarantee that another agency is going to do something with our data? No, but it's a single point data point. It's from us to them. They can't share it with anybody else.
If somebody I'm just going to use Menasha because,
Sure.
If somebody in Menasha put a hot list or did a search on a plate in our system, would it show up on both audits? Only theirs, only ours? How would that show up?
That would be a technical question. I need to.
On both. Any search, any agency that the department has elected to share your camera network data with, and that search is run against your camera network, both internal and external, that search is logged.
Okay, thank you. I've got 20 more, and I don't care who answers them. Access to Flock on personal devices. We've heard that it can happen. It's even in your slide that, you know, somebody has a cell phone, they're getting a hot list. When you guys do get the report, does it show what device that they searched from, whether it was their a computer at work or their phone, or does, you know, when the search is run, or when the report is run, sorry.
Go ahead.
Let me make sure I understand your question. So on the audit log is what you're asking.
Sorry.
I don't believe so, but I'm not 100% sure, and I can get that answer to Chief.
Okay.
I will tell you that regardless of what device is used to search it, we require when a report number is available, the report number is actually recorded within the search itself, as well as a legitimate criminal justice reason for it, not just investigation. We're going to be searching for something that's involving a a retail theft that occurred at this location. We're very specific as to what we're searching for. So whether it's a personal device or it's a department issued device, every one of our police officers has a cell phone that we issue to them because we use cell phones for everything that we generally touch. It's because of the nature of logins, we know who did what with what. Whatever device it is, it doesn't impact how we got to it. It's did you use the search feature for a legitimate criminal justice purpose?
Since this was question number 14, but the case number requirement, when would a officer be required? I know you said if they have it, but when would they not have it, or when would it not be required to enter a case number?
Well, if we are searching for a traffic offense that just occurred, we may not have had a case number that just got issued. There's various reasons why there wouldn't be one, but ultimately, if it involves a criminal justice incident of some form, there will ultimately be a case number assigned to it. But if it's an emergent issue, we may not have even issued the case number yet. But they will be putting in specific reasons why the search had to occur.
Sure. To Tanner's question, how would you respond to a federal subpoena on information that would be on our system?
So that, because the data is owned 100% by the city of Oshkosh, if we were to receive a valid subpoena for your information, our contract mandates that we notify you.
But then you could give it to them?
The only instance where we would not notify, we would work with your city legal on how the city determines to respond to that court order because it's your data.
Okay. So it'd be up to us to give it to them or fight the subpoena or whatever we want.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Somebody brought up Condor camera. I'll tell you, I've learned more about Flock than I've ever wanted to know in the last 6 months. But I believe you have Condors, you have Ravens, you have other technologies. We only have the license plate reader technology. None of ours have pan tilt zoom, correct?
Actually, we have one pan tilt zoom.
Okay.
But there's multiple pan tilt zooms throughout the city. If you walk through this hallway here in City Hall, there's pan tilt zoom cameras.
But not Flock.
But not Flock. No,
Correct.
but that's a brand. If you go downtown, there's pan tilt zoom cameras at Opera House Square. We have those available from different vendors, not just Flock.
Do any of those have facial recognition?
No, we have no facial recognition here in the city.
So back to Dean, we have an agency, a network of agencies that we have chosen to share with. How did we decide who to share with in that network?
We kind of looked at it as what's really logical here. The state of Wisconsin is obviously our core, so we're going to share with the state of Wisconsin agencies. We have a corridor that we know based upon investigations for narcotics use. We'll give you as an example. We have drugs that come in from Minnesota. We have drugs that come in from Chicago. We have drugs that come in from Green Bay. We have drugs that come in from the UP. So we know that our surrounding communities, surrounding states, they impact the state of Wisconsin, and we know that some of those drugs come into the city of Oshkosh. So we share on a logical decision basis that we're going to share with the state of Wisconsin and any other state that adjoins to the state of Wisconsin, except for Indiana because it kind of loops around, but it's within miles. Yes.
Okay.
We do not share with California, Texas, Virginia, anybody else. There's no logical reason to do so.
Under what circumstances would we discontinue sharing or limit or deny sharing with another agency like that we're sharing with now?
That's a very open-ended question, and we take a lot of what we do based upon what's before us. If somebody is blatantly violating what we have going on, or we're using general like a state, or are we talking about an agency, what is the basis of that question?
I mean, another agency has a chief turnover and puts in policies that you don't agree with. That would be one way.
Then I would stop it.
Okay.
Because I want to make sure that we protect what we do here in the city of Oshkosh.
Mostly what I'm getting to there, and I know it's leading, but I want to know that there are criteria that if XYZ happens, and I know you can't come up with all of the possible things, but that we would stop sharing with other agencies.
Yes, we will.
I'm almost halfway through. I've heard different interpretations of what would happen if Freedom of Information Act or Public Records Law, if we got one of those requests, how would Oshkosh respond to that?
Well, it is a public record, and we would work through our legal counsel to determine what we had to release. And remember, the flock data itself is not personal identifying data such as date of birth, address, things like that. A license plate itself that comes from a flock camera is just a series of letters and numbers. The only way for us to use that data is to input it into another system, which is a privileged system, where we're able to find out a person's address, we're able to find out their personal identifying information. That's what we trust our police officers to make good decisions with. But that license plate data itself that you get from flock, it's letters and numbers.
Hot list. What are the criteria that you have in place right now for an officer to put a plate on the hot list?
Well, an officer can't put a plate on a hot list.
Okay.
A detective can and supervisors can.
Okay.
A detective would do that for they're investigating a serious crime that's assigned to them. And if an officer wants a license plate to be put on a hot list, they have to have it vetted through their supervisor and the reasons why.
I got some questions asked to me about one of the policies. It's 204.03 states that any position could have access to flock in OPD. How do you decide who gets access and you know, who doesn't, and essential personnel to have it? Is it every officer? Is it every, you know, how do?
Every officer has it. I don't have it. I don't have any need to go searching in flock. One or two other members of the command staff don't have it. I will tell you that our front desk folks have it, but they can only search Oshkosh data. And they have the same rules associated with the search criteria that every police officer has as well.
And I'm pretty sure you knew this one was coming, because this is the question that this council has been consistent in asking for at least the last 2 years. Every contract has been subject to making sure that we get the best value for the money for our taxpayers. How can you assure me that this $86,000 a year, or you know, how do we know that this is the best value?
There are other companies out there that have license plate readers available for us. I will tell you that Axon, who you know that we are heavily invested into Axon through our body camera system, through our AI technology that we're using with Axon, through our taser system that we have, through our evidence.com system that we have. They have a license plate reader system, and they certainly would like for us to be a customer of theirs for that. However, the technology that we have available with Flock and how we integrate across our neighboring communities, nobody else has that available to us.
I have a few comments, but that's the last of my questions, so I want to let some other people go. And
Okay. Mr. Amos, followed by Mr. Flom.
So first off, thank you, Chief. I definitely want to make it clear that I appreciate all that you do, and I appreciate all that your team do. I do have a couple of questions as well, so sorry to have you in a hot seat so long, but
I've been in a hot seat for 39 years.
all right. That's good news. Well, so I had a community member reach out to me, and they had concerns about an officer that is still currently on the force right now, who did misuse surveillance for a non-criminal reason. And my question is, what would you say to those community members who are aware of that situation and have concerns that is now leading into Flock?
Well, I won't get into the investigation itself. The officer, there was an investigation that occurred. The officer did incur some discipline associated with it. That was not a protected system. We didn't have policies in place as a city or as a police department to protect that system. The officer, again, was disciplined for that. When we discipline an employee here in the city of Oshkosh, we do use a progressive discipline model. And this particular employee is an exemplary employee who does exceptional work. If you had a crime that was committed in your family or in your household, you would want this police officer investigating that crime. Now, again, the officer did get disciplined for it. But if you make one mistake in life, should you lose your career because you make one mistake? I will tell you that if we have a specific policy related to our ALPR technology, because it's such a huge concern here within our community, I will move to have the officer removed from the force for that, because this is so important, and because we have policy specifically protecting this information. However, in that particular case, there was no policy specifically about those camera systems.
Okay. Is it true that that officer has been like promoted since then? And like, what would you say to like people who have concerns surrounding, like, as you stated, that you would address any officer that violates the regulations around flock cameras, and then they also see that individual who abused surveillance in the past be promoted?
Well, Mr. Amos, have you made a mistake?
I like to think that I'm perfect, so.
Yeah, I know I have. And I have made mistakes, and I've been disciplined in my career, and here I stand before you. We have good police officers who make mistakes. We're human.
Okay, thank you for that. Also, if I heard correctly, the flock representative stated that there was a auditing system that they were working on, and that Oshkosh is an early user of that system. So my question is, how long has that audit system been here in Oshkosh?
That actually has just been developed by Flock, and as the Flock representative spoke to it, we're an early adopter of that system, and it's really because of the questions that our community has brought forward. Flock has gave that to us, and I'd like to speak to that briefly. So some of the criteria that helps us with, if somebody searches for one single vehicle license plate 10 times in a 30-day period, it's going to trigger a response from us. It's going to say, hey, you should look at this. Now, we may be looking at that license plate for a legitimate reason, but that information is shared directly with our leadership, and we'll look at that specific case to figure out what's going on. And we're going to ask the tough questions. Why did you search this? And there's numerous other criteria that are put in place to automatically trigger a question. Why did this occur?
Thank you. Does this newly created auditing system go back in time to look at official use prior to the auditing system?
No, we only have data for 30 days.
Okay. Okay.
30 days is done, and we don't have the data anymore.
Okay.
But the search data, that stays forever, doesn't it?
The audit trail does state forever. You are correct. The images are gone after 30 days.
Okay.
Yeah, yes.
Sorry.
And that's simply so we can go back and look at it. You're absolutely correct. We've had a lot of conversations on Flock.
How long have flock cameras been here in Oshkosh?
Since 2022, I recall.
Yeah.
2023.
And have there been any like incidents as far as like staff misusing the camera since?
We've had no investigations of an officer doing any misuse of any of our camera system here. Our officers believe so much in this system. They understand the sensitivity of it, and they also understand the ramifications of using it improperly. They've heard me say that they will be terminated, or I'll move to have them terminated if they use it incorrectly.
Sounds good. Thank you, Chief Smith, for answering my questions. And thank you for the presentation tonight. I think that really helped out a lot. And you highlighted a lot of situations where flock cameras have been useful in the community. And definitely what happened to you, I feel terrible about. And I'm glad that they were able to use the flock cameras to help out with that situation. What I am hearing, though, I'm hearing what the flock representative said, and definitely hearing what the community said. And honestly, like, I share a lot of the same concerns that the community has, and I'm not gonna like repeat everything that everybody has already went over, but I think what the issue is here is the fact that there haven't been enough community engagement and education around flock cameras. And I think that's what it all boils down to. And I have been advocating for the last couple of months now that we have to be more proactive instead of reactive to a situation. And I appreciate the presentation tonight, but I think it's more of a reactive approach instead of being a proactive approach. And honestly, yeah, the council, we are a part of the community. Yes, we need to be, I guess, convinced in a way as well. But I think the majority of the people that need to be convinced is the people that's in the community. I think that's where the most convincing should be done. So it's very difficult to support it tonight for the simple fact that it puts us as a council in a situation where we then have to, if we support it, tell the community why we supported that. And it's my understanding that that is like more along like your job duties. You come up with things or you identify things that can be beneficial for our community. You then go out into the community and you educate the community members on that. Let them know why this is a good thing for the community, and then bring it to council, and then we can support it that way. But if we support it tonight, then it's kind of unfair to us, because then we're in a hot seat with the community members and trying to explain to them why it's good. So I guess my question, I have one last question. With this level of concern, do you think that you should engage and educate the community more about flock cameras and how it can be beneficial to the community, and then come back to the council for a vote? And if so, how long would you need to do that?
I would share with you that we have a presentation that's going to be available on Oshkosh Media. It shares all the information that we have. We are as transparent with you as we can with this. The information is available for anybody who really is interested in it. We've had a lot of community presentations where we meet with our neighborhood associations once a year. We have a difficult time getting people to come out to them. We spend a lot of time trying to engage in our community. Our police officers meet with our neighborhood associations on a regular basis. Our presentation is available. We have a transparency portal on our website that gives all of our information. I am available for anybody that has a question. I am available for anybody who says, hey, tell me about this, and I will meet with anybody on it. But we have a presentation that's currently available for anybody.
So would you suggest that like we give the community like a couple more weeks to like review that information and get more comfortable with it?
That is purely up to council. That's not up to me.
Okay. But would you make that suggestion?
I will not make a suggestion for council to make a decision. That's not my purview.
Thank you.
Mr. Floam, followed by Mr. Spanbar.
Thank you, Chief. I'm going to have a number of questions myself, obviously concerns about data privacy, but very supportive of the public safety aspect. First thing I'm going to focus on is our WILEAG accreditation. We're very proud of that as a police department. And tell me, Chief, does that come with a data privacy standard that we have to hit in order to maintain our accreditation?
So let me speak to WILEAG, which is the state accreditation. They actually do not have a specific accreditation standard related to flock or license plate readers. But we're the second municipal law enforcement agency in the state of Wisconsin that's nationally accredited. We've actually been nationally accredited since 1994. And because of our CLIA accreditation, we are required to have specific policies related to data protection and license plate readers. The only other community that is nationally accredited in this state is Altoona, and they just got their base accreditation. We have advanced level accreditation at a national level. No other community in the state of Wisconsin has that.
So this is the gold standard.
This is the gold standard
of data practices when it comes to how a police department uses its data.
Our accreditation is the gold standard, and they have standards that we have to meet our accreditation standards as it relates to privacy data, and not just data privacy, and not just data privacy on flock, on license plate readers. We have accreditation standards that reach all of our data systems that we have to maintain. We have over 450-ish standards that we have to meet for our national accreditation, and we just got reaccredited in November this year.
Very good. Well, that leads me into my next question about data sharing. In terms of how we share our flock data, the point-to-point sharing with other law enforcement agencies, does that differ in any way, shape, or form with how we share other data with law enforcement agencies when it comes to criminal investigations? So regardless of the platform that we're using, is how we share our flock data, is it different than how we share any other data that we may share with another law enforcement agency?
We're usually consumers of data. And if we have a report, I'll use countywide right now. The Winnebago County, we have one records management system for the whole county. We currently can search reports that are generated through any other community in Winnebago County. That has been a standard for law enforcement agencies here in Winnebago County for decades, where we share one system. The system is purchased by the county, and they do the dispatch for all of our law enforcement agencies here within Winnebago County. They dispatch all of our fire services here in Winnebago County. They also manage our records management system. We pay a fee to be a part of that, but that data sharing is what helps us be successful in solving crime. Long time ago, there's a system that was developed where I came from in Virginia. It was called the Link system, where we're able to actually the system is nationwide at this time, where we're able to, instead of picking up a phone and saying, hey, Detective so-and-so from Nina, do you know anything about a red Corvette that may be driving around the community? So through some of our systems, we can go in and look for a red Corvette and see if it hits somewhere in Nina from a report that occurs. There could be a traffic stop that occurred, and we would have that information already there.
Okay. And I'm going to have a few more questions here. The next one is in regards to the 2022 contract with Flock, or 2023 contract with Flock, versus the contract that we are going to be voting on tonight. How has that changed, if it's changed at all?
I looked at the contract. Our renewal mirrors the contract as it's wrote. I think I'd have to kind of let Flock step forward.
So with regard to the terms and conditions, we recently updated our terms and conditions, which are available to anyone. You can Google Flock terms and conditions and take a look at those. We just clarified language, but I think the most important piece and something that has been misreported is that somehow the terms change that data ownership. I will say it again, that the data is owned 100% by the city of Oshkosh. All of the data collected by the camera network in your community, that is owned by the city. That has not changed. We just updated language to make it clearer.
Okay. Thank you. And then the next question for the chief, do we use multi-factor authentication in terms of our Flock access? We do. Okay, very good. Next thing I'm going to go into is one more contract question, but then operations. How many private vendors, I'm assuming you may not know the number off the top of your head, I'm not expecting you to, does OPD do business with? A lot, I can probably guess, and I'm sure that we do our due diligence on all of them, because it's not just about the systems, it's about the people who use them. Anyone can misuse any kind of technology. I can run somebody over with my car. Doesn't mean that we should ban cars. And then, so I just wanted to insert that point there, because I know that that's something that a lot of people will try to make an argument about. The next question I have is about just how it would change daily operations. So let's say we stop using Flock tomorrow as a department. How would that change your operations, and what kind of additional strain would that put on officers?
Well, let me give you a specific example that's currently occurring right now as it relates to vehicle pursuits. We see in Fond du Lac County, the Sheriff's Department allows vehicle pursuits for virtually anything that occurs. Milwaukee had a period of time where they didn't allow vehicle pursuits, but for serious things, which is similar to our policy. They loosened theirs up, and they started having accidents, and they started having bad things happen. Within the last month, Winnebago County Sheriff's Department has changed their pursuit policy. They will chase virtually anything. We have a pursuit policy that's very, very strict, and I caution myself for saying this, but if you commit a serious felony here in the city of Oshkosh, we're going to pursue you. We use all of our databases to include Flock to find those who may flee from the police department, and we're very successful after the fact of finding vehicles that flee. I will tell you that without having technology like this available to us, because of where the county is changing, we may have to consider changing our pursuit policy as well, to where we start chasing vehicles for silly things that we shouldn't be chasing them for, but we can't find them. And that's a really bad thing for us. If we didn't have the access to Flock, it's often said that Flock doesn't prevent crime. I would argue that it doesn't prevent the crime that occurred, but it could prevent subsequent crimes, and it's hard to measure those things. As we've demonstrated tonight, we have numerous victims of crime. You've seen it in the paper, you've seen it on TV, you've seen it here tonight. Victims of crime who we're able to give them some closure because we're able to find those who perpetrated the crime against them, and that's incredibly important to us. Victims are important to us, and we want to make sure we can help them get better.
So essentially, the concern that I have is that if we walk away from this kind of technology, knowing that the bulk of the concerns about data privacy exist outside of the Oshkosh Police Department, we are not only not offering closure in solving crimes and giving justice to victims, we are also making people less safe who are innocent bystanders if, say, we have to do more vehicle pursuits. Those are inherently dangerous. I've watched the videos. I'm sure many people have watched the videos. You have cop cars speeding through downtown areas at 80 miles an hour. I don't think anybody really wants that.
We actually had Fond du Lac County pursue a vehicle through the university, going the wrong way down Algoma, and I have him on video, going by our police department, going about 85 miles an hour. Me and the sheriff in Fond du Lac County aren't on good speaking terms, because I've assured him that if they do that again in the city, and they harm any of our residents, I'm going to do everything I can to prosecute their deputy. We just don't want that. They went the wrong way through the university on a one-way street at 80 miles an hour.
Right. And I'm not saying if we ditch the contract tonight that that's automatically going to happen, but the risk profile increases for events such as that and may force us to adopt a pursuit policy over time.
That's a very strong possibility. In addition, you asked specifically about how things would change. I heard tonight also that you know, our police officers, they can solve many crimes. It's a lot more difficult in today's times for people to leave us and disappear within our city, and if a vehicle is involved in it, we may not find that person, and we're going to have a lot of unsolved crimes. I'm confident of that.
A while ago, you and I were discussing numbers of patrol officers, and there are numbers that have bare minimum coverage in terms of numbers of patrol officers per capita. Where are we with that today in terms of our officer staffing?
I think we're somewhere about 1.65 per capita.
Are you comfortable with that?
No,
So,
not at all.
If we abandon this technology,
City manager doesn't like for me to say that, I promise you. She gives me a hard time when I say I need more.
Fair enough, and there are budgetary restraints with that. But, I mean, if we abandon this technology, we're essentially having an overstretched workforce, and we're going to ask even more of them.
Correct.
Is that correct? Yes. Okay. I'm sure, I mean, look, we have solved crimes before, we have prevented crimes before without LPR technology. I'm sure we could do it again at a higher cost. We could fly around in prop planes again, too. We could use dial-up again, too. We could use rotary phones again, too. So I can't look victims of crime here in the eye and say I'm doing my job as a member of the Common Council by getting rid of this contract. It's my job to put into place public policy that keeps people safe. Ditching this objectively makes people less safe. Thank you.
Mr. Spanbauer, followed by Mr. Nichols.
All right, thank you. I've heard a lot, I heard it said kind of repeatedly that we own the data, and I guess I would just like maybe a little more clarification on like what that means.
So every single image that is captured by the cameras that are in Oshkosh, the city owns those images and that data. That means that, and it's also written, it's in the contract, that Flock will never sell that data. That is, again, owned 100% by the city.
Okay. You also said before that Flock deletes the data. So are we deleting the data, or is Flock deleting the data?
Great question. So when the images are captured, they are retained on the AWS cloud, encrypted end-to-end, retained on the AWS cloud. That is subject to a 30-day data retention. So each image that is captured is given a time to live, if you will. When that image hits 30 days, it's on a data deletion schedule. And so that is written into our contract with the AWS, the cloud server, that it is permanently deleted at that point in time. The data deletion can be increased, but that comes with additional cost. The data retention can also be reduced.
Okay. Can you just define for me, sir, what is AWS?
Amazon Web Services Cloud.
Okay. So the data that we are capturing are not like stored locally on servers, they're in a cloud-based server.
So it's captured, it is stored for a limited time on the device, and then it is transmitted to the cloud where it is retained for the rest of that 30-day period.
Okay. And so, you know, I guess just a point I think I guess I want to bring up is, you know, we're talking about ownership. We're also talking about sharing. right? And when we own something and then when we share that something, there is a little bit of a difference there that, right, in some ways, our ownership has now sort of been expanded to, a couple hundred police departments. And so I guess I sort of want to understand to what degree, maybe this gets to a little bit of one of my other questions, which I want to come to here. Sorry, my computer died before. When we say we're sharing our data, what does that mean? Does that mean that the images that are being captured by the ALPRs are immediately searchable by other police departments or sheriff's offices? Do they need to make a request of us? Is there kind of this, I guess, is it a continuous flow? Is it help me understand that a little bit.
So when a new Flock customer comes on board and they are setting up their Flock system, they determine their data sharing configurations in the system. And that means that each sharing, a neighboring city could request, Oshkosh, I see you are now on board with Flock. We would like to have access to search your camera network for wanted vehicles. The administrator of the Flock LPR system at Oshkosh would then either grant or deny that ability. If it is granted to that external agency, then that external agency would have the ability to include, if they're searching for a wanted vehicle, they would be able to include Oshkosh's camera network in that search to see if that suspect vehicle had been in the Oshkosh community. Is that?
Okay, thank you. My next question here. So we were talking a little bit about auditing and, kind of ensuring that officers or others, right, are sort of not using the information for nefarious purposes. So I heard that we have adopted kind of this monthly auditing. Where are those monthly audit reports found?
They are kept within the commanders of the particular officers, and we have a database within the police department that we have the audit logs.
So those are not publicly available,
They are not publicly
to
available.
residents?
No.
Okay.
We would be sharing people's information to general public.
Okay. Just a quick question that I wanted to follow up on before that, Chief, you mentioned that we're just sharing with PDs and SOs within kind of the surrounding states.
Yes.
But on our list is Niagara Falls, New York, and then a community in Pennsylvania, I believe.
Yep. Absolutely is. We own that one. We no longer share with them. If you look now at our transparency portal, they're gone. Somebody mentioned that, and we said, wait, what?
Okay.
And we cleaned that up.
So were we sharing with them and now we're no longer sharing with them?
Actually, based upon the public feedback we got as it relates to sharing, we were sharing with a lot of agencies because it was just a course of daily action. And then we specifically made a policy decision that we are not sharing except for that core group because we listened to what our community was saying. And we don't want to share our data with folks. It became an issue and we decided to change the direction we went to. However, there's 200 some odd agencies and we missed 2.
My next question is how do we get some sort of verification that the data are gone after 30 days?
So we have a contract, just as the city has a contract with Flock and is held to that, we have a contract with the AWS and it is on a retention schedule. And again, it is by default set at 30 days. I can share, there is more information on AWS and their data retention schedule and their contract, on their site.
Okay.
And I could probably share with you a little bit more on that. To give you another example, our body cameras are also stored on AWS cloud, and we've had body cameras for a decade now probably, and we have retention schedules associated with our body cameras, and it's an automatic system that just we set the standard and it dumps the data. We have probably 20 terabytes of body camera that we're required to hold on to, probably more than that now, but the last numbers in my head is over 20 terabytes. But through our body camera system, it automatically redacts out body camera video that runs out of the retention schedule.
Okay. I downloaded a set of data from sort of I guess a search log, and it lists the following categories: name, org name, total networks searched, total devices searched, time frame, case number, reason, and search time. I'm just wondering if anyone's able to kind of provide some additional clarity on some of that information.
Without knowing what the log is, was it our log?
Nope. So it looks like it's just a series, a list of what I'm going to assume to be officers, and then police departments that they are from, and then total network search. So I'll just read the first one. It's P.WIL, which I'm going to assume is the first initial and the first three letters of the the person's last name, the officer.
Okay.
P.Will. Priceville, Alabama Police Department. Total network searched 5,227. Total devices searched is also 5,227. This search was done on 9/12 of 2024 at 12:53 and 47 a.m. UTC. There's an additional date, 9/19/2024. 12:53:47 a.m. Then there's just a blank where there should be some information, and then it says TBD, and then there's another date with a time. The subsequent entries after that also list names, police departments from across the country, Illinois, Lake Havasu City, Arizona, other places. I guess the point I'm raising here is when I look through the data, the reason for search will say things like invest. Do they mean investment? Do they mean investigation? Stolen. My question, Chief, is what is our plan for ensuring that search terms we create a catalog of mutually agreeable search terms, and that those are used responsibly?
That's pretty much captured within our monthly audits. And we specifically require within our policy that there is specificity associated with the searches, and our audits will flag that, and we'll be addressing that.
Okay.
I think I can
go ahead.
Add some information to that. So was there a source of that information? I'm guessing what it is, but I just want to...
I found it as a link through one of I've got probably about 20 articles open right now on Flock.
Okay. So what I believe that is from, we have recently made some changes to the system. We have gotten we had... a search reason was required in the system, and that was an open field text box. We have since shifted to a required offense type dropdown, which is informed by NIVER's offenses, customer conversation. So an exact offense type must be selected for every single search of the Flock LPR system. The open text field is optional for agencies to utilize to provide additional information, as well as optional to require a case number. Before that was instituted, individuals would submit FOIA requests to agencies in different states. Some states have very, very broad public records laws. There are some law enforcement exemptions that can be applied to certain FOIA requests to protect the integrity of investigations and sensitive law enforcement information. Some agencies, because they were compelled by law to do so, released LPR audit information to the general public, which unfortunately exposed sensitive investigation information. We have since made additional changes to the system so that internal audits, the city of Oshkosh has full transparency. You can see what officer searched what camera, for what reason, date, time. External agencies that you have granted permission to search your camera network to, all of that information is also logged. However, Oshkosh, when they are looking at those external audit results, will see sensitive information such as the officer's name and the license plate number. There are 3 asterisks. So that's protecting the integrity of the investigation and the individuals involved, so that if information subject to a FOIA request, there are protections protecting that sensitive law enforcement information. That was generated previous to these system changes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I do have some additional questions, but the hour is late, and I think others have pressed their button. I guess what I want to say on this is, I believe that change moves at the pace of trust, and I worry that, in general, there's been an erosion of the public trusting entities, whether that be city government, federal government, whatever it may be. And Chief, please know that this is not in any way a reflection on you or your department. As I think we've heard over and above and beyond tonight, that folks have trust in the Oshkosh Police Department, and I know many people who I've talked to. I don't think that is where the concern lies. But I think there's some irony here in that we have individuals coming to us, residents who voted for the 7 of us up here, who are telling us that they feel less safe because of Flock. And while I want to honor and acknowledge that this has solved cases, that this has helped us find individuals who committed crimes, I believe that we need to very, very seriously address the concerns of the public before we would move forward with this. Thank you.
Mr. Nichols, followed by Mr. Bulow.
Thank you. I don't usually go this late in the lineup. I'm usually faster with my button, but I wanted to make sure that other questions were being answered so that I wasn't repeating anybody. So I will say, like everyone else has, there wasn't, I think in my 2 years on council, this was the highest number of people that we've had come speak on one issue. It might be the highest number of people we've had in the room since I've been on council, period. So I think that's a really good thing, and it speaks to how passionate people are about the issue. And with that, not one person has accused OPD of doing anything wrong. Now, nobody here likes Flock, apparently, and that's what I keep hearing. It's a really hard time to be in PR for Flock, but I appreciate you being here and answering our questions. But I'll tell you that the chief and I, when I joined council 2 years ago, he and I talked about Flock specifically, and it wasn't really on anybody's radar. As we heard earlier, the original contract was approved on the consent agenda. And it was new-ish technology, but when was Flock founded? 2017? Yeah, so it's been around for a while. There's been a lot of time and publicity, and positive and negative. But I've had exposure to Flock in my professional life. So when the chief told me that Oshkosh used Flock when I joined council in 2024, I knew what he was talking about. And I appreciate that the chief said, and I don't disagree with you often publicly, privately, I don't disagree with that often either. But you said that typically Flock doesn't stop the crime; it'll stop the second crime. I agree with that, except businesses use Flock, and a lot of times the use of Flock for businesses allows us to actually stop that first crime. The police departments have access to license plates, but we're worried because of domestic issues, for example, or threats to a business, and it has helped my business be safer to not only tens of thousands of employees, but millions of guests. So that's the context I'm coming into the conversation. And so I want everyone in the room to know that. I also happen to be, if you don't know who I am, or my background, I have to be a lawyer for the organization. So I've looked at the contracts for Flock. And so that's my background coming into the organization. With that, I will ask, if you don't mind, the Flock representatives a question about the data, because that's the popular thing to do tonight. Ownership, and I really appreciate Brad's questions about ownership, because any lawyer will tell you that the definition of a word is incredibly important. So understanding that the city of Oshkosh owns that data, does Flock retain any rights to aggregated data or to manipulate, or the ability to manipulate that data?
not the ability to manipulate it, but we do retain less than 1% of all images captured from our cameras. And we do that for a very specific reason, and it is outlined in your contract. We do that because we retain images. They are completely wiped of metadata. They are anonymized. If we were to retain an image captured from an Oshkosh camera network, we would not know that it is coming from Oshkosh. And we retain it to train our machine learning to accurately identify, say, the Department of Transportation has come out with a new license plate style. That way, we can accurately train our machine learning to identify that new plate.
But you're not actually putting that plate information into a secondary system that would actually identify individuals. Is that right?
Correct.
It's only just for the machine learning component. So teaching the computer how to read images.
Exactly. Perfect.
Thank you. The other thing I'll say, just about the police force in general, I tried to come up with 4 T's, but I could only come up with 3 T's and an A. But it's tools, training, trust, and accountability. We give our police department, and all police departments, very dangerous tools that you don't want in the hands of bad guys. Our police officers are sitting down, but I imagine on either of your hips, you have tools that are dangerous tools that we trust you and train you to use. Chief, do we train our officers on the use of Flock when we give them the ability to access it?
We absolutely do.
And with training, the only way that we can have a police department that keeps us safe and makes us feel safe is to trust them. We know that. And the only way that you can ensure trust is through accountability. We've heard a little bit about accountability, but Chief, can you tell us? You mentioned that I think you said 0.003% or something, but the majority of complaints
Did I get all the zeros right? I have my IA investigator here who does my report. Is it 0.0003 or? It's a lot of zeros.
It's less than 1 is what I'm hearing, which
It's
is a lot less than 1. And the majority of those complaints come from internal audits.
That's correct.
I think, to me, that says that we can trust our police force to actually police themselves. Has there been an instance where someone else has come in to audit our police department?
We have audits on a consistent basis for our usage of all of our databases that we access, the time system database. We're required through CJIS standards and through state DOJ to submit ourselves to an annual audit of our systems. And we have not had a compliance issue with any of those audits that come into the state. Where we may have a question.
Sure.
They say, well, what happened here? And we go figure it out. We provide the answer. Or we provide the incident report associated with it. But yes, we do have audits of our other systems. And I will tell you, as an example, probably 2017, we had another system that we were using, and we had an employee, a civilian employee, that used the system inappropriately, and I fired him. That's the only one we've had. It was not Flock. It was another system that we have, and we found it, and we actually the company itself said, "Hey, what happened here?" And we investigated it, and I fired that employee.
And that's I love to hear that, and I hate that it happened, right? But that our accountability was there. But that's a great segue to my next question. So Flock is really, to your original point, it's used to catch the bad guys after something's happened a lot of times. I have that right?
Yes.
We've heard conversations about incidents in Milwaukee and Menasha. Can you tell me how we've leveraged, not we, but those police departments or prosecutors have leveraged data from the system itself to actually go further in those prosecutions? Has Flock allowed prosecution of abuse of itself?
Say that again slower. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. No. So it's tomorrow. Has Flock been able to facilitate abuse of its own system?
Has Flock been able to facilitate the abuse of its own system?
Through its audits of the officers itself?
Yes, yeah. we provide those audits.
So we may not have known that those bad guys in Milwaukee and Menasha existed if it weren't for the Flock system itself.
Correct.
And they may have been stalking those individuals, and we would have never known, but the system that they were using to stalk them told us.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, Chief, I think I have one more question and then one more comment. Are we safer today than we were prior to having Flock in Oshkosh?
Yes, we are.
And is it due in part or in whole to Flock?
In part to Flock.
Okay.
There's a lot of hard work that goes into the investigations that our officers do. I certainly would never say that one system makes us successful. It's a combination of everything that our officers do with their heart, their soul, and the equipment that you guys provide to us.
I appreciate that. And so the final thing I'll say is we're not choosing to eliminate a risk if we choose to eliminate flock. We are choosing a different risk. Is that fair? Do I characterize that the right way?
It's fair.
Because we're no longer going to have the tools in place to find these. I'm responding to some hand signals from somebody in the back. But we're not going to have tools in place to ensure that we are catching the bad guys as quickly as we can, or to prevent the crimes as quickly as we can, or even to audit ourselves effectively when we might have bad actors who have the ability to use our data points. So anyway, with that,
Can I just?
Absolutely.
You have a clarifying comment. So you discussed what happened in Menasha and also what happened in Milwaukee, and I think I understand where they're coming from because I studied those. Anytime something happens that's wrong that we find out about, we're going to analyze it to death ourselves to make sure that we're taking care of our own world. And those occurred because somebody complained. But to your point of furthering the investigation, the admissible evidence comes from the audit logs. You have a complaint where somebody found records, or they said, I think this is going on, and through the investigation, the audit logs will actually prove out what happened.
Thank you.
Mr. Bulow, followed by Deputy Mayor.
This is the first time I can say I pushed my button yesterday. Jake, I sent you an email. Would you pull that up, please? This is the live version of the transparency portal, because a couple people you had a small version of it in your presentation, and a couple people referenced it. So I wanted to give you the opportunity mostly. I don't want to walk through line by line, but just any part of it that you want to pull out or highlight. But mostly I wanted to say for anybody still watching today, or most likely on Oshkosh Media later in the future, this is the site where you can go see it. I pulled it up on OPD's site, and I think it is important that people know that this is there. But I don't want to take up more time before Stevenson goes, but if you have anything you want to say about it.
Well, through our website, you can find all of our policies related to flock. All the data that we collect. It also tells you what we don't do specifically. It speaks to the immigration enforcement that we don't allow officers to search anything like that. It speaks to who we share with, and it usually how many searches that our officers have done throughout the month. I mean, it's there, and it's a live, living, breathing document. It automatically updates itself.
Deputy Mayor.
You guys are all a lot more articulate than I'm going to probably be at 12:30. Thoughts on flock? I think at its heart, this is a tool for you guys, and I don't think this is going to be the first time that we're going to be in a room filled like this with the way that technology advances. I think. For me, I don't know if there's a lot anybody can tell the folks in this room that you like flock or not, right? I don't know if there's a data point or there's an opinion or a story that someone can tell you that you would say, yes, I'm on board with flock. But I did just watch my fellow council members, citizens of Oshkosh. We've beat you up pretty good over this meeting, and then I know before this meeting as well. We have all asked all the questions you guys have asked, and you've come up with answers. And I'm sitting up here, you're responding to these answers, and you're responding to them well, and you're showing me all the ways that this system is safe, and it is really a trust issue, I think. It is something we have to trust our police officers to use, and I do think it does help solve crime. I don't know if it's a deterrence, but I do think that it is something that helps you guys be a force multiplier. The reason I say that I don't think this is going to be the last time we're going to be up here is, again, technology is advancing, and we're getting fewer police officers. We're working with fewer resources. We are going to have to ask our police officers to have and use different tools in the future. They're going to have to use a lot of different items to solve crime because we just don't have enough of them, and we're a growing community. Again, I think there's a myriad of reasons why I think that's going to be the case in the future, but I do think you guys are going to use this ethically. We'll see how things pan out in the future. I do want to reiterate again, we're not letting the federal government use this. It sounds like we have a lot of policy in place to make sure that that doesn't happen. It sounds like it comes back to this board, this body, if you ever were to get a subpoena. we would hear about it, we would know about it, we would have recourse to try to maybe fight that subpoena if we wanted to. I think that was one of the main concerns that I heard from the community, is that if the federal level government starts using this, there's maybe an issue. Those are my thoughts.
Go right ahead, Mr. Amos. Yep.
Did you have?
Floor is yours. Go right ahead.
Well, I just want to say I understand that it is our job, right, to establish policies to promote a safe community here in Oshkosh. But it's also our job to be good stewards of taxpayers' dollars. And the taxpayers are before us tonight stating that they don't want to spend their tax-paying dollars on this equipment. So for me, I want to say that, but I also want to highlight the fact that this is a trust issue, right? And I think that the biggest thing tonight is that the community needs more time to be more educated about this, do their research on it, and establish that trust with the police department that this tool is going to be used in the best way possible. And with that being said, and I don't know if anyone else have anything else to say, but I want to propose a motion to defer this to the next city council meeting. Defer the vote to the next city council meeting. But if anybody else have anything else to say, I'll let you say that, but I do want to make that motion.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
So we have a motion and a second on the floor to delay action on this item to the next regularly scheduled council meeting, which happens to be Tuesday, April the 21st. Mr. Bulow, you have comments on the motion to lay over?
I do. It was actually something I was considering as well, because one of the things that I dislike the most is when a council on its last day makes a very impactful choice or a decision. Stevenson and I, Deputy Mayor Stevenson and I,
You can go, Mr.
we were, yeah, I'm just so used to that. Reminiscing about that happened the day before that we got on council, and we have two members of this body who will not be joining us moving forward, and one that is up for election. So this council may look very different in a couple days. So it is something that I would like to have the discussion on, at least pushing it forward to give more time for questions and answers, because I learned a lot more tonight than I knew before this. So I will be voting in affirmative for the motion to lay over.
I heard a lot tonight, and I think it was restated by many up here, that the issue isn't OPD and their use of this technology. It is the broader sense of data security and personal information, and 3 weeks will not answer that question for those individuals or change their opinion on a grander scheme. So I don't know what the outcome, the hopeful outcome would be outside of delaying it to a new council, which I think is a gross I think it's abdication of your responsibility as an elected official to represent this community until the last minute of your term. And if this is something that somebody feels strongly about, that we should be holding over something until the next council is seated, there was about 40 things we just approved in the consent agenda that should have been laid over till that next council meeting as well, for that new council to determine $40 million for the waste treatment plant, or multiple millions of dollars worth of bids and contracts that we awarded. So it works for everything, so it can't work for anything then, in my opinion. It's all or nothing. So I don't see how 3 weeks changes the community opinion on this, based upon the information that's been provided not only by our current contract provider, but also our own police chief and our police department, when it has been categorically stated that OPD isn't the issue. The greater issue is just the personal opinion on personal information and data security in a broad, general sense. That's my thoughts on the motion to lay over. Any other comments or thoughts on the motion to lay over? I see none. If City Clerk could please take the roll on the motion to lay over to the next regularly scheduled council meeting of 4/21/26.
Amos.
Aye.
Spanbauer.
Aye.
Flom.
No.
Bulow.
Aye.
Stevenson.
Aye.
Nichols.
No.
Mugerauer.
No.
4-3.
Passes 4-3. This motion is, the item is laid over until the next regularly scheduled meeting, and we will move on to the next item on our agenda.
Excuse me, can I ask a follow-up question to the flock representatives, please?
Not here and not now, you cannot, but if you'd like to do that in the hallway, please feel free to. Next item on the agenda, number 55, resolution 26-163, approved Class B beer fermented malt beverage license application for Roast and Toast. This is 305 North Sawyer Street, Suite 100. I know we'll give the public a moment or two to file out before we move on to this one.
Are we on this one or are we on 54?
We're on 55. 56, then 55, then 60.
Okay.
We'll just give just another moment for folks to file out. I have 5 people registered to speak on this item. First up would be Ms. Eric Nasland, followed by Attorney Alex Uhlenberg. Mr. Nasland, good evening. Welcome.
Good evening.
Am I supposed to say good? Am I supposed to say good morning at this point, or?
Yeah, good morning. Ah. Sleeping for 4 hours usually. 729 North Washburn Street in Oshkosh. You know, I'm here to support Dell and Nav's proposed new business, Roast and Toast, and attest to their business integrity. So I'll make it short. The Sawyer Center was built in the 60s by my parents. My brother Nels and I still lease and own 10 of the 13 units. Dell and Nav have been a fresh addition to the center. You know, they are friendly, they're hands-on owners, they're hard workers, they roll up their sleeves to do what they need to do. You know, they collaborate well with other businesses and contribute to a thriving and safe neighborhood center. They have built and improved their business thoughtfully and with great care. You know, I would appreciate you all, your support for the Roast and Toast. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Attorney Alex Uhlenberg, followed by Cindy Metallo. Welcome.
I kind of stole my line. I was going to say good evening, but by this time it's good morning. Mayors, member of the council, I'm Attorney Alex Uhlenberg. My firm and I represent Roast and Toast LLC. Navneet and her husband Dell Singer here today. They're contractors here. There's our community member, Cindy Metlow, here as well. And you just heard from their landlord, all of which support their application. This is a second time in front of you as a council. They were here about a month ago, and you deadlocked on a vote because there was some question about their premises having 2 separate tax parcels, 305 and 333. So they asked our firm to take a look at that, make sure that there were 2 tax parcels so that issue could be addressed for you at the council, and that's why I'm here today. We did investigate the situation. I know my associate provided some documentation to the clerk's office. I think it's in your packet that shows that there are 2 separate tax parcels from 305 and also 333. In your packet, there was the actual condominium declaration that was amended last year that did create 333 separate from 305. That's a recorded document. We gave you the recorded copy as well. 194, 870, 8772, which in your packet. We also gave you addendum number 3 to the condominium plat, which shows unit 333 is actually a separate bounded unit, has its own entrance, has separate parking, dedicated parking, has its own defined exits. That's in your packet too. We also confirmed with the city assessor's office that there are 2 parcel numbers on their system. It does not show up correctly on GIS because of a technical defect that's in the system. I think they're working on it, but if you look at it digitally, it doesn't show up. But the principal planner, Jeff, now does indicate that there are separate parcels. We did send an email, a copy of his email to the clerk. I'm not sure if it's in the packet, but I think all of you have seen it. I have a copy here in case there's any concern upon that. So the concern that prompted the initial concern about this application, that there weren't 2 separate tax parcels, really doesn't apply. 333 does exist separately from 305. It's compliance with your ordinance that requires it to be 2 separate tax parcels. And it's also still 2 separately legal entities. They're condominium units. And condominium units are in Wisconsin separate properties that individuals can own. So we do believe that complies with your ordinance. Beyond that, a client's application is complete. They've had every review and inspection done and approved with no concerns that we've been notified of. They've done everything the city's asked them to do. Their documentation is ordered. They have a business plan that shows a plan that they have. They qualify for a Class B ordinance. I understand the council has approved these ordinances for other premises that are near a gas station. So there appears to be no basis really to deny the application, and I respectfully ask the council to approve the resolution. And of course, if there are legal questions concerning the tax parcel numbers or the division of the units, I'm happy to answer those. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy Metallo, followed by Tammy Bandemer. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Cindy Metallo, and I'm a local Oshkosh resident. I've been visiting Titan Mobile for years, probably from day one when they opened. They're awesome business people. They treat their customers like family. They built a reputation for being consistent, reliable, and respectful. Their current operations reflect strong management and accountability. Because of that track record, I trust them fully with this new concept. Roast and Toast seems like a thoughtful, well-planned addition, not something rushed. When I first heard about their plans for a cafe, I was excited, but recently found out that they have been getting pushback for opening a cafe that also uses local brewers. I cannot understand why Roast and Toast was denied their license previously when one was given to Quick Trip Pantry. That does not seem fair. I support the approval of their license and appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Tammy Bendemer, followed by Del Singh.
Tammy actually left.
Okay, Del Singh. Welcome.
Hello, good morning, good after midnight. Thank you for your time. Yeah, last meeting ended up in a tie vote. First, I want to thank the council members that were present and voted in favor. And the ones I did not vote in favor, I thank you guys as well, because obviously this information that the attorney has provided were not in your head. So Mr. Spanbauer, he was absent. I believe you're at an illness. Tried contacting you. I know, as you can see, it's a busy day. Probably the busiest over time. So we're just looking to get this resolved. We did everything by the book, state approved plans, this parcel, separate tax key parcel. This was recorded in July of 21st, 2025, well before we even applied for our initial license. We knew this was a state law. Not one premises could not contain 2 liquor licenses. So we made sure that you guys created the ordinance, even though it's a state law, and we need that. So I respectfully see if you can reconsider and approve this. Maybe next late hearing, we can bring some coffee. Or beer. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that is here this evening that would like to speak to this matter? I see none. I'll take a motion and a second to put 26163 on the floor.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Mr. Flom.
I voted for it last time. I'll be voting for it again. I voted for Quick Pantry Pub as well. I'm going to be consistent all around here. I want to thank the attorney for coming and providing some clarification on the separate parcels. I hope that provides some clarification for the rest of council. My vote is not changing. I am a yes.
Mr. Nichols.
Yeah, similarly, I thank you all for sitting through 100 hours. I think we're almost at of meetings tonight, and assuming the rest of council believes Jacob and I should continue voting tonight, I'll also be a yes here.
Mr. Bulow won that battle.
Attorney Praska, you, through Cammie, you sent out some information that you have concerns about the bathrooms being shared. Can you just give me the TLDRs on that?
So it's about the bathrooms, but more so it's about what the definition of premises is. So we talked about the definition of words. Last time we talked a little bit about when two premises are licensed premises are next to each other with a door between them. The door has to be a secondary door for safety exit only. There has to be another primary access. So that was part of the statute. The other part of the statute is that you can't, state law does not allow two liquor premises to have, or for one premises to have two liquor licenses. So the concern was with the sharing of the restrooms, because it's a limited common area according to the condominium. There's the convenience store has a Class A license, and then this is being requested for a Class B beer license. So the question is, and again, this sounds kind of technical, but does the premises for both of the convenience store and then the roast and toast, do they overlap at the restrooms? So the question, Mayor, if the question is no, that they don't overlap, then there's not an issue with the premises. So the question is, what does premises mean? State statute, as usual, is not particularly helpful. Premises just means, this is 12502. It's defined as the area described in the permit. That's what a premises is. So does that only mean where the alcohol, the point of sale is? There's a case, the Wisconsin Dolls versus the town of Del Prane in 2012. It says licensed premises as described refers to more than just the point of sale. The licensed premises with respect to a Class B may be coextensive with the premises where consumption may occur. Thus, the premises to be listed in a Class B license is not necessarily confined to the dimensions of a bar room or storage room. And that's a lot of stuff about a different situation. But so the question is, my only advice to the council is to make sure that there's no overlap of the licensed premises of the convenience store and of the roast and toast. So state statute doesn't say what premises has to be. The council gets to approve what the premises is. So if this is approved that the premises does not include the restrooms, you've solved that problem and you can make a decision based on other things. So the question is, what is the premises that's being applied for tonight? And the premises, looking at the application, it's number 19. Oddly enough, it only describes the behind the beverage counter and then the locked cabinet, which seems pretty narrow. So technically, whatever is in that block, that is where the alcohol can be. And typically, it's going to say a building or a series of rooms in a premises. So that's my only concern. Again, simply put, as long as the bathrooms are not part of the premises, then there's not an issue.
And we just get to decide that?
Well,
I think we asked, I mean, do you intend to use the liquor license in the restroom? No. Okay, I think we're good. I think it's not part of the premises.
Okay.
And it's usually covered.
Because that's the overlap, right?
That's the overlap. In bars, people carry their drinks into the restrooms, so.
Or into their car.
Right. But I would say that what's listed as their premises is pretty small. So the law is you can have alcohol, whatever's described in your application. And it's described in the application as behind the beverage counter and in the locked cabinet. So does that answer the question? So the bathroom issue was the main thing I brought up when I contacted you. So if the bathrooms are not part of the premises, then that issue is covered and you can make your decision on however you're going to make it.
Sure. So then the last point I'll make on this is, like I said I would, I went down and looked at one that is fully operational in Fond du Lac because people have been sending me these memes about how horrible these are in the cesspool and all that, and I found the one in Fond du Lac at least to be not for me, but it was kind of cute and quaint, and I saw no concerns about that being anywhere that they wanted to do them, honestly, in Oshkosh. So I'll be voting once again to approve this.
Deputy Mayor, I'm still confused on the premises thing. We decide what that is up here? So like if another application came in and I said, your premise is only behind your counter and this is what I've decided, like I'm confused.
Yes, the council has the authority to decide what the premises is.
Between each application, like capriciously and differently?
No, I'm not going to say that you should be capricious and arbitrary.
But I mean, like, I could decide a premise for them is different than the next person.
So, for example, and this is that 2012 case, you have an 8-acre parcel with a building on it, and the applicant comes in and asks for that the premises be defined as the whole 8 acres. You could say, we approve the premises to be the building and not the 8 acres.
And we just, all right, we determine it up here.
Right, I mean, usually it is, the applicant is going to apply for something and it's typically approved as applied, but it's a court case before the Supreme Court, so things like that happen. It could happen here, but the state doesn't decide what the premises is. The applicant can request a premises, they can request what a premises might be, but ultimately you are the granting authority. You decide what the liquor license is going to cover. Someone comes in with a 40-acre parcel and asks for the premises be 40 acres, that's an extreme example, but you could say, no, we're not going to approve a 40-acre premises.
So then our decision here, would we say, like specifically say the bathroom is not included? Are we looking for that? Are we looking to say what the premise is?
Yes, you can exclude the bathroom from the premises.
So that would be, if we're approving, we would say we're excluding common area.
But it wasn't included in the definition on the application.
Right. I mean, technically, yes. It wasn't. Well, no.
But I don't think they determine what the premise is either. Okay.
So
It's not your turn, DJ. Just press your button.
The application says that the applicant is supposed to describe the building or buildings where the beverages are sold, stored, consumed, and related records are kept. So it is supposed to be expansive, is supposed to describe where the beer is going to be sold and where the beer is going to be consumed. That is the goal.
Sure.
And that's what the premises is.
And I'm just was trying to tease out if I'm supposed to go with what they wrote down, or if we get to decide up here what it is. And then if we get to decide up here what it is, how is that recorded?
Well, technically, if you would be potentially expanding from what they put on.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. If we change what they put on their application, do we define that right now? I think you guys have met the 2 parcel criteria. I don't think you're against our local ordinance. If we're going to say that the premise is only including certain areas, and you said it's like something like a beer or liquor cabinet, I want to know what that premise is pretty defined. And if we have to say it doesn't include the bathroom, I'm more than okay saying that.
The easiest way would be to say that, yes, you're approving it, that doesn't include the bathrooms.
Sure.
I just want to clarify, my bathroom comment was a joke. We don't have to say that. The examples that you gave were when a municipality would limit what the request was, and that's not what's happening here. The request is incredibly narrow, and they've identified what we want it to be. So our approval of their application is just limited to.
I think the comments that he said was that common area could be a concern, and that's what I'm trying to.
But was that part of the premises identified in the application? Was the bathroom identified in the application?
Well, not in writing, but there was a map at the end that has the.
But it was just the square behind the cash register and the liquor box. That's what was identified in the premises as the premises, right?
So arguably, that's how it was described in writing.
Yeah.
But it also said you could attach a map. The map has highlighted, including the bathrooms.
The information supplied to us shows that the bathrooms and hallway are part of this premises. That's the application's information to us, and we shouldn't, it's not our purview to add or subtract from their application to us.
Sure it is. But if you want to do that, then do that.
No.
It's our license. So you went on this big spiel earlier about it's our license to give.
What I mean is, it's not for us to improve or detract or add or subtract to someone else's application. We're supposed to be judging it as it's presented to us. As it's presented, that's included.
But in the written definition of premises, that's not what it says in the application. It's the attached map.
And in the written definition, they actually missed the mark significantly on answering the question. So the application is actually insufficient at the moment, in my opinion.
Okay, Mayor.
And I guess that's what I am trying to tease out. I'm trying to tease out if we go based directly off what they said in the application, or if up here we're allowed to, I guess, edit said application on the fly.
Well, Mr. Spanbauer and then Mr. Nichols, and maybe at some point Joe might have his question answered. Mr. Spanbauer.
Thank you. I wasn't here for round 1, but I did watch the deliberations, and I guess I am trying to understand, I guess maybe from a legal perspective. So it sounds like there are 2 separate parcels, and as we have discussed, and a license, 2 licenses cannot be granted to a single parcel, but now there are 2 parcels. Is that correct?
So it's a single premises. So this is the oddness of the chapter 125. So it's not parcels, according to state statute. I'm not talking about the municipal code. According to state statute, is described premises.
And what
says you can't have 2 licenses on one premise.
And I just want to be sure I'm understanding this, because I think, some information was shared, is maybe how I'll state this. 125.51 Section 8 states connecting premises, except in the case of hotels, no person may hold both a Class A license, Class B license, or permit, a Class B license or permit, or a Class C license on the same premises or connecting premises. Is that correct?
That is correct. So premise is different than parcel.
Okay.
So council is right on the parcel. They're 2 different condo units. The bathrooms are fine for plumbing. The bathrooms are fine for the condo. The bathrooms are fine for health. the only thing they were talking about is the unique language of the Chapter 125 liquor license statute, where it talks about premise. Premise is different than parcel.
So the law does not allow for two liquor license types to be on a single premise, on a shared premise.
Premise, not
Okay.
parcel.
Okay.
So you can have a premise that is a different configuration than a parcel.
Okay.
Mr. Amos?
As I've said before, I support small businesses, and the reason why I voted no the last time is because at that time you guys weren't aligned with the ordinance that we have in place. And so I'm all for small businesses, but I'm all for them doing it the right way. And my question is, have they met the requirements based on our ordinance to be granted the license, based on our ordinance here in Oshkosh?
If the restrooms are not included in this premise, then the state statutes that I've brought up are complied with.
Okay, thank you.
Keep it short and sweet. My position hasn't changed since the last time. It's still against state law under Chapter 125. As it's presented to us, it is against the law. But even if it wasn't, I'd still be voting against it, as my position hasn't changed. I don't believe that it's in the best interest of this community to be changing or having the potential that every gas station, convenience store, and grocery store turns into a casino. I don't believe that that's what's best for this community. Any other comments or questions on 26163, Mr. Amos?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So I guess the question is, like, if we exclude the bathrooms and we say it's not a part of the premise, would we have to do that for every license that we approve moving forward?
All I'm saying is we probably need to look at how premises are defined on the applications, maybe more than we have in the past. That's my only suggestion. And that's all. That was my only point, is I want to make sure that the premise is defined how it should be defined. It's not overlapping, and it's otherwise not doing something that Chapter 125 doesn't allow. That's my only. If they can formulate the premises so it does not overlap, then that's complied with.
I feel as though I can support this because what I'm hearing as of right now is that they have met the requirements based on our ordinance here in Oshkosh, excluding the bathrooms. As long as we exclude the bathrooms, they've met the requirements, is what I'm understanding.
Yes.
Okay.
All finished? No standalone development would be allowed to occur without a bathroom. Period.
You're not using the bathroom for the liquor license.
They're not using the liquor license at all.
Okay.
They're using it to subvert state law, so they're not felons.
I move to call the question on this vote. Second.
Don't even need a second. We'll call the question. 26-163, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Amos.
Aye.
Spanbauer.
Aye.
Blum.
Aye.
Bulow.
Aye.
Stevenson.
No.
Nichols.
Aye.
Mugrauer.
No.
5-2 carries.
Next up, item 60, which is an update on Peck Miller Park pickleball courts. We have city staff here. We're going to do that one next, then we'll, because that's Mr. Slife is the last person here that wants to speak to us, to my understanding. Please come forward. Thank you for sticking it out. And then staff will give an update on this as well.
Thank you. My Parkinson's is kicking my butt right now, so if I seem a little shaky, I am. Proactive versus reactive. As I'm researching this, this has become quite a national complaint problem that is being dealt with in the courts and councils and different entities of power that make decisions on where pickleball courts can be and how they affect the surrounding community. More and more, I'm reading that the emotional, mental, and physical damage that being exposed to pickleball is significant for people who live within a certain distance from the pickleball courts. In some of the cases that I'm reading, pickleball courts are actually being closed. And as this one states, the decision to discontinue pickleball activity at this location to prioritize the surrounding residential neighbors' right to peace and quiet. In others, there's different language, but it's pretty consistent that looking at what's happening nationwide and how many noise complaints are being filed and how many of these cases are ending up in court, it's predictable that this isn't the last time that you guys are going to hear about this. So I think that taking a proactive approach to this, rather than just addressing Tech Miller Park, would be looking at, Carol has done a great, we've communicated quite a bit on this, and I believe that he shared some of those emails with you guys. I think a proactive approach to this would be, it looks like nationwide what's happening is that setback limits are being put in place for how far a pickleball court needs to be away from a residential area. And if a pickleball court is within that setback area, it appears to me that most of the complaints are being remedied by either closing it, setting hours during which it can be used, which doesn't make sense because then you got to have somebody come and lock and unlock and lock and unlock, and it really doesn't help with the noise complaints and the fact that people can I can no longer enjoy sitting in my backyard, sitting on my deck, sitting on the patio, having family over, eating a meal in the yard, even being in the house with the windows closed. It's extremely abusive. And it does have very profound effects on me mentally, emotionally, and physically, and the evidence that's being presented in the courts is consistent, supporting that the damage that pickleball does is significant. Bringing it down to the smaller picture of Tech Miller Park, if you were to have a policy that said that people had to use the quiet version of a paddle and quieter balls than the current balls that are being used, we're talking about one court where you would say if you're going to play on this court, you must use this equipment. And that would have to be enforceable, of course, because, you know, there's people that just aren't going to agree with that and are going to do what they want to do. But we're only talking about one court. There's a lot of courts in Oshkosh. So you have a choice. If you want to play here on this court, because it's so close to the residents of this neighborhood, you must use these types of paddles and balls. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you don't have a choice of going elsewhere. So the other thing that was brought up was that the paddles would cost in the area of $220, and that's unreasonable to ask pickleball players to spend that kind of money. But you're asking the taxpayers of our neighborhood to pay $3,000 to $5,000 a year in taxes to live there, despite the fact that we can no longer enjoy living there 8 months out of the year. So it just seems to be, I don't know, unfair, unjust, prioritizing pickleball over the rights of homeowners who are paying a significant amount of money towards taxes. And all we would be asked to, is you know, to meet us halfway. I guess we're not saying close it. We're just asking that the damage that it's doing is recognized and you're willing to deal with that. I think that would be reactive to what's happening. But looking at the bigger picture, I really think that the proactive approach is what you need to, at least look at that in the long run. That this isn't the last time you're going to hear about this. This isn't the last time.
Mr. Slife, you're running a little bit over. If you could wrap it up.
So, thanks.
Okay,
I'm a
thank
little
you.
shaky, so-
You're okay. No, appreciate you sticking around and making sure that we heard. Thank you. City staff, I think this one's for you. Thank you
Yeah.
for sticking around as well.
No, thank you. Appreciate the concern, and appreciate you sharing the information regarding Tech Miller Park, the pickleball use down there. And I think in general for the community and how the courts are used and active, and it's a good social experience as well as a physical activity that many people enjoy throughout the community. You know, we're fortunate to have 14 different locations within the community to play, and a few of them are in neighborhood parks versus community parks, which makes it a little more sensitive in some of those neighborhood parks to be with on that. Hearing the comments in regards to different types of equipment, I think that also comes down to a lot of different sports that have taken place. There's been a lot of changes in that type of practice and types of equipment that could be used and hopefully could be workable in those areas. And if I hear the concern correctly, it's more about the noise than anything of the balls themselves and the decibel levels that are happening and taking place for the type of sport going through. I think there's definitely some provisions we can look into. As you mentioned, I think enforcement is going to be very challenging to work with on certain points, but hopefully come up with some regulations that we can work and educate the public of what types of equipment to use. Maybe provide, do a trial base with some silent type equipment that people could use on the court that are there to work with, to give that a point to see how things can function and deal with. I think those are low cost at our ends for a recreational type equipment we could provide and use Tech Miller as a trial base to see how it could work for that location for that end with the silent type balls. Like I said, enforcement is probably going to be the most challenging part for us to do, restricting some of those items and just hoping that education through the public would be a better avenue and hopefully lead by example where they can definitely take a proactive approach to being sensitive to the neighbors and in those residential areas that could help with. So I think as a Parks Department or Park Services Department, we would probably work at providing some of those silent balls and signing that, and hopefully that could work, and try it in this area to see if we have to look at other spots. I think it's the most cost-effective way for us to try to provide a solution from that perspective, knowing that a lot of other alternatives when you come to soundproofing panels and things of that nature around courts are expensive. We have tried different structures, more wind slats that have been there. They're not technically soundproof panels to hopefully reduce some of those areas. Some of our other courts have natural vegetation of arborvitaes around them as well that do that, but sound definitely goes up and over as well. It's not just lateral. So I don't know if we have the firm solution on that in an economical sense to block off or enclose a court at this period. So those are the recommendations I have right now that we could work with on some silent equipment and hopefully provide them for people to try. And hopefully we can enforce or try to help enforce that.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say is I got to use a couple of them yesterday. Bruce and I went out to try them. They're not USPA approved, so like for tournament play, so if people are really worried about, I'm trying to get into tournaments, it's gonna be a little bit different. But they were enjoyable to use once we got used to it, because it does bounce a little bit different. We had a good time, and they do work remarkably less noisy, less noise on that, which is great. And I agree with you. I've been talking to you all week. I think putting up a sign and providing a supply of the balls that's, please use these here, is about the best we can do. I don't have any other solutions behind that, but it might take the edge off at least.
Appreciate staff's responsiveness on this one and trying to listen to a resident's concern, and trying to work towards something that's helpful.
You bet. Thank you. Let us know if we can be any other assistance.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad.
All right, we're going to go back to our regularly scheduled order. We're on 49, which is ordinance 26-17. We've got a couple new ordinances. We'll move through these. Ordinance 26-17 approves zone change from single-family residential 5 to multifamily residential 36 for properties located at 10 Meriden Road, 2558 Witzel Avenue, and 2534 Witzel Avenue. Plan Commission recommends approval.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? They'll take the roll on 26-17.
Amos.
Aye.
Spanbauer.
Aye.
Plum.
Aye.
Bulow.
Aye.
Stevenson.
Aye.
Nichols.
Aye.
Mugrauer.
Aye.
7-0 carries.
Ordinance 26-18 amends section 27A-11 of the municipal code to change the parking restrictions on North Main Street in front of the building at 660 North Main Street from 2-hour to 15-minute parking. Transportation Committee recommends approval.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? See none, please take the roll.
Amos.
Aye.
Spanbauer.
Aye.
Plum.
Aye.
Bulow.
Aye.
Stevenson.
Aye.
Nichols.
Aye.
Mugrauer.
Aye.
7-0 carries.
Ordinance 26-19 amend Chapter 23 of the Oshkosh Municipal Code pertaining to solid waste disposal to conform with current Wisconsin DNR regulations.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion on this item? I see none. Please take the roll.
Amos.
Aye.
Spanbauer.
Aye.
Plum.
Aye.
Bulow.
Aye.
Stevenson.
Aye.
Nichols.
Aye.
Mugrauer.
Aye.
7-0 carries.
Ordinance 26-20, update various chapters of the City of Oshkosh Municipal Code to address changes to the organizational structure as well as proposed changes to the process to fill council vacancies as requested by the council.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion?
Did you want to make the?
I do. So when we were going through this and my recommended changes to the council vacancy process, I made an error and would like to attempt to amend to change from 7 business days and 14 business days to 5 and 10. I had meant for my intention was to be 1 week and 2 weeks. Originally it was just days, and then I added the word business and realized that changed how long I meant, and I didn't catch that. So I'd like to amend ordinance 26-20 for the, give me a second here. Chapter 2 update regarding council vacancies to change from 7 business days and 14 business days to 5 and 10 business days respectively.
Second.
Any discussion?
So I want to thank staff for their work on this. This is, you look at it, there's a lot of stuff that we're doing in here, so, and a lot of instruction that you got from us. And I know it takes more than one time to ask us exactly what we mean, so thank you.
Well said. If you'll take the roll on motion to amend.
Amos.
Aye.
Spanbauer.
Aye.
Flom.
Aye.
Buelow.
Aye.
Stevenson.
Aye.
Nichols.
Aye.
McGrower.
Aye.
7-0.
We have the motion as amended. Any final comments? I see none. If you'll take the roll on 2620 as amended.
Amos.
Aye.
Spanbauer.
Aye.
Flom.
Aye.
Buelow.
Aye.
Stevenson.
Aye.
Nichols.
Aye.
McGrower.
Aye.
7-0.
Just a couple more, if you'll hang on with me here. Resolution 26-161, approve conditional use permit, request for a new apartment development located at 10 Meriden Road, 2558 Witzel Avenue and 2534 Witzel Avenue, and Plan Commission recommends approval.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. I see none. Please take the roll.
Amos.
Aye.
Spanbauer.
Aye.
Flom.
Aye.
Buelow.
Aye.
Stevenson.
Aye.
Nichols.
Aye.
McGrower.
Aye.
7-0.
Resolution 26-162, approved Class B beer and Class C wine licenses for Bella Slice Pizzeria at 558 North Main Street.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion on this? I see none. Please take the roll.
Amos.
Aye.
Spanbauer.
Aye.
Flom.
Aye.
Buelow.
Aye.
Stevenson.
Aye.
Nichols.
Aye.
McGrower.
Aye.
7-0.
Council discussion, direction of city manager, future agenda items. We have two future agenda item meetings, just to note. The next regular council meeting will be,
Wait, did we miss one? 26163?
We did the roast.
We did
Sorry.
that one.
Oh,
there we go.
No bathrooms.
Oh, good reminder.
Make sure everybody knows.
it's late.
It is, well, it's early.
It's early.
Next regular council meeting,
Bar
April
time.
21, 2026, 6 PM. This is also our organizational meeting. This is different from what's happened in the past. This will be our only meeting in April. For those that care, this is, much of this is driven that the clerk's office has a busy next couple weeks with election and the process before, during, and after. And by not having to prepare for a council meeting, that is a huge time savings for them to properly administer that very important function. So
Thank you.
you're very welcome. And that's when we will close out this current council, say thank you to a few members for their service, and welcome a few new members as well. We then have a workshop on city snow plowing policy and sanitation updates, May 26th. That is before a council meeting. That must be because I said something, and by the way, for what it's worth, a few days after I mentioned that, we got wailed on by a storm, and our public works crew knocked it out of the park in terms of their ability and what they did for this community that night, or that weekend and multiple days after. And they deserve a ton of credit and a lot of kudos for all of their effort to clean this community up very quickly and allow people to traverse it. So nicely done, and please share that.
Yeah, and I think I shared this with Rebecca as well, but I'd like to just, we say echo a lot, but I would like to echo that. I had to drive all over Winnebago County that day, and I was very happy when I was in Oshkosh and not happy when I was outside of Oshkosh. So.
Councilmember announcements and statements. Do we have anything? I see nothing. City manager, you've got a couple things you'd like to tell us?
Well, we already talked about 60. I don't know if there's any questions on 59. For 61, just wanted to let people know that we're conducting a survey through April 30th. If people would please go to our website and fill out that survey. We're going to hold off on the community development presentation until next time.
I think that's a good move.
Yes, I do have a quick update also on the sustainability. There's a website that tracks our progress as we update that plan. So we'll make sure to get a press release out concerning that so that people can track it as they continually work on those projects.
I think it'd be appropriate to have her presentation at the front end of the meeting to make up for this possibly.
So now you're going to make me go first at the next council meeting?
If you want it, I think just provided an option if you're interested. That's all we're saying.
Whatever you choose, I will be happy to provide.
And then I just wanted to remind people that we have in-person absentee voting. It opens in 6 hours and 36 minutes.
I don't think I'll go to bed. I think I'll stay here and then I'll go vote.
So it's open tomorrow and Thursday from 8 to 4:30, or today and Thursday from 8 to 4:30, and then Friday from 8 to 5 at the Culver Center.
All right. Deputy Mayor, I think you have a couple motions for us to go into closed session.
Two Tree, Wisconsin State. I moved, go into closed session was pursuant to Wisconsin State Statute 19.85 1E, where competitive bargaining reasons require a closed session to discuss bargaining options, strategy, parameters, and terms related to potential redevelopment and/or acquisition of property located at 101 Commerce Street and 201 Pearl Avenue in the city of Oshkosh, commonly known as the City Center, and Wisconsin State Statute 19.85 1E, where competitive bargaining reasons require a closed session to discuss bargaining options, strategy, parameters, and terms related to potential redevelopment and/or acquisition of property located at 118 High Avenue, commonly known as Gunderson Property, and 114 High Avenue, commonly known as Thompson Studio, both in the city of Oshkosh, and Wisconsin State Statute 19.85 1E, where competitive bargaining reasons require a closed session to discuss bargaining options, strategy, parameters, and terms related to the memorandum of understanding for GOH Inc. and the potential sale, leasing, or redevelopment of the Grand Opera House, and Wisconsin State Statute 19.85 1C to consider employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employer over which the government has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility, specifically for the first quarter review of the city manager.
Second.
Council, you've been given background information for the closed session related to the city center, as well as the Gunderson property, Thompson Studio, and the Grand Opera House redevelopment. Is there any questions regarding the background information that's been presented?
No, but as always, for the second and third item, I will be recusing myself. I'll just be in here taking a nap, since there's no Bucks game tonight to watch.
Sounds good. With that, I will take a motion, if you'll take the roll on going into closed session.
Amos.
Aye.
Spanbauer.
Aye.
Plum.
Aye.
Buelow.
Aye.
Stevenson.
Aye.
Nichols.
Aye.
Mulgrauer.
Aye.
Zimmer.
Now I'll take a motion and a second to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.